Hey guys, this is Gamacao. Welcome to the epilogue to the Pokemon Trading Card Game History Series. It has been several years since we started this project. I'm still stunned that we actually made it all the way through. I felt for sure like we were going to end up stopping this experiment at Generation 3 or something and just not get to witness all the stuff that I personally enjoyed when I actually picked up the TCG for the first time in Gen 5 and then played again at the end of Gen 7. It was a really cool time for me to be able to play at that sort of stage, and I'm glad that I got to revisit that alongside all of the history that I missed. I did have a lot of these cards growing up, a lot of the stuff up until around about the I don't think it was even quite Emerald, but I want to say early into Gen 3, it was somewhere around Hidden Legends, I think, is when we stopped getting cards altogether. We did play Yu-Gi-Oh! Quite a lot at the time, so that was our main game of focus, and it's just been really cool. Even though we didn't start with the full set thing we ended up transitioning to in Gen 4, we did do it as a draft for quite a while. Generation 3 unfortunately made it not really work that well as a draft, and we found out that it was going to be much better just to do a full card set sort of thing from then on. Gen 4 still had its own weirdness with the ban list that we kind of had to implement because Matt was no, we need to not, if you're going to try and make me not show the same card every time, I want it codified. It is how it be. I'm still grateful to Matt for coming into this when we did as well, because it made stuff a lot more interesting having a lot of people around with the stuff. But then later on, there's so much stuff that we got to showcase ourselves because we didn't have to worry about the same deck showing up every single time. It was really cool. What this is going to end up being is I have gathered 60 different decks here from the entire history of the game, all the way from the base set up until Twilight Masquerade. And you'll see some of the sets I've had several different decks here because I actually enjoyed a ton of different stuff throughout them, but for the most part we have a ton of different decks from all eras of the game to look at here. And what I want to do is I want to go over basically all of them. This is going to be an absolutely gigantic video. There will be many music transitions and all of that fun stuff as we go into different eras of the game, different sets of decks to look at. Clearly, with each of these being a 60 card pile, there is no way that any one room will be able to handle all of this. My computer is good, but it is never going to be that sort of good. So I will be bringing out 2 or 3 of them at a time and going over them as we do. There's a lot of decks, especially within the first 4 generations when I was making purely my own decks, that I absolutely adored. And honestly, I can't even show all the ones because I don't have all of them. What I did manage to keep was at least one deck from every single set that we played within here, but not every one of these decks was something that I absolutely adored. It was just what the best deck that I played in that round, and or something I did enjoy. There's a few of them I did play more decks for, but not all of these are my favorite decks of all time sort of thing, right? You kind of can't have that when you're trying to showcase as many decks as you can during the course of the game's history. But for this, I have so many different decks to show, and let's just get right into it. We have everything from base set all the way up until Twilight Masquerade, as I mentioned before. Just absolutely crazy. Even Evolving Skies is here, so let's get to it. So when it comes to the first generation of the TCG, it's kind of difficult to really have a lot of decks that are my favorites from that time, because honestly, Generation 1 is not the best time to be playing the TCG. I think it's kind of cool for a draft format, for the most part, because you don't exactly know what you're going to play. You don't have 4 Hitmonchan, you don't have 4 Electabuzz, you don't have 4 Cypher necessarily. The sets are pretty small, so you can very often get a lot of the good stuff, especially within the 36 packs that are in a box. But we don't have everything here, right? And that can be a really big limiter, and you have to get creative with it. As we did with our very first one here, this is Venusaur with Electabuzz. Now, the Venusaur is not the meta pick from this first set, but did end up working out pretty well here. You get to move your grass energy around your board as often as you like during your turn, and that synergizes very well with both Electabuzz taking a colorless energy in its Thunder Punch cost, and the Pokemon Center item, which lets you fully heal all of your Pokemon with damage counters on them, and then discard all the energy which are attached to those Pokemon. So Venusaur can take some hits. It does actually have a very high damage attack as well. 60 for 4 grass is a lot to pay for, but when you can keep those energies safe across the board using them for other attacks as you do, and then come in later on with the 60 damage hit here, it adds up very quickly. Like, we didn't have plus power, I think, at all in my first draft, which was kind of ridiculous, but if you do have plus power, this actually gets one-shots on the basic Pokemon, which is pretty cool. And fire isn't really a weakness that you can hit in the base set, unless you have exactly Charizard, which is not a particularly good Pokemon in the base set, sorry to say. So you still have your quick thing with Electabuzz here. We do have a Zapdos as well because it doesn't have a weakness and it resists Hitmonchan, so that was the big thing for that. And then the Dratini Dragonair line also had a little bit of utility here because it could take any energy. We did have one double colorless that we could use, so that was pretty cool. And yeah, it's just like your heal tank for a fair bit of it, and even Electabuzz can get in on that healing action. So it's decently efficient. It was pretty effective. The base set 2, I did get very unlucky with this deck, but I definitely know I had the best deck in the room for that one. The Buzzapdos deck, as it is here, was super good. So Electrode's Buzzap lets you KO the Electrode and then attach it to one of your other Pokemon as a double rainbow energy. This does actually end up being Electrode's like gimmick throughout a lot of its cards, where it will knock itself out to do energy attachments or something like that. Now, this is extremely vulnerable to energy removal, but so long as you use it at the right time, you can get a huge amount out of this. Like, Zapdos is a very gigantic Pokemon. It's going to feature in quite a few of my decks in this block, to be honest with you, because it is just that solid if you can power it up. And yeah, with Electrode, you can easily get to the Thunderbolt attack with just a couple of energy attachments for like over a couple of turns. And the opponent only has so many energy removal that they can play. So eventually it is going to stick, and you can either Thunderbolt for a one-shot on anything in the format outside of exactly Blissey, but even that you could plus power to get to. Or you can just hit Thunders, and 60 damage is really powerful when it's just coming turn after turn after turn. The 30 damage to yourself if you flip tails is sort of annoying, but that's what Defender is for. And Defender just lets you take 20 less of that, and also 20 less on the opponent's turn as well, which is pretty good. The Arcanine in here is a little bit for coverage, but also because Takedown is a really strong attack. Electrode does provide energy of any type, so if you can get the Arcanine established, then you can blow up Electrode and then attach a double colorless energy, and suddenly you're using Takedown in a single turn. And 80 damage is enough to KO all of these basic Pokemon with the Haymaker style things, which are like on all over the format, right? Tauros was actually an unsung hero for the archetype as well. Like, Tauros itself ended up overperforming, I think, for us here. It was really powerful in the end. I think the resistance to Psychic, and therefore the resistance to Cyber and Mewtwo, was a really big feature for it here as well. And Rampage Tauros had no chill. That was the gimmick of the time. It's really fun. So yeah, you also ideally, on the turn that you use Electrode, you combine it with Lass in order to shuffle all of the opponent's energy removals and stuff back into their deck, so that they don't have a chance to build up the Pokemon that you have KO'd on their side. That was the idea. We got a little bit unlucky with paralysis flips and stuff, if I remember rightly, and it just didn't quite work out, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure Matt like top decked an Oak or something as soon as I lost him, which didn't really help. But, you know, it was a very cool deck nonetheless. That's it for Gen 1, unfortunately. But Generation 2, I do have one deck to show before the E-Series. There's several decks in that block that I want to go over. But this was the progenitor to one of my favorite Gen 6 decks of all time, which was the Manectric Bats type deck. This is Dark Golbat, Dark Crobat. Unfortunately, rotation took this away from me way too early because the Golbat rotated, like the set after Crobat came out or something, had exactly 2 sets to play with it, and that was really stupid. But they allow you to put damage counters, or in this case, they do actually do physical damage to one of the opponent's Pokemon. And this means it can't touch metal Pokemon, it's kind of annoying, but Crobat can. So it's kind of weird how that works out, but like, yeah, Golbat allows you to put some damage down, Crobat allows you to put 2 more damage down, and you use this in combination with the Super Scoop Up in order to pick it back up, and the Devolution Spray, the Hyper Devo Spray in this case, but it's still the same idea, where it lets you put the highest stage evolution card from the Pokemon back into your hand so that you can evolve next turn and do more damage counter spread. And because baby Pokemon were so prevalent at this time, this allows you to pick off those babies very easily, but it also allows you to stack a little bit of extra damage for your Dark Gengar to be able to wear down the opponent. So this can do 30 damage for free Psychic Energy, puts the opponent to sleep, and they have to flip 2 heads in order to wake up, so that's very disruptive in its own right. But it also allows you to drag in Pokemon from the bench in order to do the damage to them instead. So normally baby Pokemon have to fail a coin flip in order to take damage, but when you have the Gengar here, you can actually pull up a baby that's on the bench, and it doesn't get a chance to use that baby rule, so you can just one-shot them, and that's a super efficient prize trade at this time. We also have the ever-present Focus Band. I did manage to pull 2 of these, which was pretty good, so there was a chance that we could survive the hits as well, which was pretty solid. Erica's Perfume could force the opponent to put basic Pokemon down onto their bench. It's kind of like accompanying Flute right now in the current standard. Captivating Pokepuff is the retrain of this in Expanded. And yeah, you could force the opponent to put down the baby Pokemon so that you could either snipe them or drag them in with the Gengar. It was really cool. So yeah, this was a super sweet deck. Challenge was also something that the opponent might not want to even accept because you get to establish all of your bats down, and that's terrifying for them. And it was just really, really cool. So much search because of the Boss's Way as well. This was one of the most consistent decks of the format too for me, and yeah, I love it. I absolutely love the bat line, and this was one of the few things that beat for Alligator at the time as well. It's really, really solid. I'm quite proud of a lot of my deck building during the draft portion of the series especially, because I really feel like I got creative with what I had, and a lot of the decks turned out to be way better than one would expect as well. But none of them hold a candle to how collectively happy I was with my e-reader series stuff. There was only one deck that I got kind of gifted to me as a main archetype of the time, that being the Entei Magcargo, because I got like 3 copies of the Entei during the Neo sets, and I had to wait a little bit in order to use this, but it was ridiculously cool to play, and this kind of eruption overflow thing is not really something you get to see very often. So I thought it was still pretty cool, and I even went back to recreate one of the this deck from my VODs, because I didn't actually save this one, and I was mega proud of how this one turned out. So let's just get into them here. So the first one revolves around this Ho-Oh, which I actually managed. I remember I traded Pepper for and managed to get it relatively easily because we didn't really think this card was any good, and I was just like, I have an idea for it, let me build with it and see what I can do, right, and see if it's any good. And it turned out it was actually kind of nuts because of the being a product of its time here. It's a 90 HP colorless basic, which is pretty big, right? But it is colorless. Weak to water, which is not a great weakness to have at this time. For Alligator was one of the better decks of the format, the one from Expedition. So not an amazing weakness to have. And its attack doesn't read very good initially. For 4 energy, it does 30 plus 10 for each different type of basic energy card that's on the Ho-Oh. So okay, over the course of 4 turns maybe, you can get to this thing and be like, 60-70 damage, possibly? It doesn't seem very good, right? And most of the time it's just going to get KO'd before that. Double Gust is in this format, so it is possible to target this thing down, and it just really doesn't seem too great. Except, one of the things about this format is that evolutions were absolute kings, and you generally did not have these big basics that could do damage because they very much did not print them up until like Gen 5 pretty much. The SP archetype was a different thing in Gen 4, but realistically this was an anomaly. Most of the basics of this time did not have this sort of damage output potential. But you've got to get a whole ton of different energy on, so how do we do that? Well, we use Venusaur. This wasn't the only deck in the time that this card was legal that I used it for, but this was the major one. If you attach an energy card to your active Pokemon as part of your turn, you can attach an additional energy card to it at the same time. So Venusaur here allows you to accelerate 2 energy into play per turn, so long as you're attaching to the active. And that effectively means that the Ho-Oh could possibly get charged in 2 turns. Realistically, you probably have it on the bench for a couple, and then you attach to it from there, and it accelerates up in 3. But then you have a 90 HP Pokemon that can do relevant damage. If you get all 4 different types on here, then like Electabuzz gets KO'd, even stage 1s like Clefable tend to get KO'd, and it's really hard to keep up with. And it's possible, because of the high energy commitment that you need to do respectable damage at this point, it's very possible this thing KOs the opponent's attacker and then survives like 2 turns because they can't recover against it, right? So it's really strong, allows you to do a ton of damage with it there. The actual Venusaur itself can attack if you have a grass weakness against you. It takes 2 grass and 2 colorless to do 40 with a paralysis flip. Not particularly strong, but again, if you can charge this thing in 2, maybe 3 turns at most, it's not too bad. So yeah, it was a very strong little package over here. We have Electabuzz for early game attacking, as we always would. Electabuzz itself was in the... there was like a collection set that came out beforehand with the best of type stuff from Gen 1, so that was there. We have a Clefable that lets you put a card from your hand back into your deck in order to search your deck for a basic energy to go into your hand, so you're able to get specific energy type out. That's why we don't have to play multiple copies of all the ones that are off color here, so that's pretty cool. And then there's also a couple copies of Energy Stadium, which is not quite Viridian Forest or anything of that type, but it allows you to flip a coin once per turn, and if heads, you put a basic energy from your discard pile back into the hand. So if your Ho-Oh does go down, you're able to flip to bring the energy back onto the into the hand, and therefore attach it to the Ho-Oh with the Venusaur. I do also want to note that this thing can scale over 70 damage. If you put 6 energy of different types on this thing, which we do have in this deck, it does 90 damage, and that even KOs like the Zapdoses in itself and whatnot, right? So it's pretty ridiculous what it can get up to. Experience All is not quite as good as Experience Share, but this is the general same idea, right? If you attach it to one of your bench Pokemon, if your active gets KO'd, you can shift an energy to the Pokemon this is attached to. The reason it's not as good is because it has to discard itself, but that's still like totally fine. You can work with that, it's pretty great. And we have stuff like Super Energy Retrieval in here as well that lets us return a bunch of these energy back to hand too. It was really, really good. So yeah, it was surprisingly consistent. The format was very slow-paced in general, as you can tell with like Clefairs still being around, and it let you basically do like not quite unlimited damage, but it turned you into a more or less unkillable monster by the end of the game. We even had Goldberry to heal this thing, so this could be 130 effective HP. Absolutely insane. For Aquapolis, I have 2 different decks here, both of them kind of abusing the fact that you could retreat an unlimited number of times during the first 2 generations before Nintendo took the game over, and that allows Dodrio to be incredibly powerful for both of these decks. Dodrio's Retreat aid hasn't really ever seen play outside of this, at least in a competitive sense. Hasn't really seen play outside of the first generations, but it allows you, whilst Dodrio's on the bench, to retreat for less energy. One less per Dodrio, basically. The Dodrio itself has 0 retreat. I think this is a difference from most of the other retreat aid Pokemon that come up, is that they have retreat cost even other Dodrio, which is kind of annoying. So it can also just retreat for free if it needs to, which is great. So how do we abuse this retreating mechanic in this particular deck? Well, we have a Hypno over here that if it's in the active slot, it makes your opponent fall asleep, and guaranteed sleep is pretty good. It also only has a 1 retreat, so you only need 1 Dodrio in play, that's why we're only playing the 2-2 line. And the Haunter, which also only has a 1 retreat, does 50 damage for a Psychic and a Colorless, but only if the opponent is asleep. So this is a humongous amount of damage for the error. Like, this would be the equivalent of doing, like, I want to say 200 for 2 on like a stage 1 not EX Pokemon, right, in the current format. Maybe even more than that, to be honest, but it's around about there. It's 2-shotting everything except the bulkiest of stage 2s, and they also have a sleep flip to worry about, which is added fuel to the fire here, so it's actually kind of gross when you think about it. We also have access to the Drowsy from the Team Rocket set because of the collection that it was in, the Legendary Collection here, and this can flip to either put you or the opponent to sleep. If you put yourself to sleep, you can flip like for each of the Drowsy in play, but if you put yourself to sleep, it's not that much of a worry so long as you can switch, or in this case, like Double Gust, or like, you know, evolve the Pokemon. So that doesn't tend to be too much of an issue. There is a Gengar in here just because the Gengar itself can be a bit more of a reasonable attacker without having to do the whole like switch thing. It also switches itself to the bench, which is kind of cool, and Chaos Move can shift damage from your side to the opponent's, which is neat. And then finally there was a Mischievous as well. Like, I think I only had 1 copy of this card, but if you use Night Eyes, put the opponent to sleep, then that's kind of cool, but you just need to attack them with Night Eyes in order to do Perisong for an automatic KO. The problem is they have to be asleep, but that's what this deck is designed to do, right? If they haven't switched out, they have still been attacked with Night Eyes last turn, so you can switch this, go to Hypno, put them to sleep, switch back into this because you could retreat as many times as you want, and this would let you automatically KO even the biggest of Pokemon against you. So it was pretty great. Because this deck was so energy efficient, we really only needed 2 energy on anything at a time. It was incredibly fast to set up, way more dangerous than it looks here. And yeah, the 50 damage pressure, most basic Pokemon only had 50 HP at this time. So it was incredibly dangerous to go against here. And yeah, humongous amount of pressure put out. Very, very strong deck. The other abuser of Dodrio here is this Electrode. Electrode does only have a 1 retreat, that's why the Dodrio works here, and its Super Dynamo ability allows you to flip a coin when it's in the active spot once per turn, and if you flip heads, you choose a lightning energy from your discard pile and attach it to one of your Pokemon. Its own attack is really bad, and usually without Dodrio, that's what you would have to be using, but because we do have Dodrio, we can use our old buddy Zapdos over here in order to do a ton of damage. You can see I really liked this Zapdos during this time, it's very, very powerful, but like, you could use Thunderbolt in this deck, because you are accelerating energy back to this thing and it's not even that much of an issue. I also managed to pull 2 copies of this Raikou. I got pretty lucky in the Neo Discovery set to get, oh, it's not Discovery, it's Revelation. Discovery's the first one. Yeah, I got really lucky during that one and got like 2 of this and 3 of the Entei, the hollow ones. But this allows you to do 50, if you flip tails it does 20 to itself, but that's only for free energy, pretty good. Also got that 1 retreat, so it works with the Electrode stuff very well. But if you attach a lightning from your hand to Raikou, you can you force the opponent to switch their active Pokemon. And that means if they're trying to hide behind a baby Pokemon, they might not be able to continuously do that, which is pretty great. The other thing that I had in here was Lugia. This deck, of course, was relatively weak to Donphan. Specifically, like Zapdos could wall it a little bit, but Donphan did resist lightning, so Lugia was a way of being able to do some good damage to that, still resisted it, and Electrode did not have to attach to a lightning Pokemon, so you also gained a tiny bit of type coverage with this as well, which is pretty good. So that was a nice benefit. And then the other cool thing is that this allowed me to play 4 copies of Juggler, which discarded up to 2 basic energy from your hand as a supporter card, and you drew 3 or 5 cards depending on if you discarded 1 or 2 basic lightning energy. The other nice thing was the lightning cube in here. If we didn't need Raikou to do its like 50 damage attack or something, we could use this in order to discard all the energy attached to it, flip for each energy, discard it, and do 40 damage per. So if we overcharge something, we could do one-shot numbers with this too. 3 heads would allow you to KO even the biggest of Pokemon in the game at the time, so it's pretty great. Because these were all big basics as well, Scoop Up was incredibly powerful here, because we accelerate energy. Why would we even care? Especially if we just did a Thunderbolt, right? Then we can scoop up the Zapdos, bring in an Electrode, do the thing all over again. It's really, really cool. And then the last one to talk about from this block is the Entei Magcargo. If you've never seen this archetype or never seen anything quite like this, it's a work of art, I'll tell you what. Like, there's 21 energy in here, probably a little bit low to be fair, but man, I wanted all the other stuff in here for consistency, so that's where we went. The Entei, when you play Entei from the hand, will allow you to discard the top 5 cards of your deck, and if any of them are fire energy, attach them to your fire Pokemon in any way that you like. This does end your turn, but usually you attach a lot to the Entei so that Searing Flames can come online very quickly. For 3 fire energy it does 60, discards 2 fire energy attached to it, and you know, bit of a downside maybe, but that's okay because we're accelerating a lot of energy into play with this Entei, and it's just a very high pressure deck as a result. The Magcargo allows you to move down, it allows you to like do extra damage based on fire energy you discarded. Takes 3 fire to do 40, but it can do up to 100 based on the energy that it has just by itself. Its ability, I think, was also kind of neat. If it was the active Pokemon and moves to the bench, it gets to siphon an energy from itself and shift it to the new active Pokemon. So this could let you finish off charging up your Entei and whatnot, which was pretty great. The other Magcargo, because I only got 3 copies of the one from Neo Revelation, the other Magcargo is also kind of cool for this deck. It's 2 colorless energy, 20 damage, discard the top card of both players' decks and do 20 more damage for each fire energy discarded this way. More modern iterations of this attack will be any energy, but yeah, it had to specifically be fire this time. So you're probably only going to get 40 out of this, but 40 for 2 is still really good conversion numbers at this time of the game. Firestream also was pretty reasonable because you could actually get to this type of energy pretty quickly. 2 fire and 2 colorless do 60, discard a fire energy, and then spread 10 to each of the opponent's benched Pokemon. Spread damage is not easy to come by in early generations, so that was also pretty good in its own right. The rest of this deck was mostly just filled with a ton of consistency based stuff. We had Oracle, which you will maybe recognize in the modern game as Cypher Maniac's decoding. Cryptomaniac's Deciphering, I think is what it ended up coming out as. Yeah, it's Mallow as well if you go expanded. You top deck 2 cards out of your deck, so you top deck 2 fire energy, you're guaranteed to hit them with the Entei. It's pretty solid. And then we also managed to play the Mary card here, that normally isn't very good because it's worse bill, right? You draw 2 cards, but then you shuffle 2 from your hand back into the deck, but because you tended to draw so many fire energy with this deck, if you shuffle 2 fire energy back in, that tends to be a very good benefit for you. So it's just an extra draw card that we could play here, which was really good. The other nice one was the Town Volunteers, which is just like a bigger Super Rod basically. 5 baby basic evolution or basic energies basically from the discard pile get shuffled into the deck, shuffle 5 fire energy back in, eruption, boom, you know, get another set out. Because of the slower pace of this format, it was very possible to do like 2, 3, maybe even 4 howls in the game if you were so inclined, and it's just kind of nuts to be honest. There's so much damage output can come from this thing. So yeah, I absolutely adored this deck. It was incredibly dangerous to go against. I think the only reason I was a little bit hesitant on it beforehand is because Oracle didn't come out until Skyridge, and that was the most important part for this, because without Oracle the deck is very RNG reliant, and this guarantees at least 2 energy attached. But if you go without Oracle, you can very easily just hit 5 trainer cards or 5 Pokemon and you have nothing. So yeah, this deck really needed Skyridge to be the best that it could be, but oh man, when it got that, it was so strong. Absolutely loved this thing, and yeah, one of my favorite decks of Gen 2 for sure. Generation 3 draft started out very poorly for me. Like, I basically didn't have a good deck for the first couple of sets, but by the end of it I had played a lot of really cool and some very iconic decks from the time as well. Like, I had a functional Team Magma deck, I'd played Blastoise EX with Medicham, I'd played, I think Metagross was also one I played for Hidden Legends, was really cool. Bombtar was something that I had, there was Deoxys Metagross was really good, and the Arcanine Eeveelutions deck was a very fun one as well. But I want to highlight 4 decks in particular for this one, starting with the Hidden Legends and Emerald decks that I played. So for Hidden Legends, like, this was the one that I played Metagross for and like Team Magma and stuff, because this was the 2004 World set. But I want to highlight the kookiest one because this is one of the very few decks I have ever seen that is capable of playing Crystal Energy and doing something with it. This is Sceptile with Wailord EX. Now, those two do not sound like they go together, and trust me, they probably shouldn't, but when I really like Energy Trance. Like, this ability is one of my favorites throughout the history of the game. It doesn't really tend to do that much in more modern eras, but man, when you can full heal stuff, it is so cool. And that was the idea here, is that Pokemon Nurse was a supporter card, but it was a single target Pokemon Center. You could remove all damage counters from one of your Pokemon, and then discard all the energy that are attached to it. Now, Wailord EX has got like 200 HP. It is nigh on impossible to KO this thing in a reasonable amount of time unless you are exactly Sceptile or, like, I guess a really strong electric attack. But given rotation and stuff had happened, there wasn't really much in the way of lightning that could actually kill this thing. So yeah, it couldn't necessarily do that much damage unless it was at full health, but it was always going to be at full health because you fully healed it and then did 100 damage for 4 energy, which was great. The Sceptile itself could move the grass energy away, and that was pretty helpful, but it also allowed you to shift crystal energy away, providing crystal energy was attached to a Pokemon that already had a grass energy attached. Crystal energy is one of the weirdest cards in the history of the game, in my opinion. It allows you to provide rainbow energy, but it only works if you have basic energy cards of that type attached to the Pokemon. What is cool about this card though is that it can provide multiple energy. So we have basic water and basic grass in here. If you have one of each attached to the Pokemon, crystal energy will then turn into both a grass energy and a water energy at the same time. So it can help fuel this gigantic cost on Wailord, but also provide a grass energy that can be transferred away, which is really neat. Naturally, rainbow energy works very well with energy trans type things as well, because this can count as a grass energy so that you can transfer it away, but it is also a water energy for the cost of your attacks, so this allows you to do the best of both worlds as well, but do it in a much easier way. Now, this is still sounding rather risky, right? But there's one more cool part that I had to this, and that is the Sceptile EX. Now, this guy only has 150 HP, I mean only, right? But it's a stage 2 EX of 150 HP, and it does have some rather good attacks, but they're a bit expensive to play, right? But Green Heal is actually super solid for this deck. You get to remove 4 damage counters from each of your Pokemon that have any grass energy attached to them. And because Sceptile, the regular one, can transfer energy wherever you want, this means that you can heal multiple Pokemon at the same time with this first attack, which is very solid. Poison Ring is also like fine. Grass Double Colorless do 40, prevent the opponent from retreating and poison them, so they do take a total of 50, possibly 60, like 70 damage going in between turns, which is pretty cool. But Slashing Strike is the one that you actually want to play as an attack here. It does 100 damage to be fair, which is still one-shotting most Pokemon that aren't like these gigantic EXs, and even quite a few of those because of the grass weakness, right? Does 100, can't use it in consecutive turns, but that's fine because you're probably not wanting to. But 150 HP tanks a lot of hits by itself as well, and that lets you kind of work very nicely with the whole max healing stuff, right? So it's pretty great. We also have Super Scoop up here as well. It's just a very frustrating deck to take knockouts against, and because of Energy Trans, you don't even have to worry too much about your energy getting discarded all the time and whatnot. The worst case that's going to happen is you discard a Water Energy, and then you just get to recover it. I believe the Apricorn Forest is also... Nah, the Apricorn Forest does something entirely differently. I'm misremembering everything, haha. But yeah, the Apricorn Forest allows you to flip a coin, and if heads, you show the opponent a basic energy from your hand, and then search your deck for a basic Pokemon of that type. So if you have a Water in hand, you could search for a Wailmer. If you have a Grass in hand, you could search for a Trico. It's pretty cool. I do also want to note that the Wailmer itself has got like 80 HP, which is just kind of bonkers, to be honest. This thing has so much health for like no reason. And one of the things that was really good about early Gen 3 is the Dunsparce with its strike and run attack here. Single colorless energy, you were allowed to attack going first as well, so that was pretty cool. And you search your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon, put them onto the bench, and then you get to switch Dunsparce if you want to. It's also got a paralysis flip, which is really annoying, but it's mostly for the other stuff there, so that's pretty great. And yeah, this deck was very, very difficult to KO, and Grass was a pretty good weakness to hit. Fire was the one big worry for this deck, but Wailord is really good against fire decks. So like if a Blaziken EX came up, then I'd be able to try and deal with it a little bit with the Wailord, which is pretty cool. The other deck from this block that I want to speak on is the one I play for Emerald, and this is Egg Bomb, basically. This is Electrode.X with the Exeggutor, and man, this Exeggutor is very silly. A pure Fire Red Leaf Green deck here for sure. So Electrode.X is a 90 HP EX that can KO itself to give the opponent 2 prize cards, but you then take 5 energy from your discard pile and attach them to your Pokemon except EXs in any way that you like. Usually this works with the Dark Tyranitar that does damage based on the energy that it has on it. I believe it's 10 damage per, starts at 1 darkness, but if you attach like darkness energies and rocket energies and stuff like that, you very quickly get to huge damage numbers, and that's pretty cool and all. But what if we said we want to flip coins instead? Exeggutor is an 80 HP Psychic Pokemon with a Psychic Colorless energy attack here that allows you to flip for every energy that's on Exeggutor and do 40 damage per heads. Its Psychic Exchange is also not to be completely underestimated. This is really good early game, allowing you for 1 energy to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw up to 8 cards. You get to choose how many you draw, but like I'm pretty sure most of the time you would draw up to 8. But I guess in the end game, if you were going to deck out, you could just shuffle and draw 0, which is pretty funny. And yeah, that's the entire attack of the deck. This is a massively turbo deck for Gen 3 standards. It's even playing Pokeball, for goodness sake. So, and Great Ball is like the Nest Ball of the current format. So it can't get EXs like Nest Ball can, but it's still, like, that doesn't matter in this deck, right? Just get any basic that you want. Use Pokeball to try and get your evolution stuff. And it's bonkers. We've got Battle Frontier to prevent the quick search from happening, and other Dart Pokemon from Team Rocket set, like the evolution stuff, can't use their powers, so no Dragonite doing its thing, which is pretty fun. We take advantage of the fact that we go behind on prizes by using Pow Hand Extension to make the opponent basically gust up their thing. Your opponent gets to choose which of their, if you're in a double battle, they get to choose which of their defending Pokemon switches out, but we're not in double battles here. This is Gust, Counter Catcher, basically, which is pretty great. It's Counter Catcher with an upside on energy moving if you want to, but most of the time it's the catcher part you use. And then Rocket's admin is the same as N in later sets, and kind of like Iono at the moment, so functionally treat it as Iono here, where we shuffle our hands into our deck, draw equal to the prize cards that we have left. So Electrode just made them take 2 prizes, Rocket's admin allows you to put them right back down, and maybe they don't have enough cards to play, maybe you've stopped their quick search and they can't do the thing, maybe you've just done 400 damage to them, because guess what, so many of your energy provide multiples here. Scramble energy is a triple rainbow energy if you are behind on prizes, think reversal energy right now, it's basically the same thing. Double rainbow energy is literally what it says on the tin. It does reduce your damage by 10, but it gives you 2 energy cards, so 2 flips is pretty good. And then boost energy, because it doesn't matter what type of energy you have on you, allows you to, for 1 turn, have triple colorless energy on you. It does discard itself at the end of the turn, but that's totally fine, because you get to cheat out an extra 3 coin flips. Odds are you're probably going to get at least 40 damage out of this, but you might get as much as 120 and just KO everything. It's pretty great. You know, to this day, I think the Delta Species is one of the most unique mechanics that the TCG has ever had. I know Terra Pokemon are like relatively similar to that, but Terra Pokemon don't have to be a different type. They don't have this dual metal type that a lot of the Delta Species top evolutions have. They're restricted to EXs only, whereas you can have single prizes for the Delta Species, and that means that you have the pre-evolutions are also Delta Species. You could have multiple different types for this too. There was a water type Salamence that came out later on, for example. And it also means that they had their own inbuilt support engine too, with stuff like the Holon Mentor. Researcher could specifically search for Delta Species stuff, and Transceiver was ahead of its time, to be honest, being basically the Pelipper from Paldea Evolved, but for Holon supported cards specifically. This was the first instance of like a VS Seeker in the TCG, and it was really, really cool. Despite our grievances, we'll say, with Generation 3 as it moved on, there was a very heavy control-based meta. Probably was a mistake for me to trade Manectric EX to Matt, whoops, but I did get a very useful card out of that, so it was a necessary evil, if you will, but like, yeah, probably not the best idea to give the control player the item trainer lock card. That was maybe a bit silly, but yeah, we had some issues, but I had so many decks from this block that I really enjoyed that I've actually had to cut it down to just 3. I could have easily chosen 6 or even 7 different decks here if I went looking hard enough. There was a Delta Flygon that was really cool at this time that I played a bunch of. There was the Eeveelution deck that I played so many different variants of. There's like Arcanine, Pidgeot, Flareon, Swalot even, instead of the Ariados, because I didn't pull that one. That was also kind of neat. And there was the RSPK deck too, when we were realizing draft is not going to work for Generation 4, let's try something else, right? And so we did an RSPK format thing with every single card available, and I went for Venusaur EX with Blissey EX, which was kind of neat. It did a very similar thing to the Wailord Sceptile deck from before, just with a bit more consistency, because Blissey was much easier to use than Wailord. But I have narrowed it down to 3, one from the start of the Delta Species, one from around about the end of the Delta Species, and, well, I had to show the last one from our draft stuff as well. We did draft Diamond and Pearl. It was really funny because, like, most people got either all Empoleon or all Infernape. I think one person got Torterra, and that came in later on, but it was really funny actually just seeing basically everyone was on either Team Empo or Team Infernape for that one. But it's a really cool deck nonetheless that I have to showcase down here. So, let's get into them. The first one is the Delta Salamence over here, featuring the Metagross. I'm going to talk about the Metagross first because I played this like 2 or 3 times. This was in the Deoxys set, just before the worst set of the Era and Emerald. And this card was really cool, like I enjoyed every deck I played this in. Its super connectivity Pokepower allowed you to accelerate a Psychic or Metal energy from your discard pile to your active Pokemon once per turn, and then put a damage counter on the Pokemon you accelerated to. This was also a good attacker too, because for a Psychic and a Colorless it did 70, but it only did 40 if you didn't match the amount of energy that the opponent had on them. That's fine though, because your acceleration ability more or less lets you tailor yourself to that. 2 energy is a pretty reasonable baseline to attack with, and if you need to attach more, you've got the power that can do it. Salamence itself was not really in any of the decks that we were looking at from retro sites at the time, but so I don't think it did anything historically. But this card's actually kind of amazing in this deck. It's a 110 HP Fire Metal dual type, and the metal part is really nice to have because it means the metal energy will actually reduce damage that you take, as well as being a good accelerant target. And it's got 2 very good attacks to it. Its Fire Dance allows you to, for a fire and a colorless, do 30 damage and accelerate the fire energy from your discard pile anywhere you want on the board. This kind of acceleration was extremely rare back in the day. Nowadays you'll find this sort of thing all over the place, like there's a Duraludon, I think, in recent times that can accelerate from the discard. Gotta remember Oblivion Wing from Yveltal and whatnot, right? That kind of thing comes up all the time now, but in the past it was really difficult to do. So it was a very cool thing to see here, and its Delta Blast was an incredible 100 damage for Fire Metal double colorless that did discard a metal energy specifically in order to do. That part was the rate limiter for the most part, and maybe why we didn't see it too often historically. But when you actually look at Metagross, it's like, well, I can accelerate that metal straight back, and I have 110 HP, that's bigger than the average. 100 HP is the normal at this point. And this guy also resists both fighting and fire, which are 2 very good types to resist at this time. So yeah, this is one of the few times where like dragon types had their own unique resistances. They were weak to colorless, as this guy is as well, but it was resistant to one of the only types that like never gets resisted otherwise. So very fun, and that was neat by itself. Just being able to do 100 damage consistently every single turn was enough to one-shot a lot of things in this format, and that was more or less the deck. We had Porygon 2 for the draw engine. This is very much like Bibarel nowadays, except it draws until 6 in hand instead of 5, so that's kind of cool. And the Holon's Magnemite over here allows you to have a searchable energy card, because this lets you attach it instead of putting it on the bench. You can attach it to one of your Pokemon as a colorless energy. It's only a colorless, it's not that impressive, but this is Delta Species before the cast form came out, and also before Holon's Adventurer, if you notice the engine stuff here as well. We don't have access to those yet, but this still gives you an energy card that you can just search for at any time, which is very helpful. The reason the Magnemite is here instead of the Magneton that I could have played is because Holon's Mentor can actually search out the card as well, so this gives you a turn 1 searchable energy as well, which is very important for Jirachi's Make-A-Wish. So we wanted to make sure that we had as much evolution stuff as we could get out, and this was one of the best ways of doing it. I mentioned the Holon's engine stuff before, Transceiver being either a search out of the deck or a Versus Seeker to get your Holon stuff back. The Holon's engine themselves, there were several different Holon cards that all discard a card from your hand to use. The Mentor searches your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon with 100 HP or less to go into the hand. Critically, this can get EXs and stuff as well. That's useful for the next deck we'll show. The Holon Researcher could either get a Metal Energy or a Delta Species Pokemon, Basic or Evolution. Being able to search your Metal Energy is incredibly powerful, but also being able to get your Delta Species Evolution stuff is good. That is the sole reason why the Metang over here is actually the Lightning type one. I didn't pull any of the Lightning type Metagross, but I didn't need it for this deck. But the Metang itself being searchable with this card, really good mini synergy there. Then Hold On Scientist was the draw card in the first set. It let you draw until you had the same number of cards in hand as the opponent. Being able to discard a card in order to do this meant that you were drawing more cards on average than you would with this sort of effect in the future. So combine that with it being searchable and recoverable, it was actually pretty okay. We did have a research tower here as well, which allowed you to provide your basic energies with the ability to become metal as well. So this means even the basic psychic energy could be accelerated to Salamence and be used as a metal energy for its attack. So that was pretty good. And the Hold On Ruins, which allowed you to draw a card once per turn if you had a Delta species Pokemon in play. You did have to discard in order to do that, but that's fine because we have a lot of energy that we would want to discard and put in with the Metagross. So it was really good. Ultimately, this deck was a ton of fun because it came out of nowhere and yeah, just surprised everything at the time. 100 really did. Even with resistance on the stage 1s and whatnot, resistance to metal, you still did 70 to them and just KO'd a lot of them outright. So it was a very fun deck to play for that round. Dragon Frontiers introduced the Meganium Delta species, which doesn't really look like much at first, but actually made a humongous difference to the Meganium decks I was trying to play before. Meganium itself, working on the EX here, is an energy accelerant. It allows you to accelerate a grass energy from hand to one of your Pokemon once per turn. You heal 10 damage from it as well, which is pretty useful, but it's mostly here for accelerating an energy, which can then get bounced to hand with the Hold On's cast form. By this point, we did get the full playset of this, which enabled this deck something fierce. You have to bounce an energy from one of your Pokemon to the hand in order to attach this as your energy for turn, but then it provides a double rainbow energy, which enables you to do all sorts of wacky things. Like Hold On's cast form was a massive part of this format in general, and being able to use it as a double fighting energy in this case enabled Groudon EX to do a lot. This card came from the Crystal Guardian set, I think it was the previous one, but we needed to wait one more set for the Meganium to make this work. It is 100 HP basic EX Pokemon, so it is Hold On Menta searchable, and it allows you to do 100 damage for 2 fighting and a colorless. You discard 2 energy from this Pokemon, but that's okay, because if you have 1 or fewer energy attached to the Groudon, all of your Groudon EX in play take 20 less damage from the opponent's attacks. It does require you to only use one of them, so if you do have both Groudon in play here, only one of them is going to count, but that's totally fine, because next turn you Nurture and Heal, accelerate to this guy, replace the energy with the cast form. That provides you with the 2 fighting energy, which you then discard the cast form, and keep doing it over and over again. It's really, really good. 100 damage again consistently is enough to one-shot a ton of stuff, so that works out very nicely. The reason it all comes together is because of the Delta species Meganium. The evolutionary call ability here, when you evolve into this Meganium, searches your deck for up to 3 Pokemon cards. Basic or Evolution, EX and non-EX. That is incredible, because the Meganium EX was always the hardest part to search here. Celio's Network was our biggest search card of the time, and it did not allow you to search for EX Pokemon. But what it did allow you to search for is the other Meganium, and that then lets you pick up everything you need. It also means you can pick up the cast forms out of the deck if you don't already have them, so you can do a ton of really fun stuff with that. As far as the other stuff goes in here, Pokemon-wise, we had Chimecho, which if you have if you've played a supporter card with Hold On in its name that turn, you can search your discard pile for a basic energy and put it back into the hand. The Delta Rainbow came up in the Flygon deck, but for this one, it was get the basic grass back into hand so that you could accelerate it with Meganium. The Electabuzz over here needed to evolve from the Delta Elekid, but that's mostly fine because it wasn't too hard to do that. It then allowed you to draw a card from the bottom of your deck once per turn. So it wasn't as powerful as the Porygon, but it also wasn't as targeted because it's a fighting type, and it's a Delta species, and it's a basic Pokemon. Both parts of this are basic. That was the key thing with the baby evolution stuff. So you could actually get both parts of this with Hold On Mentor and have your draw engine in play more or less straight away, which was really cool. The last part of this was the Dragonite EX. This was a Dragon Frontier special as well. It allowed you to deafen for Trainer Lock. 2 colorless energy, it was item lock at this time, but basically that was the thing. Trainers can't be played next turn, 40 damage for 2 colorless. Pretty respectable. It's a 150 HP no weakness card, which is also kind of nuts. And Dragon Roar was pretty good too. 2 grass and 2 colorless, 8 damage counters on the defending Pokemon, but if it gets overkilled by this, then any excess damage counters can get placed across the opponent's board however you want. So it's a really good cleaner too. A very nice versatile piece to add to this deck. Otherwise it was pretty much the same. We did have the power tree in here as well that let you search your discard pile for a basic energy if you didn't have any special energy in play. The only special energy we had was technically the cast form, which then discarded itself via the Groudon, so we were able just to keep getting basic energy back every turn, which was pretty good. And obviously by this time we had stuff like Hole and Adventurer to have a more consistent draw engine, and the Windstorm in order to discard Cessation Crystal from play, because we did rely on our Poké Powers, so we did kind of need to be able to remove that if it became an issue. The final deck that I have to show here, my Eeveelution state, this is involving Empoleon and Absol EX. I think I did try Absol Eeveelutions, like the set before, when we had the cards picked up from Power Keepers, but it needed just a little bit more to it, and the Empoleon here is definitely the big thing. Empoleon won Worlds in this format as well, not with this particular deck I don't think, but with something pretty much similar. I think it was just a pure Empo sort of deck. But it's 130 HP water type. It is no longer 2 times weak to lightning. That was Gen 4's sort of gimmick for the most part, where it was like plus weaknesses on most things that weren't like legendaries and basics and what, you know, like SP basics and stuff later on. Ice Blade for a water and a colorless sniped 40 on one of the opponent's Pokemon, which was pretty reasonable, and then Aqua Jet for 1 more water, so 2 plus 1 colorless, did 70, and if you flipped heads it did 20 to one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. This was really good because of Scramble energy, right? Being able to use that for 1 energy if you're behind on prizes is pretty good, and you can easily be behind on prizes with this because you can use your setup stuff very liberally, we shall say, at the start of the game. Absol EX was the other main attacker in here. Cursed Eyes, when you benched it, allowed you to shift 3 damage counters from one of the opponent's Pokemon to another one, so you could get surprise KOs with all this like snipe damage that you're doing across the board. And Psychic Pulse for a Darkness and a Colorless did 30 and sniped 10, or spread 10, across each of the opponent's bench Pokemon with any damage counters already on them. You might think it might be a little bit difficult to get all the damage you want placed exactly where you need it, but that's where the Jolteon EX came in. With the Evolutionary Thunder, when you evolved into Jolteon, you just got to put a damage counter on each of the opponent's Pokemon. So the combination of Jolteon and Absol allowed you to do a ton of spread stuff, and then Empoleon could pick stuff off, or Espeon could Mass Devolve. When you evolved into the Espeon EX, it devolved each of the it didn't devolve all of them, it only devolved 1, but I'm thinking future Espeons devolve like everything. But this one devolves 1 specifically, puts the highest stage evolution back into the hand, but as we know with devolution mechanics, if the opponent's devolved Pokemon is now, like, you get knocked out basically if you don't have enough HP left. So yeah, you could devolve something that's taken 60 damage and their 60 HP basic just gets KO'd immediately, and you take the prize, jobs are good. You can also do the attacks in this deck because we do have multi-energy that can fuel it. So Snaptail snipes 30 for 2 colorless, and Psyloop does 60 plus 30 for each trainer card the opponent has in play. So that's like the stadiums and the tool cards and whatnot. So it could in theory be quite a punishing attack as well. Zero Retreat on these guys is really good. We do still have the Porygon 2 for the draw engine as well. And 1 cast form so that we can fuel the attacks if we need to. Because like even Jolteon EX has got a good attack here. Like a Lightning Colorless, it does 20 plus 10 for each damage counter that's on the defending Pokemon. So with all of the spread stuff that we have going around here, this can be an excellent cleaner attack as well. So Really, really good stuff. The Eevee itself had Call for Family, so it was easy to get multiple basics down, which was fun. We have 4 Super Scoop up in here so that we can pick up our Absols and our Eeveelutions in order to try and replay their effects, which is pretty solid. And there is also a Giant Stump that was a unique sort of stadium for this time that forced people down to only 3 bench Pokemon at a given time. You might think, well, you want them to have a high bench size so that your Absol and stuff can do work, right? But part of it is that you can remove your own liabilities as well. If you shift damage from one of their guys to a different one with the Absol, you don't always want to keep this in play because it's very easy to just get 2 prizes taken from this thing, right? So then the Giant Stump could let you discard this and not have to worry about it, especially if you just fail the Super Scooper, right? Because it is on a coin flip, it can happen. Lots of really fun stuff out of this one. We even have like Professor Elm's training method in here because you can search the Eeveelution EXs with this, kind of like solving the issue of Delta and Meganium in a different way, right? And because of the inbuilt draw engine with the Porygon and stuff, it was surprisingly consistent too. Like, this deck was a ton of fun to play, and yeah, I mean, it combines a lot of my favorite Pokemon too. Like, I really love the Eevees, I really like Absol a ton as well, and Empoleon is pretty cool too, I suppose. He's a cool little penguin guy. I mean, look at that tuxedo, you can't hate that, right? On to Gen 4. Now, Matt did have to leave us in the Heart Gold Soul Silver block, but before that, in order to make sure that our history series was going to actually showcase different decks from the history of the game at this point, we did have a bit of a banning system going on at his request, and so not every card was available at all times here, despite us having a full draft. This, for the most part, was fine, because when it came to the World set, aka Majestic Dawn here, we did allow the full format to come back, and it was good, because it meant that we didn't have the issue that we had near the end of Gen 3, where it's like, okay, Matt's just going to play Manectric every single day, like session, right, and it just gets tiring. Some people did also just play like their quote-unquote meta deck of the time every time as well, and it was kind of annoying, so it was nice to be able to spice that up a little bit. And I'm very proud of a ton of my decks in this gen too. I could have picked several more from this block as well. The games might have been extremely complicated, but man, these decks were fun to play. So you'll see a lot from this gen, but I'm going to try and keep it relatively diverse here. I don't have a single SP deck on here, for example. I didn't really play that many, and most of the time they were more frustrating, I want to say, to play than the other stuff around it. But man, do I have some fun stuff to show here. Starting off with Gyarados. Now, in Mysterious Treasures, I saw this card, and I was like, I have to do something with it. This is really, really cool. Gyarados can use any of the attacks from its basic form here. If it does so, it does 30 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. In the same set, there is a Magikarp with Flail. For a single colorless energy, it does 10 for every damage counter that's on the Magikarp. Gyarados has got 120 HP, so even if you just have like 2 damage counters on this thing, it'll do 50 damage for 1 energy, but have 110 HP still and no 2 times weakness to exploit. But it gets much bigger as you put extra damage counters down on it, which is absolutely absurd. Gyarados itself also does have an attack. The Scramble Energy or the Holon's Cast Form could make this usable. For 2 water and 2 colorless, it does 80, and then flips until Tails. You choose a card from the opponent's hand without looking and discard it for every heads that you get, but you will confuse yourself if you don't flip heads at all, which is a bit of a shame. But that's totally fine, because this is your last resort sort of attack, and for the most part you're not going to use it because Flail is perfectly fine. The only reason you need to know about this is because Cessation Crystal kind of stops this, which is why we have like 4 Windstorm in the deck to try and discard that. Now you might wonder, how are we getting the damage counters on this thing if the opponent doesn't have to attack it until they can one-shot it? They're not going to, right? Well, a card I was wanting the entire time and just didn't get it because I didn't pull it in the draft was the original Gardevoir from Ruby Sapphire. The Psy Shadow Pokepower here allows you to accelerate a Psychic Energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon once per turn, and you put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon that you accelerate to. So, because Gyarados doesn't even need Water Energy to use its attack, for every Gardevoir ping that you put on it, it's 2 damage counters, so it starts at 50, but then if you accelerate twice, it goes to 70 damage on this thing, and like Magikarp's Flail is just ridiculous at that point. Really, really powerful attack. The actual Gardevoir itself could also attack sometimes because of Scramble Energy. For a single Psychic, it does 10 for each energy that's attached to both Gardevoir and the defending Pokemon. So if you did have something that had, say, free energy again on it, and you could accelerate to this and then put a Scramble on it or something, you could do some respectable damage. It is in Psychic too, which is sometimes relevant, so that was kind of neat. But it was mostly to accelerate to the Gyarados, and yeah, this thing just like got ridiculous, to be honest. The Jolteon Star is also a really good addition to this. When you put Jolteon Star from the hand to your bench, you put the damage counter on each active Pokemon, which means your Gyarados does more damage and you're putting 10 damage on the opponent, so the double plus power effect is really strong. Just a fantastic card to maintain the power level of this Gyarados here. And then in order to set up, you know, there's the Tauros here that lets you search your deck for up to 2 basics, put them onto the bench. Can also discard a Stadium in play if you bench it from hand later on, so that could be pretty useful. It doesn't have to just be a turn 1 thing. And the Mr. Mime was also pretty annoying, because any opponent that had 2 or less energy attached to them couldn't damage Mr. Mime, which was very, very irritating to deal with. We don't play the Mime Junior, so we don't have the effect prevention as well, but we're not too fussed about that, to be honest. As far as the search stuff, we do still have the Hold-On Mentor, but we have moved away from the Hold-On engine at this point, because like we have Copycat for draw, we've got the TV Reporter to, you know, get through the deck a bit more. Celio's Network is much better in Gen 4 than it is in Gen 3, because there's no EXs to get in the way now, so that just gets any Pokemon, which is really good. We have Time-Space Distortion, which was really neat in here. This is the advantage of playing History, is that we wouldn't have had to pay like $80+ to get this card at the time. You flip 3 coins, and for each head you put a Pokemon from your discard pile into your hand. So this lets you pick up the Gyarados from the discard pile very easily, which is good for recovery, absolutely. And then the sort of last bit that I want to mention here, unfortunately, Team Galactic's Wager was the only hand disruption really that we had at the time. It shuffles both players' hands into the deck. You play RPS. We have a specific tile for playing RPS in the tabletop sim, by the way, in the mod. If you win the RPS, you draw 6. If you lose it, you draw 3. It's gross, but it is the only way to disrupt the opponent, so you kinda gotta play it anyway. It was a straightforward, low-to-the-ground type of deck. Even the Quick Ball is pretty good in here. This is kind of like Fast Ball in Gen 2, but it gets the first Pokemon that shows up rather than the Evolution card. So you just flip stuff over until you get it. It's not the same as Quick Ball in Gen 8, but still a very good card nonetheless. And yeah, it didn't take much. All it took was getting like 1 Gardevoir in play and 1 Gyarados, and you could just like do crazy pressure damage at that time. Very, very good deck. Great Encounters was one that I just have to include here because I have like 3 favorite sort of decks to play in the TCG. One is the damage counter placing stuff like the Crobats and whatnot. One other one is the Energy Trans type decks with the Venusaur, the Sceptile, that sort of thing, being able to fully heal the Pokemon you shift from. And the other one is Rainbow style stuff. And the Ho-Oh, this was the first time that this sort of effect was genuinely playable. There was a Ho-Oh EX in Gen 3, but I don't think I pulled enough of it in order to even try it, and it wouldn't have been that good anyway compared to this. Ho-Oh is a 90 HP basic with a rather expensive attack. This was the thing for most of Gen 4 and like a lot of Gen 3 stuff as well. If you weren't EXs specifically, your attacks were very expensive as legendaries. For 4 colorless energy, it did 20 damage for each different type of basic energy attached to the Ho-Oh. It also did have an ability that if it got KO'd by damage and you flipped heads, you don't discard the Ho-Oh. You instead like fully heal it and discard all the cards attached except energy. The opponent still takes a prize card for it, but it meant that your Ho-Oh literally cheated death and you could attack again next turn for a lot of damage as well. Like, it was very possible to hit 120 damage with this thing if you had the opportunity to reuse it. So yeah, very strong card. Was 2 times weak to water, but that wasn't generally that much of a problem, so we were fine. The way to accelerate energy to that was with the Togekiss, which when you evolved into it from the hand, you look at the top 10 cards of your deck, and any basic energy you find there you attach across your board however you like. So this obviously works with the massive amount of energy we play in here, 19 in total, and usually we would hit anywhere from 2 to 4, and we could accelerate like ridiculous amounts with this. Also keep in mind this is Generation 4 Rare Candy, where Gens 3 and 4 you are allowed to Rare Candy your Pokemon on the turn that you played it. So like you could go bench Togepi, Rare Candy Togekiss, pull the top 10 of your deck, accelerate like 3 or 4 energy to the Ho-Oh, and then you could be attacking with it on the same turn. It was absolutely nuts. The other cool thing that came out for Great Encounters was the Claydol. This is a fantastic support piece to have around, being able to choose up to 2 cards from your hand to bottom deck, and then draw until you have 6 in hand once per turn. You do have to choose at least 1, but that's fine because you've got your top deck, and then you bottom deck that, draw 6, and that just immediately gets you back into the game. It's absolutely bonkers. The Pachirisu was pretty good as well. This was the upgrade to, or basically the spiritual successor to the Dunsparce that was good in Gen 3. Searches your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon, puts them onto the bench. That's just amazing setup for stuff here. But it was also kind of good against Cessation Crystal specifically. It's only 10 damage for its 1 colorless attack, but if the opponent's got a tool attached to it, then it does 40, discards that tool, and you discard any other copies of that tool from the opponent's hand as well. So that was really fun. I think we had actually banned Cessation Crystal at this point because it was too oppressive for the time period, but it was just really fun to see the extra bit there come in as well. The last part that was good for this deck was the Mew Delta Star. Well, it's the Star card, but it's the Delta Species one here. The water type that we had here, it's a bit hard to read because the card's a bit blurry, but Mimicry let you copy one of the opponent's Pokemon's attacks in play, so long as you had the energy you required for it. And, well, we have every different type of energy in this deck, so we probably do have the energy required to make it work, which is really fun. Otherwise, I mean, this deck didn't really need a lot of... it didn't need any sort of draw supporters, because we have all the search that we need realistically. Bebe Search allowed you to put the card from your hand on top of your deck to search for any Pokemon, so that could get your evolution stuff. Celios Network could get there. We basically just needed to establish one Claydol, and we had the entire engine that we need. Roseanne's Research could get 2 basics or basic energy if you needed some attaches as well, which is pretty good. And Crystal Beach, you'll see in the next deck as well, basically blocked Double Rainbow and Scramble energy from doing their thing. You only get 1 colorless energy on a multi energy based special energy. So Double Rainbow, Scramble, boost energy as well. Technically, I think that was still in format. Those cards basically stopped working, and that allowed you to prevent the Stage 2 decks from having these big comeback cards, where it's like, now I attach a Scramble energy to my Empoleon and I just kill you with that, right? Because you are weak to Empoleon, that is one of the issues here. Overall, I think this was easily the strongest deck in the room at the time period, and it was just so much fun to play. This deck consistently, it was like goofy, but it was consistently up there as like attaching, you know, 5 energy per turn and just Ho-Oh doing its thing consistently on the first, second turn of the game. It was just nuts. So, really fun deck to see. And then for Majestic Dawn, this was the Worlds format one. I am relatively convinced, having tested this format, that this is the strongest deck of the time. The Empoleon deck was really good, but this had a counter to it. The other sort of like pure Magmortar type deck was pretty good, but this was generally able to blow past that. And I don't know, I did not see a single other deck that was played that we did not beat with this one. So this was full format at this point. We did have access to the Cessation Crystal again, so we can talk about it here. This deck revolved around the dual typing of Fire and Grass using Magmortar and its Lv.X, and Leafeon and its Lv.X. So Magmortar, for a 110 HP Pokemon over here, is kind of big, right? It is weak to Empoleon, but only plus 30. It doesn't actually die to an Aqua Jet, which is pretty good. Its Flame Body, if it is active, allows you to remove 2 damage counters from the Magmortar if you attach a Fire Energy from hand to it. Sometimes comes up. Flame Blast does 20 for each Fire Energy that's attached to Magmortar, often reasonable, and Fireball Bazooka is the attack you'll tend to use more often. For a Fire Double Colorless, it does 40 and snipes 20 to 2 of the opponent's bench Pokemon. I do also want to note that the Magmar itself has got like an okay attack as well if you have to. Like 50 for, Flare for 20 on turn 1 is good pressure, so like, and 50 for the 2 Fire Colorless, it's alright. But we also have a Lv.X here. Lv.X Pokemon had to level up in the active. It was like an evolution, but not really. And this one gave you the burst potential for the end of the game. Torrid Wave did allow you to burn the opponent's active, and you put 3 damage counters on them if they flipped tails instead of 2. That was kind of fun. But for 4 Fire Energy, this thing was really used for Flame Bluster, which you discard 2 Fire Energy and snipe 100 on one of the opponent's Pokemon. Can't be used in consecutive turns, but that is totally fine, because you don't really care about that, but you just want to snipe 100 when it's necessary. The Eevee also had a Call for Family attack, but it was only for Eevee this time, so it wasn't particularly good, but this was the 60 HP Eevee and it wasn't 2 times weak to fighting. Lucario was a pretty good deck at this time as well, so we did have to respect that a little bit, so that's why we have to play this one. But we do have the Leafeon and its Lv.X, both very good parts to this as well. Leafeon, for 1 Grass Energy, does 30 damage and prevents the opponent retreating next turn. Very irritating text, because Switch really wasn't playable too much at this time. Like, it existed, but it was just very hard to actually use it in the format, because you just didn't have space. And Leaf Guard was like fine, but you almost never saw this attack, so it's all about the attack on the Lv.X when it comes to doing more damage. I also want to note, Leafeon resists Empoleon. It resists water, so it is much harder for that deck to deal with you if you just go the Leafeon route here. The Leafeon Lv.X goes up to 110 HP, and its Energy Forcing Pokepower can accelerate an energy from hand to one of your Pokemon once per turn. This is coming from hand, so it would still trigger the Pokebody of Magmortar as well, so you could retreat that and then go into this. And Verdant Dance works very nicely with the ability, doing 30 plus 10 for each energy across all of your Pokemon, with just a Grass and a Colorless for its attack cost too. Very, very powerful. So, ultimately, you've got the damage scaling from Magmortar and a pretty good typing for it here as well. You then have the water resistance with the Leafeon and the energy acceleration that you can do with it. These are all relatively cost-efficient cards to play as well, so that obviously helps a lot. We have the Claydol for the draw, as every deck would at this time, and then we also have a Rotom that we could use at the beginning of the game too, if we're able to discard some cards. Dual Trans for no energy whatsoever. This searches your discard pile for up to 2 basic energy, attaches them to one of your Pokemon. So really good early game build for that too. We do have Warp Points in this deck. This was your Switch out at the time. Like, regular Switch was kind of unplayable, but Warp Point was the big thing. This potentially allowed you to get around Cessation Crystal if you needed to, and it was your way to kind of force the opponent to bring in something that they really didn't want to. So, That was the hope anyway. You'd be able to bring in your guy, get around their Cessation Crystal if they only have one in play, and do a lot of damage with your new thing. It's a key thing to note that you do need to be in the active spot to level up. So sometimes if you've already got Leafeon level X, for example, but you need the Magmortar level X to come into play, you kind of need to switch out. And Leafeon, its retreat cost is big enough where you don't really want to discard those energy, right? So that often came up. The reason this deck was so strong though, as well as just being relatively cost efficient with everything and having good answers into the top decks of the time, was because it got to play as many disruption cards as it did here. Energy removal 2 is just Crushing Hammer nowadays, and it is just as annoying as Crushing Hammer would be, but yeah, you mean you don't need a lot of energy and you can draw a decent number of cards. Might as well play something that denies the opponent from having their stuff. We've got the full Crystal Beach package here as well to prevent the, again, Scramble energy from being a big thing. This was especially important against Gardy because they very often relied on their special energy stuff. And the 2 Cessation Crystal. If Cessation Crystal is on the active Pokemon, then no Pokemon in play has any abilities, no Pokepowers or Pokebodies. So this was your Gardevoir sort of thing at the time, but it was ridiculous because of being a tool card. One thing I don't have in this deck, but we did have at the time, was Castaway, which would allow you to search for the tool card, as well as a supporter card. There was one other thing it searched as well, but I don't remember what right now. But its important bits is that it could search for the Cessation Crystal, and also a supporter for the next turn. So it was just incredibly consistent to get to this thing, and basically any deck that wasn't using abilities like aggressively was using Cessation Crystal. This deck can use them, and we're still using it because it stops the opponent more than it stops us. It's a gross card, it really is, but we can run the damage efficient trade type thing because we have decent HP, we're only a stage 1, and we have good energy to cost ratios on our attacks. So like, we don't care if the opponent ends up using it against us as much, but we could use this to stop them from doing their thing quite a lot. So that was the main idea, realistically. We don't have that many grass energy specifically because we don't need them. Roseanne's research can just search out the grass energy when we need it to, and the multi-energy could also work as a grass energy on the Leafeon, and Leafeon only takes 1 grass to do its thing, so we don't even need that many in general, so it just worked out very well. Lots of draw power. The Premier Ball was also very good to either search or recover a level X. That's why we didn't need to play 2 Leafeon. You might wonder why the numbers of these look kind of weird. It's because level X Pokemon count as the same card as their like regular form, so you can only have 4 total copies between level X and not level X. It's one of the big deck building limitations of these, so we can't play 4 of this level 52 Magmortar and 1 of the level X. And sometimes you really did need this Flame Bluster just to one-shot a Claydol on the bench or something, so it was worth playing, even if it doesn't look like it. But being able to recover 1 from the discard pile immediately, rather than having to rely on night maintenance, which is super odd to work with here, you could easily justify it with this, because then it's like, well, I only have to play the 1 of this card now because I can always recycle it if I have to play it again. So yeah, extremely consistent, extremely powerful deck. I'm pretty sure this is actually the best deck of that format. It's just that kind of consistent, really. Does what it needs to do every time, and it's really powerful. So I'm going to peel back the curtain very slightly during this second half of DPP, because I want to highlight just how many decks I really would love to talk about, but if I did, we'd be here for like 10 hours, and nobody wants that, right? Right? I don't know, but it's just absolutely crazy how many sets in a row had decks that I absolutely adore here. My draft decks folder was designed to highlight the main 1 or 2 decks per video that we recorded that I liked the most, and is the basis for what we are seeing here for the most part. but oh my god, there are so many of them that were so good here. Everything from various Leafeon decks, these are not actually the ones I'd speak about here, but there was a Zapdos one that I built as well that was really fun. My anti-meta Kyogre Lantern deck was really cool. Sizzle Cherim was a really simple but fun deck to play. The Platinum's Weavile Honchkrow was amazing. Regigigas was really cool as well. Like, AMU Regigigas is just nuts, but this is much better, so there you go. Arceus even having a Magnezone deck that had like 4 different Magnezone in it. Arceus itself actually is another one that I would love to highlight, but I played it later, so spoilers, this one's getting talked about as well. And it's just absolutely nuts. The Charizard deck from Arceus as well took a little bit to get going, but oh my god, the deck is so cool. And you can see, right, I could go on for absolutely ever here, but I'm gonna highlight 2 in particular, which might not seem like a lot considering how much I love this block, but believe you me, these 2 highlight my 2 favorite aspects of this era. The first one here, Gliscor Flygon, is the most complicated deck I think I played up until this point in the entire series, and it produced my favorite game in the whole thing too versus Matt. The down to the wire aspect of this was absolutely ludicrous. And then the other deck I want to highlight, which was played during the Lux Chomp block, was the Hippowdon Lv.X, which is something that even my friends that played at the time did not really know about. So I created this archetype's a completely different style of deck than you would normally see from the standard meta at that time, and it was incredibly fun to play. It was very effective at what it was designed to do as well, and yeah, it was super powerful and awesome to see. And this is DNA's favorite deck from my stuff as well, so definitely have to highlight that. So, on to the Gliscor Flygon deck over here. It revolves around the poison effect and the paralysis effect of Gliscor Lv.X, which when you level up into this thing onto your active Gliscor, you can paralyze and poison the defending Pokemon automatically. Automatic paralysis has always been powerful, and this is no exception. And it also works with the Flygon. The main part of that is the Lv.X over here, which if it's in the active position in between turns, it will discard the top card of the opponent's deck. It has Zero Retreat as well, but the regular Flygon also does that, so it's not that special, I suppose. The regular Flygon, it was a little bit overplayed in the end, unfortunately. Like, everybody played this in everything because it just made too much sense. It got a little bit frustrating by the end of things here, I think, because it was just too good, I want to say. Even SP decks sometimes played this, and that was ridiculous. It's a 120 HP colorless Pokemon. It is weak to colorless as well. That was the dragon trait at this time. It was lightning resistant though, which was pretty good against Luxray, so there was that going for it as well. And it had the Pokebody Rainbow Float, and if any basic energy that were on the Flygon matched the type of your active Pokemon, that Pokemon had Zero Retreat. Technically it worked for the ones on the bench too, but most of the time that doesn't matter, right? There's no like targeted Grass Knot style attack. So it gave you Zero Retreat if you matched the energy type on this thing, which is Fighting and Water for this deck. So, but it worked in everything, right? Because any deck could have its type matched, right? I think the only thing it doesn't work for is colorless, right? But that's okay, because most of the time the colorless Pokemon don't really need this effect. It had a couple of good attacks too. The main one here would be Sand Wall. For 2 colorless energy, it does 40. You discard a stadium that the opponent has in play, and if you do, it has the agility effect on Flygon next turn, so that's pretty frustrating. If you were building this in a regular evolution deck though, you could use Power Swing to do like 110 damage, which is kind of nuts for free energy, but yeah, it's not really doing that here. You could, technically. I did manage to do some Power Swings during testing, but most of the time it's not actually attacking with itself, it's attacking with Trapinch's attack here, which for a fighting energy does 10 damage and prevents the opponent from retreating during their next turn. One thing to highlight in this era is that ghost types were resistant to colorless, so they took 20 less damage from that, and if you used the Memory Berry to allow Flygon to copy Sand Tomb against a ghost type Pokemon, it will not do any damage and it will keep them in play. and in the active spot. If they can't actually attack with that thing, then Flygon just gets to constantly discard the top card of the opponent's deck, and you win by deck out, which is really funny. You could also force the opponent to switch in with Inviting Trap. That was another thing that happened quite a bit as well, gusting in something directly. We did not have boss's orders or anything at this time, right? So this kind of effect was quite rare, so that also came up as well. The Gliscor Lv.X does have its own attack here, which is like okay. It does 60 for Fighting a Colorless, and you get to switch it to the bench. There was some use for this, but most of the time you're using the 0 energy Burning Poison attack here, which is bonkers, to be honest with you. The regular Gliscor only has 80 HP, but like that does not matter here because you are leveling up most of the time, and you either get to burn or poison the opponent's active, and then you get the option to return Gliscor and all cards attached to it into the hand. One of the disadvantages with the Lv.X's, especially this one, is that you have to split the line with your regular Evo. So like you can't play 4 Gliscor and 4 Gliscor Lv.X. It is 4 in total. And that can get frustrating when your ability is like only a coming into play one. So to reuse it, you actually get to use it with the Burning Poison attack, and it's just bonkers, right? You get to put this back into the hand. There isn't that much hand disruption in this format, actually. I don't even think most people were playing Team Galactic's Wager at this point, because the card is just not very good, and so most of the time it stays in the hand. It's perfectly fine. Even if it doesn't, you've got Claydol to try and pick it back up, right? So that's perfectly fine. And you automatically stun the opponent if they don't play a switch, which a lot of decks won't at this time. We've got Warp Point that we can play, but there's only so many of those in a game, right? And against most decks, you just get to stun them, and it's great. SP decks did have Poketurn. That was one of the big sort of problems with the archetype, but SP decks tended to get like beaten out before that if you powered up the Flygon, right? So that was also a thing. The other part to this is actually the Palkia Lv.X over here. It might seem complicated to put a third Lv.X in here, especially one that isn't even like an evolved Pokemon or something, so you can't use it to power up Flygon, but its restructure of Pokepower was actually incredibly important. This functionally was Double Gust. You made the opponent switch one of your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon, and then you forced them to do the same thing. So they do get to choose what you bring in, but it doesn't matter what you bring in because everything on your board is going to have 0 retreat. The only exceptions would be if you had to put down like a Uxie or an Azelf. They only have like a 1 retreat sort of thing at that point, but even Uxie, Psychic Restore could potentially just pick that back up and it's totally fine. So even that might not necessarily be a bad thing. But yeah, everything on your board should have 0 retreat because of the Flygon's ability, which allows you then to just do what you want. You gust up the opponent that can't actually touch you, and you're trying to stun them in the active and mill their deck with the Flygon. You can also take prizes, of course, if they end up dying to poison, but you can manipulate this to be on your going into your turn. So you never actually give them the opportunity to like recover from their status. It's insidious, but it is very funny at the same time. So I don't know, this one created my absolute favorite game because it was actually an SP deck, I'm pretty sure, that I played against, and it was very difficult to deal with. It came down to the very final prize, like it was 6 prizes to 1, I'm pretty sure, and it was just the absolute tightest ending to it there. I did manage to get the deck out win, but it came right down to the wire. It was absolutely absurd. Every single Poketurn came in, every single switching card came in. There was more than I expected to, and it's just nuts. You might see like all of this evolution stuff and go, how do we even get it into play quickly enough? Like, yeah, you've got Rare Candy, and it is Gen 4 Rare Candy, by the way. You do get to use this on your first turn, but like, how do we maintain this with the Gliscor? Gliscor doesn't really work well with that, right? Well, Broken Time Space is how we do that. This is one of the dumbest cards of all time, but it certainly makes decks like this function humongously. This allows you to evolve basically every time. If you've seen Forest of Giant Plants, you know the idea with this. You can evolve a Pokemon that you've just played or already evolved during that turn. So you can go Gligar, Gliscor. You can't level up that Gliscor because it needs to that needs to wait a turn still. But if you get 2 Gliscor in play, you can level up 1 and then use Burning Poison, put it back into hand, and then the other Gliscor can get evolved. But the one that you put back into hand last turn, you can just go Gligar, evolve to Gliscor, and you keep the chain going absolutely flawlessly. Overall, it's just it's a convoluted deck, but it's a really awesome one to see, and yeah, my favorite game of all time came from this one, so I've got to mention it, right? The most creative one for me, though, was this Hippowdon deck over here. Hippowdon is kind of similar to Blissey, which I did rail on back in Mysterious Treasures. It has the ability Sand Cover, which allows it to spread damage to the opponent's level X's if it's in the active spot. That is actually relevant, because the SP level X's were pretty annoying, to say the least, so it was quite nice to be able to damage them every turn. Save Sand is the main attack here though, does 20 plus 10 for each energy that's on Hippowdon, but before doing damage you can accelerate a fighting energy from your discard pile to it, so that's kind of cool. That's the Blissey part of it here, because Blissey's Happy Chancing, I think it was called, does basically exactly the same as that, so that's neat, I suppose. But it also has a couple of attacks that Blissey does not. It has Groundquake for 2 fighting and 2 colors that does 80 and 10 to each bench Pokemon that isn't evolved. So this basically is just a nice little spread damage acquirer here as well, which is pretty cool. But it has an attack from Hippowdon Level-X as well, which sometimes comes into play too. Hippowdon Level-X has got 130 HP compared to the 110 of the base form, which is pretty decent. Now, as long as you're not up against a water deck, you're going to be okay with stuff here. And its double shoot attack for the same energy cost as Groundquake will discard 2 fighting on it and do 40 to 2 of the opponent's benched Pokemon. So, pretty good to finish things off here. But the main thing that Hippowdon Level-X was good at was Sand Reset. Once per game, I think this might be the only once per duel effect, if you will, in Pokemon history. Kind of funny how that works out. Once per game, you can force each player to shuffle all cards in play, except Pokemon and supporters, into their deck. So, this allows you to remove all of the energy that's in play, it removes all of the tools that are in play, it removes the stadium card that's in play, and you get to go back to nothing, and that can be devastating for a lot of the SP decks after they've already done their big Cyrus chains and everything. So it can just devastate a board if you use it at the right time. And that was really the main feature for it here, is you were to kind of outlast the enemy a fair bit here, and then your idea was to be able to use the save sand in order to recover energy from your discard pile, because your discard pile is not in play, right? So this would let you accelerate back up with the Hippowdon, and you just got to be a bit more efficient than they were by that point, and it was pretty fun. The way that we got this started up was with Sableye, that allowed you, if you know, we've seen Sableye in the broken part of this when Black and White first came out, but it was a really good general card too at this time. 60 HP, if it's in the active spot at the start of the game, then you go first guaranteed, which usually wasn't like the greatest in Gen 4 because you couldn't play a supporter card going first, but the thing that you could do was attack, and Impersonate let you search for your deck for a supporter card, discard it, and then use it as the effect of this attack. So you were able to use something like Roseanne's Research for the next turn, or you could grab the Bebe Search if you really needed to. Something like Faulkner's Philosophy could let you recover cards in hand, depends how much you could play. And yeah, this was what I wanted to do for the first like 2-3 turns or so, and using things like Felicity's Drawing here as well to discard energy cards in order to fuel the Hippowdon later on was pretty cool. But a little known fact maybe, because it wasn't played very much historically, VS Seeker was also in format at this time. And this was in Supreme Victors. Not many decks played it, because I guess not many really needed to, but discarding a supporter card to use for Sableye means that it's in your discard pile for the next turn, right? So then VS Seeker can get it back, and you can do all sorts of fun stuff with that too. Really, really good combination, and starting Sableye basically meant this deck was like always going to set up. It was absolutely phenomenal. Regirock was the last bit that was worth noting for the Pokemon here. If you have a Fighting Energy card in your discard pile, you can discard 2 cards from the hand to accelerate that Fighting Energy to Regirock. You might think that doesn't sound very good because Regirock's attack is not amazing, but Stark Mountain will then let you move one of your Fire or Fighting Energy from one of your Pokemon to another one. And that's really good. I used this a lot with Leafeon as well, actually, in that Leafeon Moltres sort of build, but it works very well here because you discard 2 energy preferably, get 1 onto Regirock, shift that energy to the Hippowdon, and then Hippowdon's Save Sand lets you do all of the stuff you want from there as well. Really, really good stuff. This can let you refuel if you have this in hand. It can let you refuel after you sand reset too, which is good. The other cool highlight trainer card from here is Pokédrawer. This is the equivalent of like custom... No, not custom catcher. What was the... I forget what it was later on. Is you play 2 of them at the same time, and if you play 2 of them simultaneously, you get to search your deck for up to 2 cards. I know we had Puzzle of Time, right? That was the search your discard for 2. I thought we had this effect otherwise later too, but I completely forget this time. But the point is, you can use this as a cycle card if you need to, but if you get 2 of them at the same time, then you just get to pick and choose what you want out of your deck. And it might sound like that's unlikely, but it's a bit more common than you would think here, which is pretty interesting to think about. If we needed a little bit more damage, we do have Buck's Training over here, draw 2 and then do 10 more damage to the active Pokemon, so we could actually score some pretty interesting KOs. One of the fun things about Groundquake is that a lot of the SP decks were like 90 HP, maybe 100 at most. So if you manage to get a couple of Groundquakes on them, then you could easily, you know, do that bonus damage and be very relevant with it. But also just a combination of the sniping effect here, it's quite useful. The other card that was sometimes really good to use was Cyrus's Initiative. This is if you already had a pretty solid start with your Sableye. This is something you could pick up in order to try and disrupt the opponent's start. For each heads that you flip out of 2 coins, you choose one of the card in the opponent's hand after looking at it and bottom deck it. So if they don't have a lot of supporter cards, then you can snipe it out of their hand, and it's very annoying for them. And that was the highlight of this era, for me, was this deck, because it was very, very powerful into a lot of the SP comps, and with SP being the strongest archetype at the time, and it wasn't even close, this was a really good pick to have. And it highlights the diversity of deck types that you can build during this too. Seeing VS Seeker and Sableye as like a 4. I did not see very many lists playing this sort of thing, but it really shows just what you could do if you put your mind to it in this block, and I found that incredibly fun. Heart Gold Soul Silver was also another extremely fun block to play. It did kind of go off the rails very slightly with Junk Arm and Pokemon Reversal coming in, but that's more of a black and white problem. This era introduced way better consistency tools than we'd had so far. Pokemon Communication, the return of Pokemon Trader from the base set, right? But we'd not seen universal Pokemon search in the game since then, which was utterly ridiculous. The Professor Oak's New Theory being one of the best draw supporters of all time, to be honest with you. Like, Research is arguably the best one ever, but Shuffle Draw 6 is ungodly powerful, and we were dealing with stuff like discard 2, draw 4, or discard 1, draw up to 6 at this time. It was like, this blew everything out of the water, which was so refreshing to see in an era dominated solely by Claydol, right? To see something that you didn't have to rely on that way, super, super good. Double Colorless Energy made its return as well, for better and for worse. A lot more attacks were colorless based than they used to be, including the SP decks, so like that was a thing, right? But it was still very, very impactful for the game, and it took until literally Gen 8 before they actually got rid of this card, which is kind of wild to think about. I'm only going to highlight 2 decks again here, but that's not because I didn't like the decks. Once again, there's only so many I can talk about, but a lot of the decks I played this time round were Typhlosion variants. Like, there were actually 3 different ones, and I'm only going to talk about one as a result. But the other 2 that I played was one with Rayquaza Deoxys Legend, who could do 150 damage and just blow up whatever you want on the opponent's board, which was pretty fun. There was the Arceus-based Charizard deck that did more damage for every fire Pokemon that you had on your bench. That did play quite a bit of Typhlosion as well to fuel the attacks consistently there. So I'm gonna show the more fun Charizard deck up here. And then there was a Leafeon Magmortar deck with status condition manipulation stuff I tried to do a little bit ahead of its time. We'll get into the proper version of that in the Black and White blog. So, let's highlight the Typhlosion deck that I enjoyed the most here, which actually involves Charizard G Lv.X, of all things here. This is such a goofy deck that shouldn't really have worked, but it did because Charizard is dumb, right? Charizard G Lv.X is one of the biggest sort of Charizard style cards of, in a long time here. He's got a big number, he takes a huge amount of energy, he potentially discards all of those energy, and he don't care about anything. He just hit for big number, and that was it. The thing is, 150, potentially 170 damage with Expert Belt was enough to one-shot everything in the game at this point. So it was actually kind of worth it, and it just kind of worked with the Typhlosion stuff pretty well. It's got 120 HP on its own, which is quite nice, but its call for power is the main thing here. As often as you like during your turn, you may move an energy from one of your Pokemon to the Charizard G Lv.X over here, and that lets you fuel this gigantic 2-fire, 3 colorless Malevolent Fire cost to do that 150 breakpoint, and discard all the energy if you flip tails. But it's got a lot of colorless in its cost, so DCE works with it, and if you put the energy gain, this is one of the big things SP decks were really good at. If you could attach the energy gain to it, then it's 2 fire and 2 colorless, which is much more payable when Typhlosion accelerates energy. Typhlosion Prime was the main one, but I do have one of the Mysterious Treasure Typhlosion in here as well. Afterburner lets you search your discard pile for a fire energy, attach it to one of your Pokemon, then put a damage counter on that Pokemon. I want to highlight Flare Destroy as well, because this attack definitely came up a ton. 2 fire and a colorless to do 70, you discard an energy from the Typhlosion, but you also discard an energy from the defending Pokemon as well. So very good disruption aspect there. If you can't one-shot, 2-shot with disruption. The Mysterious Treasure Typhlosion did not have to damage the Pokemon that it accelerated fire energy to, but it could only accelerate to the bench, so it wasn't quite as good. But sometimes you really don't want to damage everything all the time. Sometimes you can't afford to put extra damage on the bench, right? So this allowed you the ability to just like keep yourself without as much damage in play, so that was kind of neat too. There was also a non-ability Typhlosion that I did play one of because of the Mewtwo Lv.X potential. Mewtwo Lv.X didn't take any damage from basic Pokemon, non-evolved Pokemon specifically, so you did kind of need a check to that, and this was that check. It did 120 damage for 2 fire and a colorless, discarded any 2 energy from Typhlosion, so if you put DCE as the cost here, yes, you're overpaying on the attack, but you only discard 1 DCE, so that can sometimes be beneficial as well. And this one-shot Mewtwo Lv.X, so it's a pretty good check to that as well. You might think, well, we don't have Claydol in here, and how are we getting all the energy in the discard in a format so famous for not discarding its stuff? Ninetales is the thing here. This absolutely gorgeous looking artwork, by the way. 90 HP, and it has Roast Reveal, which once during your turn, discard a fire energy from your hand and draw 3 cards. This ability has been so good that it has come back like 2 separate times in the TCG, and it has been pretty good every time as far as I know. Like the Salazzle especially was really good, so yeah, lots of fun to be had here. Vulpix itself is also kind of noteworthy, actually using the shiny one here because of Find Wildfire. For no energy, you can search your deck for up to 2 fire energy cards and put them into the hand. So you can do this on your first turn, and then you have the energy already available to discard with Roast Reveal, which is pretty good. So yeah, the whole deck was based around getting this whole 150 damage thing set up. It just like fires a bunch of evolution in play. You've got Pokecom in order to get whatever Pokemon you needed to hand at time. Broken Time Space as usual for the evolution acceleration. Very good for Ninetales especially here. The rare candies could immediately get Typhlosions out too, so if you could get some combination of that going, you could be attacking extremely quickly, and that is quite dangerous in its own right. So yeah, surprisingly super consistent considering the evolution setup, but I mean, you've got a draw engine in here as well, right? So it's pretty standard for the time. Very consistent and very, very powerful because you could just melt whatever the opponent had in the active spot. It's very cool. Arceus was such a fun deck to play. Like, this is one of the most unique decks I think I've ever played in the history of the game. And I did enjoy playing it a few times, but I ultimately ended up playing it in the Unleashed set because I think it had the best overall matchup spread at that point. Arceus is a very creative Pokemon that does not have a limit as to how many of them you can play in your deck at any one time. So even though every single one of these cards is named Arceus, and there are a bunch of different level X's I didn't end up playing as well, there's like 2 other ones that you could play here, even though they've all got the Arceus name, they don't count as a 4 of. You can play as many as you want or need to. There's an Arceus for every type, and the level X actually has the multi-type Pokebody that shares the same type as its previous level, so that can be pretty good. Each one of them does have an individual weakness type as well, which can be sort of frustrating. There's at least a resistance on the ones that have resistance normally. Arceus Ground in particular here is pretty good for having a lightning resistance, nice against the Luxray. And the level X does not actually keep that resistance, but it doesn't have a weakness either, so that can be quite fun to play around with too. The level X in play at this point allows you to use the attacks of any Arceus you have in play, so long as you have the energy to pay for that attack. And the reason it kind of worked in Heart Gold Soul Silver more than its own set is because of double colorless energy, right? All of these Arceus do some pretty fun things, but a lot of them will take DCE as part of the cost for their attack, and so it was just a bit too slow to get them all going beforehand, but now with DCE in play this actually works out very well. To go over what they do real quick, the Dark Arceus over here does 20 for a Darkness and a Colorless, but if you have more prize cards left than the opponent, it does 80 instead, so that's a really good cheap attack to use. 80 does take care of a lot of SP Pokemon, so that was pretty good. The Grass one was mostly here for the type diversity, but it was very good against spread decks as well. The Grass Colorless cost of this does 30 and removes 3 damage counts from each of your bench Pokemon, so if the opponent was trying to spread damage you out of the game, this was the one you would go to deal with that. The main damage dealer was the Fire Arceus. For a Fire and 2 colors, it does 80, but if you flip Tails, it discards 2 energy from itself. So once again, same 2 energy, not 2 fire energy, so you can use DCE as the discard here. A lot of Arceus decks would focus like on this one specifically and play 3 of it. I found that 2 was fine in the end. I wanted more individual types to play around with here. The Water Arceus does 50 for a Water and 2 colors, and its attack damage is not affected by resistance, Pokepowers, Pokebodies, or any other effects, so that's kind of neat. It does allow you to punch through the Mewtwo, which would otherwise wall the deck, right? So that's pretty fine. The Lightning one for a Lightning in the colors does 30 and switches itself to the bench. Noteworthy that this and the Dark one only have 70 HP normally, so these are often good targets for the level X in the first place. The Psychic Arceus for Psychic in 2 colors does 40 and confuses. Not really too useful, but is one of the only things you could use against Machamp, so I guess that was the main thing you would want for it. And then the Ground one does 60 for a fighting and 2 colorless, and it does 10 damage to each of your own bench Pokemon. Not an attack you want to use most of the time, but again, fighting type weakness, sometimes you do need to hit this. A lot of Pokemon in the format were weak to fighting, so this one actually came up quite a bit. You might notice I didn't talk about the colorless Arceus over here, and that's because it is a special boy that doesn't often attack early, but definitely will after a couple of turns here. It has a 0 energy attack, but it requires you to have 6 different types of Arceus in play. If you can achieve that, then you get to search your deck for a basic energy and attach 1 basic energy to each of your Arceus in play, which is just ridiculous, to be honest with you. This is the snuggly generator of this era, which is why I love this deck so much, to be honest, because spoilers, that one's going to come up in the future as well. I love this whole like accelerated energy to everything. Doesn't matter how you do it, it doesn't matter what, just do it to everything, it's great. For free colorless energy, you get to choose one of the opponent's Pokemon in play, snipe 80 to that, gee that's Claydol, I wonder how good that is, huh? Snipe 80 to that Pokemon, and then Lost Zone all of the energy that is on this Arceus. So, yeah, very, very strong attack. If you can copy this with one of the type-based ones, then you can score some one-shots on active Pokemon, but you're probably going to use a different Arceus to do that. But what this ends up being really strong for is, again, sniping down Claydol, right? But 80 damage is enough to KO a lot of stuff in one shot on the bench. Like, all of the bench hitter stuff tends to get dusted by this. That's one of the reasons Ninetales was so strong, actually, as a support Pokemon, because it didn't die in one hit to this, which is pretty good. But yeah, the idea, of course, is if you have a good type weakness against the opponent, you tend to want to Lv.X that type, that Arceus in particular, and then use whichever attack makes the most sense to use at that time, right? So if you have a deck that's, you know, fire on the opposing side, Lv.X the Arceus water into this guy, and then you can use your stronger attacks that actually will one-shot the opponent's Typhlosion Prime, for example. So, yeah, work out which type the opponent is weak to, hit them with the appropriate Lv.X, do the fun stuff with it. The main difficulty here was getting every Arceus into play, like you did need all the different types. There are 8 total different types, so there's at least that going for you, but you need to get to all of those. To that end, we have Triple Pokemon Collector, we do have Call Energy in here. This is a very prominent staple for the era, but it allows you to end your turn by searching your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon, puts them onto the bench. We do have the Dual Ball as well, that you flip 2 coins and for each heads, get a basic Pokemon out. Arceus itself has its own search card, that's what makes it more consistent than average. It lets you search for any Arceus card and put it into the hand, so the more beginning doors that you have here, the better. And with all of the search stuff that you have here, like this often can get the Lv.X as well, but we do have Premier Ball to search your deck or discard pile for the Lv.X. This is one of the things I've played a lot, but haven't really highlighted in the other decks here, but it's very prominent for this deck, because you are going to level up your active one, Arceus, like a lot, and it is going to take a lot of hits. It's probably going to go down pretty quickly, but you have recovery for it immediately here, which is really good. Our draw engine was quite consistent here because we had 4 Professor Oak's New Theory and 4 Volkner's Philosophy. You could discard a card from your hand with Volkner, but draw until 6 was the idea. So because we play so many cards out, we had a reasonable amount of search items and whatnot here that allowed us to draw a bunch of cards with the Volkner, right? We could even discard excess copies of some of these if we really didn't need them at the time. So that was also a thing. And then Ultimate Zone was the other fun bit for Arceus. It allows you to move an energy card from one of your benched Pokemon to the active Arceus as often as you liked per turn. Arceus only really worked with itself, so you never played these cards in other decks, to be honest. I guess you could possibly play the Bright Flame one in a fire deck, but it's just not tanky enough, right, to really justify that. So it only really worked for you, but this allowed you to convert that like attach an energy to everything thing into absorb it to one guy and do the damage you need there, right? The other huge thing for this, like a lot of decks, was Expert Belt. I want to highlight this as one of like the best cards of this little block here. It was in the latter half of, basically the end of the DPP era, and it allows you to do 20 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. You gain 20 HP as well, but you give up an additional prize card if the opponent KOs you. The kind of return of a multi-prize mechanic, if you will. But yeah, this card was obviously insanely powerful as well. It just was like, you've got to pick and choose your moments, right? But it allows you to have a 140 HP type Arceus suddenly doing like 100 damage with the Bright Flame, or, you know, 70 go through effects type of thing. Even 50 with Lightning Turn was pretty good. And yeah, strong option to have for sure. There was a lot of energy in here because you did need to Lost Zone quite a few as well. You did need to have enough basic energy that you could accelerate around. These were pretty much designed for the best attacks of the deck. Yeah, Water was actually one of the best ones because punching through damage reductions and stuff was pretty good. And yeah, you don't want to play that many Rainbow because you can't accelerate Rainbow out of the deck. So it's kind of a funny one to think about that way. But if you did need to use the Grass or the Psychic attack, then these were available as well. But you just didn't need those attacks very often, so we didn't want to focus too much on those as actual attacking types here. Overall, incredibly fun deck. If you are into playing the Heart Gold Soul Silver era, I would definitely consider playing this. I probably wouldn't play it in the Arceus set itself, because I think I tried, but without double colorless energy, most of these attacks are too expensive, so I think I would wait until at least Heart Gold Soul Silver, but once you get there, man, this deck is a lot of fun to play. I think I waited until this set specifically, yeah, because of Dual Ball over here. This came out in Unleashed, so this was just the extra bit of consistency I needed. Because what's better than 4 or 5 draw item, search cards? 7. It's pretty good. Now, when it comes to Black and White, basically all of the good stuff comes in the second half. The first half of Black and White really wasn't great. It was the massive return of big basics, especially with the EXs coming out, and honestly, just very small sets, mostly not too impactful. And it kind of made things very difficult to play when rotation happened and it was Black and White on, and there was maybe like 100 playable cards or something. It was just a bit silly. However, I do want to highlight one pre and one post rotation deck, partly to show some differences here, but mostly because I just couldn't not show this one. I had to recreate this deck because it was just so cool. I really loved playing this one. I would not recommend playing Heart Gold Soul Silver to Dark Explorers if you are a fan of your sanity, because let's just say Junkarm plus Pokemon Catcher should not exist in the same format, especially with you. However, I can't deny just how fun this deck was to play and how surprisingly powerful it ended up being too. So, Darkrai with Magnezone. Now, Magnezone was a deck that was known for quite a long time at this point. This was a Worlds winner with Magnaball, right? And was very strong with Yanmega as well. There was a bunch of different cool things it could do. It's a 140 HP Stage 2 Lightning type. It is weak to Fighting, which is the huge Achilles heel of this deck, with Terrakion being in format, but gotta take your L somewhere, right? It allows you once per turn to draw until you have 6 cards in your hand, which is really cool. And then Lost Burn was a very viable attack too. For a Lightning and the Colorless, it does 50 damage for each energy that you put into the Lost Zone. You can put those energy from anywhere on your board into the Lost Zone. So the goal here was to remove 4 in order to do 200 damage and KO everything in the game. At this point, the HP total had hit 180 as the target. There was Eeveelutions in format as well that could give you 20 extra damage reduction, basically 20 extra HP functionally on your EXs, so 200 was the target you had to hit, and Magnezone just so happened to hit that, which was pretty good. The other kind of neat thing it could do is if it Lost Zoned free energy, that KOs basically everything that wasn't one of these big EXs, so that was also very nice as a highlight point. The Dark package was very well established immediately in Dark Explorers. That was the whole point of the set, right? But it was the Darkrai Sableye, so the combination here. You might think Magnezone would have way too high of a retreat cost for it to be viable with stuff here, but Darkrai EX, if you have a Darkness Energy on your Pokemon, gives that Pokemon 0 retreat. Its Night Spear attack is also legendary, and still copied to this day, it's that powerful. For 2 Darkness and a Colorless, it does 90 and snipes 30 to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. This could actually kill the very weak basics. Like, this effectively stopped baby Pokemon from being playable at the last point of this format, and the Dynamo choice from Raybor decks required you to play, like, the lightning type, the 40 damage one, even the 40 HP one, because otherwise you just get Night Spear turn 1 and you are very sad. So yeah, huge Pokemon, resistant to Psychic, so it was resistant to Mewtwo. It was still like a 2-shot war between the two of them, but the resistance really helped you if you didn't have that much energy established. And yeah, just incredibly powerful Pokemon all around, defined many years of the game. It was combined with Sableye, which is a 70 HP Dart type that does not have a weakness, so I guess it doesn't get killed by like early damage from fighting types, unlike the rest of the decks. That's kind of a thing. And it's here for Junk Hunt. Sometimes Confuse Ray had to get used, but it's really here for Junk Hunt. For a Darkness Energy, put 2 item cards from your discard pile into your hand. And you may notice a stark difference from the decks that we've been playing so far, is that this one has so many item cards in it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 24 items in this deck, which is utterly ridiculous. But when you have an ability that lets you draw like up to 6 every turn, and you have such a ridiculous amount of recovery for these things, it just makes sense, right? To get more energy into play, we have Dark Patch, which accelerates the basic Dark from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon, specifically bench Darkness Pokemon. You cannot do this to just anything, but that's fine, that's what we really want most of the time. We obviously play the dual balls. We have Junk Arm, which is your dowsing machine-ish thing here. Discard 2 cards from the hand, set your discard pile for a trainer card, which at this point was an item card. Put that card into the hand. So yeah, very versatile obviously. We have Pokemon Catcher, which is the Gust option here. Is literally Gust of Wind. This should never have been printed as an item card. It got errated into the modern day, where you have to flip for it again, because this effect is just too strong. But that is what we're dealing with here. None of the stuff on the bench is safe if you just gust up the thing that you need. And now we're into Gen 5, Rare Candy does not allow you to evolve on the turn that you play the Pokemon, which is very sad, but probably necessary for the ongoing health of the game. I do want to note the Shaman here as well. I haven't mentioned this yet, but this Shaman was used in quite a few different decks of this time. If you play it from hand to bench, you can move your energy around your board as much as you want, so you can get your energy into the correct places to do the attacks that you need, which is pretty good. And yeah, the only supporters that we needed to play was 4N, and probably my favourite supporter of the block, and one that I always wanted to try and jam in, Sage's Training. So N is like Iono, except it shuffles into the deck. Each player shuffles their hand into their deck specifically, draws a card for each of their remaining prize cards, so very good in the early game, but if the opponent is aggressively going ahead of you in the game, then you can do some pretty fun stuff with that. Keep in mind that if you do not have very many prizes left, but you have a Magnezone in play, N barely affects you, because you just get to ignore it pretty much, which is always fun. And then Sage's Training is a super aggressive early game thing. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck, choose 2 of them to put into the hand, discard the other 3. Keep in mind that Black and White is the era that allows you to attack going first, so if you discard a bunch of items or something, then Sableye can get them back. So this can often be costless, right? But it also lets you discard Darkness Energy in order to accelerate them with Dark Patch. It's utterly ridiculous. Ultra Ball also came out in Dark Explorers, and this is the thing that I really wanted for my Stage 2 to be consistent. So yeah, discard 2, search your deck for any Pokemon, search your deck for the Magnezone, evolve into the thing. It's pretty great. Another highlight from this block, I think, is this Smeargle, but it could often be a downside if the opponent was cheeky about it. you look at the opponent's hand if this is in the active spot, like you look at their hand once per turn. If they have a supporter card there, you are allowed to use, and you must use, one supporter card out of their hand as the effect of this power. If they only had Juniper in hand, that meant that you had to discard your hand and draw 7 even if you didn't want to. The plus side of this, of course, is that it could act as an extra supporter per turn, but the downside is horrific, and honestly it kind of fueled this like low supporter count play thing that we see here, and sometimes we see this in the modern game as well. A lot of decks like maybe on 5-6 supporters and everything else is a boss, right? So it's for a different reason, but it's funny that it kind of originated a little bit here as well. Post-rotation, I do have another Darkrai deck, but it is using the Hydreigon from Dragon's Exalted here. Dragon's Exalted was the first set that introduced the Dragon type properly into the TCG, and we see it to this day. In Generations 5 and 6, the Dragon type was weak to itself, not resistant to anything, and it still had the multi-energy thing as it does nowadays. But in I think it was only Gen 5 actually. In Gen 6 it became weak to the Fairy type, and then when the Fairy type went away and eventually they reintroduced dragons in mid-Gen 8, they have no weakness or resistance anymore. But the dragon self-weakness was actually very relevant for a couple of decks in this block, so keep that in mind, I suppose, if you explore this format yourself. Hydreigon allowed you to move Darkness Energy from your board to as much as you like during your turn. It's energy trance, right? I told you right near the start one of my favorite archetypes of all time was like the Leafeon energy trance type thing, right? And this, it even has the max potion part, you know? This is basically single target Pokemon Center, fully heal one of your Pokemon, then discard all energy on that Pokemon. Well, what if it doesn't have any energy anymore because you've moved them all away with the Hydreigon? Suddenly you just get to full heal the thing, and it's great. And it's also an item card, so Sableye can recover it if you need to, and you can start to see why I like this. Hydreigon also has a pretty solid attack in its own right. For a Psychic 2 Dark and a Colorless, it does 140, discards 2 Dark on this Pokemon. The Psychic is a bit of a weird one, but that's where the Blend energy comes in here. These were introduced in Dragon's Exalted, there's 2 different ones. They provide 4 different types of energy, it's like half of a rainbow, but they don't put damage counters on you. And Rainbow Energy, I think, was rotated at this point, because I'm pretty sure Rainbow was in maybe the Heart Gold Soul Silver block, but it didn't come back until X and Y. So these little half ones were the main thing we had. We had Prism Energy, but that only works if it's attached to a basic Pokemon, so it doesn't actually let you do the thing with Hydreigon, which is pretty sad. Otherwise, it's the same sort of Darkrai package that we saw before, just with the busted stuff like Junk Arm kind of rotated at this point. You know, sad to see no Pokemon communication, right? But Ultra Ball is a pretty good thing in its place, so there's that. The other attacking cards here, there's a Shaman EX, only has 110 HP, but Revenge Blast allows you to do 30 plus 30 for each prize card the opponent has taken for just a Grass and a Colorless, so this was a pretty easy thing to fuel late game to do 150, possibly 180 damage if you can get to just one prize left. So that's pretty cool. And then Sigilif came out in Dragon's Exalted, I think, as well, that allows you to prevent all effects of attacks, including damage, done to this Pokemon by EXs. And then it only takes 1 Psychic as part of its attack cost. 50 plus 10 for each energy on the opponent is not a lot, but it is enough to do like a free shot on most things, and when you're protected from EXs, then sometimes that's all that really matters, and that's all you actually need. So still pretty respectable. The other highlight cards, I mean, I want to highlight the supporters because this was literally all that we had to play with. We had N, we had Professor Juniper, which is discard your hand, draw 7, and then we had Bianca, which was draw until 6 in hand. Literally the only other draw support, the only other consistency support in the entire format was Sharon, which was draw 3 and was terrible. We did not play Sharon. So because we don't have very many like tools to use that way, we do have a random receiver, which we have 2 of them actually, which is like Fastball, but or old school Quick Ball, but for supporter cards. Reveal the top card of your deck until you reveal a supporter, put it into the hand. Because there were so few good supporters to play, we really just wanted the extra consistency here, and it is an item, so we can recover it with Sableye. Just like Super Odd that just came back as well in Noble Victories, so this was also pretty strong. We could use this with Sableye too, so we never really ran out of resources if we managed our stuff correctly. The last thing we had was Tool Scrapper, which was mostly for the Gardevoir matchup actually, because Gardevoir came out in Dragons Exalted as well, and if it has a tool attached to it, you don't have abilities. If you don't have abilities, it means you don't have Dark Trance, so half the deck falls apart, and this was a Sableye recoverable way of stunting those. It also got rid of Eeveelutions, which was necessary, because man oh man, this was a hard format to do damage in if you reduce the damage you were taking by 20. It was still frustrating that this was on basics only, but I do understand, like with the reference here being the Eeveelutions itself, I get it, but man, basic Pokemon, especially the EXs, I think that was the bit that really got me, is that it should not work on EXs, because in this era, every EX was a legendary and or fully evolved, but legendary was the thing for Gen 5. Should not work on those, they don't evolve in the first place, so, Anyway, point is, this deck was really fun. It had basically everything. You got the item recovery, you've got consistent damage with Darkrai, you've got the Hydreigon that allows you to move energy around so that your max potion can full heal, you've got the tanking of the Eeveelutions. We play this instead of Dark Claw just because we want to survive longer. We don't necessarily care quite so much about killing them quickly because we can heal past stuff, right? So, and Darkrai's Night Spear is still 2 shots, that's usually enough anyway. But it kind of just had like everything. It even had space for tech stuff too. It's one of my favourite decks of Gen 5 for sure. It's just consistently decent. It's never like the top tier. I think this might have been tier like 1.5 or something, maybe tier 1, depending on who you ask for this particular set. But like it was always decent. Never necessarily the best deck in the room, but always one that had a shot at winning any game it went into, which was very cool. Now the Black and White 2 era of the TCG, this is when it actually starts getting good for Generation 5. And it's not just nostalgia talking. I did start with Boundaries Crossed on PTCGO, that's when I effectively officially started playing the Pokemon TCG, but it's not just nostalgia bias. The second half of Black and White really just had a much better card pool than the first half. And it's kind of fun because you'd think it's just going to be more EXs the whole time like it was in Next Destinies and all of that, right? But actually no. Like most of my favourite decks in this time were off meta admittedly, but they had a lot of really cool stuff going for them and they could go toe to toe with these EX decks. It was surprisingly good, to be honest with you. So I have 2 decks each from Plasma Storm and Plasma Freeze to go over here. And that's just because, well, Plasma Storm, Plasma Freeze had my 2 favourite decks. I have to note the stupidest one that I've ever built and just had so much fun with. And, well, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my favourite meta deck of the time. We'll go into why this is later on, but yeah, I really enjoyed the Blastoise Black Kyurem stuff. I want to honourable mention Team Plasma as an archetype, because the deck is really strong and really cool. You could build it a ton of different ways, but I didn't really play it very much for the History series. I left it to everybody else to play. I mostly used it for testing sessions and whatnot, so yeah, I didn't play it nearly as much in this series because it wasn't the goal of what I wanted to play other stuff, right? I have more fond memories of stuff like Ninetales and Mungus over here. Man, this deck is really cool. Ninetales itself, this is the evolution of that Leafeon Magmortar idea that I tried to mention before as an honourable thing, but this is the actual good one. Ninetales over here is a 90 HP fire type. It takes just a single fire energy to attack with Hex Flame, which is really useful. This whole deck is like 1 energy the attack, and it does 20 plus 50 for each special condition that's on the defending Pokemon. Normally that is going to be 2, so you do 120 damage for a single energy on a single prize Pokemon, and it also has Bright Look, which is Luxray GL Lv.X's ability, right? When you evolve into this thing from your hand, you get to gust up one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. You might think that's not really too useful in a format where Pokemon Catcher is a thing, and sure, we do still play 2 Catcher, but it's useful just to have the extra out to it rather than having to be solely on an item, because then you can play more other stuff like in that spot, and we do want other things in this deck to work with our status conditions. I want to note the Lv.X will auto burn the opponent if you use its attack, which can actually matter. Burn at this time is still the flip to take damage as opposed to the flip to remove it, so it's not guaranteed to do the damage part, but this could be a third status condition if the opponent doesn't switch, and often these big heavy EXs don't like switching that often, so that's still possible. The Amoonguss that pairs with this has Spore Prize. When you evolve from your hand into this 90 HP grass type Pokemon, you get to automatically confuse and poison the opponent. So this obviously synergizes very well with the Ninetales, because that lets you do 120 guaranteed. You also have the option of Hypnotoxic Laser instead if you don't have the Amoonguss to hand, or if you don't have a way of evolving again with the thing. This allows you to also poison the opponent, but if you flip heads, it also puts them to sleep. One of the most infamous cards in this era, because it just allows you essentially an extra 30 damage on the opponent with the Bank City Gym over here. Poison Pokemon take 20 more damage in between turns, but the sleep flip was also just a 1 in 4 chance to stop the opponent from moving next turn, and a lot of decks had a really hard time with that. So often wasn't the most fun thing to go against on the opposing side, especially later on with stuff like Seismitoad, Quaking Punch, etc. But in this deck, it's mostly used as an enabler for our main damage output, which is super cool. We also have the Sableye in here because the Blend Energy allows you to use Dark and Fire at the same time. Last time in the Darkrai Hydreigon deck, it was using the Grass and Psychic components to it, but this time the Fire component comes in, and that's really useful. So this allows us to just reuse our stuff early on in the game, which is pretty good. You'll notice we have basically all 90 HP Pokemon only in this deck, or less, so Level Ball coming in from like Next Destinies actually ends up being super good here. We don't need to play Ultra Ball because none of our stuff requires that, with the exception of Mew EX over here. And this is only really here because it beats Mewtwo in the one-on-one fight. This allows you to copy the attack of any Pokemon in play so long as you have the energy to use it. So here we're using it for Hexed Flame in order to hit Mewtwo EX for weakness and one-shot that guy. So that's the general idea. It gives us an extra attacker here as well. It does give up 2 prizes, whereas the rest of the deck is a single prize thing, but if you're trading 2 prizes for 2 prizes, you can often get away with that, so that works out quite nicely. But this is the only Pokemon that you can't search with a Level Ball, so we don't really need Ultra Ball, right? We have 1 Pokemon Communication in here in case we do need to pick up the guy, or if we want to put a Pokemon back that we are about to Juniper away. So we don't want to discard stuff in this deck if we can help it, right? So that ends up working out quite nicely. Emolga is the other thing that came out in Dragons Exalted, I believe it was, that has a 0 retreat and Call for Family. Very, very powerful card for this time because in black and white you were allowed to attack going first. This would change come Generation 6 and this card sees like no play after that really, but as a retreat pivot that allows you to set up your bench, this card is extremely good. I want to say the Fungus also did actually have some use if you had to. It was a desperation thing, right, because it was on a coin flip, but there was the chance if you started with this that you'd be able to try and find another Pokemon as well, so that was kind of cool. The problem with Fungus is it's only got 40 HP, so it's very easy to dunk on with like Hypnotoxic Laser plus Landorus Hammerhead. But you know, you can't win them all, right? The other big thing that we had at this time, we had another really huge draw supporter in Colress, which allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw a card for each benched Pokemon in play. So with both players having a halfway set up board, you'd usually get 7 or 8 cards with this, and that's just very, very powerful. So we played a bunch of that in here as well to get ourselves going. The last part that I really want to note in here is the Devolution Spray. This is one of the few decks that would actively take advantage of this card, because Devo Spray allows you to basically pick up the Amoonguss in order to put it back into hand so you could reuse it next turn. Very, very cool. It's obviously an item card as well, so Sableye could maybe recover it if you end up having a spare turn. You could also use it to pick up a Ninetales if you needed to though. Evolve a separate Lv.X into the Ninetales and gust up the opponent. that's also a potential possibility. This card was very versatile. Honestly, the only reason I didn't play 4 is because I couldn't find space for it. Deck was relatively tight on space, but it was incredibly powerful. Being able to do a consistent 120 with potentially 10 to 30 damage off poison, and also the opponent is still confused, so if they don't switch, if they survive and don't switch, they might not even get to attack you, which is pretty awesome in its own right. And just being able to do that on a single visor meant you could trade very favorably. It's like you're trading 2 shots, potentially 1 shots with the opponent, and they only take a single prize every time they KO you. So, very efficient deck at that point. An extremely stupid deck that I have a lot of fond stream memories of, at the very least, is what I would call Quadsar. I initially called it Quadsar. I had to put the baby one in here because of Safeguard, and it's no longer Quadsar. I have 2 copies of it in this build for some reason. I think it was just consistency is why I needed it in the end. I remember only having 1 copy of it in my original build, so I don't know. This deck is incredibly stupid, but takes advantage of the fact that you can attack going first, as well as having like some of the most eclectic cards you could ever think of in here. It relies on the Rayquaza EX, which is a 170 HP single retreat mon that actually matters for Sky Arrow Bridge. It has 2 attacks, which we use both of in this deck. Celestial Roar for a single colorless energy. It lets you discard the top 3 cards of your deck, and if any of them are energy cards, they get attached to this Pokemon. Dragon Burst then discards all basic fire or all basic lightning energy attached to this Pokemon, and you do 60 damage for each energy card that you discarded. In normal decks, you would use this with Electric in order to accelerate lightning energy for the discard to it, or if you were feeling spicy, you would play Empoleon with this thing that allowed you to rain fire energy down on your board as often as you liked. It was Blastoise Rain Dance, but for fire energy, and those would be the more consistent damage output. Your goal was to discard 3 energy at any given time, because 180 damage KOs everything in the format outside of other damage mod stuff. And yeah, you're able to attack going first, so if you lead with this thing, then Celestial Roar on turn 1 is absolutely grotesque. And we have 25, I think it's 24 energy? Yeah, 24 energy in this build. I think I had 25 in the past. So very often you are going to hit at least 1 or 2 energy. But you can kind of guarantee that, or you can at the very least, you can greatly increase your odds by using Pokédex. This card has been in and out of the game ever since the very first set. It's not been legal for quite a while at this point, but like Rotom Dex variants have sort of been around. They're never used because they're never particularly great, but for this exact deck it really works out. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck and put them back on top in any order. So if you see that you have a bunch of energy on the top of the deck, then you could Celestial Roar them all onto Ray, and it is a huge amount of pressure to go against turn 1. Like, think about the sort of speed of the other decks in the format. Like Landorus is a 1 energy attack, but it only does 30 damage, right? So that's not particularly strong. The Mewtwo is one of the main sort of punishes you could have here, but even that can be kind of iffy, and it's not as popular as stuff like Darkrai, because Darkrai does resist it, etc., right? So Mewtwo is kind of falling out of favor a little bit at this point, and Darkrai itself has a hard time amassing free energy, and also doesn't one-shot you with free energy. It takes more than that. So there's a very real possibility that if you could Celestial Roar and have free energy attached on turn 1, that you just blow up whatever the opponent is playing on turn 2. To add fuel to that, this is the only deck in existence that can reliably play Ether. This reveals the top card of your deck, and if it's a basic energy, you put it onto one of your Pokemon. If it's not a basic energy, you return it to the top of the deck. So normally a really bad form of energy acceleration. It is item based, something we hadn't really seen in the game until now, but this was very difficult to use under normal circumstances. But when your deck has got 24 energy and you're also stacking the top of your deck with Pokédex, this is burst potential, right? This can be your dart patch for the deck, and it's just very funny to say the least. We do still have some catcher, obviously. We have the Super Rod to shuffle energy back in. We're playing full heal unironically because we might not have enough Pokemon in play to play Switch, and the Tails flip on Hypnotoxic Laser is fatal. So we actually play full heal in order to make sure that that isn't as much of a problem. The other cool choice here is the A-Spec of Gold Potion. This was Pell's favourite for sure. Heal 90 damage from your active Pokemon. That kind of takes you away from Night Spear knockout range, right? So yeah, normally computer search and stuff would just be better, but this gives you the chance to have your Rayquaza do a second attack, which is not something you would see every day. The last little bit from the Pokemon side here is the Baby Ray. This one does 40 damage for 1 lightning energy and discards the top 2 cards of your deck. Sometimes that's pretty good pressure against the enemy stuff that way, the enemy low HP evolving things. But it also has Shred, which is really good into the Black Kyurem matchup that we'll see down below. For a Fire, Lightning, and Colorless, it does 90 and ignores all effects on the defending Pokemon, so very good at dealing with Sigilif as well, because that does one-shot it, and they can't Eeveelutions protect it either, because it just pierces that. But it also hits for weakness, which means it's really good against the EX dragons, so sometimes you will be using Ethers and stuff to power this up instead. So, yeah. That's mainly it. We've got Skylar in order to search for trainer cards, so we can search for either the big draw support or we just get Pokedex. And we do have a Cheren in here as well. Bianca doesn't work because we often have too many cards in hand. We don't want to play N here because that shuffles our deck. We usually want to have the top card be, you know, what we have established it with Pokedex. So, like, we can't play Pokedex into N, so that's kind of lame. And, yeah, this is the best other draw card there was. But unironically, playing Cheren and being reasonable with it is just so funny for this deck. If you see in your Pokedex that you don't have any energy and you've got all the trainer cards and stuff instead, you can stack those to the top of the deck to then draw them with Cheren. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff with it. It works really well. It worked really well in the video because it went into like Landorus Garbodor, and this deck does not care at all about that. It's probably its best matchup possible. So, it was a really good watch. It was really funny to play, and yeah, it was one of my stream's favorite decks. So it was very cool to see. For Plasma Freeze, we have the Weavile Exeggutor deck coming out in this one, which was absolutely awesome to play. Weavile is one of my favorite attackers in Gen 5, like hands down. Hail is okay, you could maybe get some use out of it, but you do have to evolve for this, so it's not that impressive. 10 damage to each of the opponent's Pokemon, that might mess with damage math occasionally, so you could see it played. Don't count on it though. Vilify is what we're here for. For a dark and colorless energy, you discard as many Pokemon from your hand as you like and do 30 damage for each Pokemon discarded. So this 90 HP dude turns into a one-hit KO machine. By discarding 6 Pokemon, you get to KO anything in the game. You might think that's way too many, especially with how few we're playing. That's way too many to reliably discard, and like, you're kind of right. But we do have the main draw engine in Execute over here. Propagation lets you pick it up from the discard pile. It says once per turn, but it forgets that when it goes back into the hand. So basically you can use this an unlimited number of times per turn, which is so stupid, but it means that you can use it for discard fodder and then you can pick it up at the end of the turn, use it for Weavile, and if you can discard 4 of these, that's already 120 damage every turn, right? So then all you need is to have, like, I don't know, a spare Sableye or the Mr. Mime or something like that, right? Maybe even a spare Weavile piece, and you get to just do 180 every turn, which is busted. If you need a little bit of extra damage output, Dark Claw gets you to 170 by discarding 5 Pokemon, so that gets the frailer EXs like your Mewtwo, your Deoxys and whatnot, so sometimes that matters. Thunderous EX as well is another big one you hit here. And yeah, we have a couple just auxiliary things in here as well. Like we mentioned Sableye before. Absol is a pretty cool one from Plasma Freeze. This does 20 more damage for each of the opponent's bench Pokemon. 20 plus 20 is pretty respectable, and it's like just a Darkness Colorless for this as well. So that can hit 120 on a single Prizer, pretty good. The Ordino is a thing that you can use to deal with Hypnotoxic Laser Sleeps or Thunder Paralysis and stuff like that. You can discard it from your hand, heal 10 damage and a special condition from your active Pokemon. Or if you don't need it for that, you just discard it to do bonus damage, so that's always cool. And yeah, because we're a 90 HP main deck, we get to play all the level balls just as we did before. Dowsing Machine is our A-spec of choice this time to recover trainer cards from the discard. This obviously is a very strong card in its own right. It usually competed with Computer Search as like the best thing that we had access to, but yeah, it worked very well for this deck, so that was nice. And Mr. Mime came out in Plasma Freeze as well to prevent bench damage. Very, very important in a format with Landorus being so popular, especially because Landorus does actually hit your Weavile for weakness, which means that it could snipe 2 shots. Like, your Exeggutor's only 30 HP, right? So if you have an Exeggutor on the bench because you had to start with it, and then Sneasel is there, maybe they've got a laser so they get the extra 10 HP here, and you just get to eat shit basically because you get dunked by 2 prizes. We have another Sneasel over here as well. This is a 60 HP one, so it's a bit more dangerous to play, but the corner attack is incredibly powerful with Pokemon Catcher, right? Gust in something that can't really attack in their deck, use corner, prevent them from retreating. Sometimes that will just buy you enough time that you can get into games, so this did actually come up a lot as well. And because everything takes Darkness Energy in here, Darkrai is more used for Dark Cloak in this deck than it is for the ability to attack, but obviously don't discredit Night Spear. It is always a powerful shot in its own right. The last deck to show here is the Blastoise Kyurem. This is a Blastoise Keldeo deck that has the Black Kyurem for one-shot potentials, and yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing Blastoise in general because I managed to find, this is on back when like ProfessorOak.com was actually like a relevant site. I managed to find a tropical beach code was listed on there. It was like $50 and it was restricted to $50, that is, and it was restricted to like US sales only, but Kib managed to persuade, I guess, was convinced, like I managed to send him the money for it, and he got the code, he gave me the thing, and so I was able to play with Tropical Beach on PTCGO the whole time, and really Beach makes this deck so much better. Like, if you try and play it without it, it's very, very difficult, because you need the extra draw to help set up in the early game. Regardless, it is using the Blastoise, as mentioned before, with the Emboar equivalent. This is Deluge, lets you rain dance as many water energy into play as you want from your hand, so you get to just accelerate every single energy that you want per turn, which is pretty great, because our 2 main attackers are very energy hungry here. I want to mention the attack on Blastoise first, actually, because it's relevant against Sigilyph. It takes 4 energy, but it does 60 plus 10 for each water that's attached to this Pokemon, so you can one-shot Sigilyph, and that's your way around, inbuilt way even, around the Safeguard ability, so that's really cool. But our main thing here is using Keldeo and Kyurem. So we'll mention the Keldeo first because this was in Boundaries Crossed as well. This was the original version of the deck. Keldeo was a very versatile card for other decks as well because of its rush-in ability. For any point basically during your turn, if this is on your bench, you may switch it with your active Pokemon. So you get to basically not care about your gigantic retreat costs and whatnot, and if you pair this with Darkrai and put a Darkness Energy on the Keldeo, then the Keldeo has 0 retreat, so you get to just immediately switch out again as well, which is pretty great. There is also Floatstone, which we're not playing in this list, but many decks would play Floatstone in their setup to give this 0 retreat as a tool card, so that was another way that you could do things. We're actually attacking with it here though, because for any free energy you do 50 damage with Secret Sword, but you do 20 more for each water energy that's on this Pokemon. So, I mean, this shows you a bit of the design philosophy here, right? Blastoise does 100 for 4 energy, this does 110 for 3, doesn't really seem very fair, right? But when, stage 2 versus basic, etc. But this, with 6 energy on it, would do 170 damage, so that, like, 7 energy on this thing would just KO anything in the game, right? But it was an incredibly powerful attacker for how little investment it actually needed here. But yeah, you'll see this in a lot of other decks without using its attack, because this ability is just ridiculous. but here it's a really big attacker. But it isn't quite big enough, and it was difficult for this sort of deck to deal with the 180 HP Darkrai in particular. Landorus is weak to water, so you do get to easily beat that matchup, but like Darkrai was pretty tough to KO, and the problem is if you put this much energy onto a Keldeo, they just revenge kill it with a DCE Mewtwo, and then you're in a lot of trouble. So what we needed was an attacker that did slightly more damage, but also wasn't quite as vulnerable to the Mewtwo aspect, and that's what Black Kyurem does. This is a huge 180 HP Dragon-type EX. It is weak to dragons, so that's why the Rayquaza was pretty cool above, the baby one. But its Black Ballista attack is just absurd. For 2 water, a lightning, and a colorless, it does 200 damage, and then discards 3 energy attached to this Pokemon. So it doesn't even maintain all of its energy, which is actually a good thing, because that means that Mewtwo basically does no damage to it. So this is your main goal at this point, is to establish the Black Kyurem and just one-shot everything on the board, but against like non-EXs or other potentially frailer things, Keldeo can come in and do a lot of the heavy lifting as well. So, incredibly cool deck that way. A lot of your stuff like the Blastoise and the Black Kyurem have got a fat 3 or 4 retreat cost, so we get to play Heavy Ball also from Next Destinies. That allows you to search one of those, which is pretty good. It is a good Skylar target. Skylar is one of our main supporters we want to use here, because Skylar for Rare Candy is the main one, but also Tropical Beach early in the game. I have mentioned this card, but we want to just go over what it does now. You get to end your turn by drawing until you have 7 cards in your hand. So usually, maybe this gets end, but even then, if you're getting end, it's usually early game that you're triggering this, so you're going to be fine enough with that. And it's just like, it sets you up, right? You play all of your stuff down, you maybe have like 2-3 cards at most in hand, then you Tropical Beach, you draw another 4, and suddenly next turn, oops, all the energy is in play, all the Blastoises come out, and it's all hunky-dory, right? The main thing that makes this tick, because the energy discards are very heavy, right? Even if you are getting KOs very quickly, like you see, we only play 11 energy in total here. That's because Superior Energy Retrieval came out in Plasma Freeze as well. And this is still in the current format at the time of recording. It's a very nice card to have around for Bat's Caliber decks, right? Discard 2 cards in your hand, put 4 basic energy from your discard into your hand. Very strong Goldengo card as well, and it was just as useful for basically the exact same reasons here as well. Overall, extremely fun deck to play, and this was the best version of it in my opinion. The regular Blastoise Keldeo was fine, but this was the optimal time, I think, to play it. And it even has Energy Search, because Skylar can get Energy Search to get the Lightning Energy, which is the difficult bit to find. So yeah, lots of inbuilt synergy here. We do have a Tool Scrapper as well, so that we can help deal with the Gardevoir. It's a one-time thing, but you know, usually we don't need that many procs of it, because in a Gardevoir matchup we can very often play into Keldeo instead of Black Kyurem, so we preserve more energy in play. So yeah, and there's an Execute because of that propagation ability, being able to reuse it on all of your discard stuff. We've got Comp Search, we've got Superior, and we've got Ultra Ball. Discards like 9 times, or 9 different cards that can discard, as well as the potential to just pitch it off of a Juniper or something, right? So we have lots of ways to utilize it here. Very strong card. X and Y. Man, what can you really say about this that hasn't already been said? This era feels like it's a bit of a Wild West for the game. It almost feels, with all of the busted stuff that came out, with all the mistakes in card design that were made here, the game developers really hadn't, like, they'd lost their way a fair bit here, but there's still a lot of actual fun stuff to come out during this era as well. And some of my favourite decks of all time are from this block. Now, I know I say that about a lot of them, but Phantom Forces had my favourite overall archetype in any period of the game. This is just so much fun to play. So let's get into what I have for us here. X and Y itself introduced like the Mega Revolution stuff, but there's no Spirit Links until Phantom Forces, so they're kind of bad. But it does have some really cool things with Delphox, and Delphox is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, so of course I'm going to try it here, right? I do want to honorable mention a couple of decks here. We may see some bits of them later on, but like the Fairy deck was pretty good in X and Y. The whole Aromatisse Fairy transfer type thing. Xerneas' Geomancy was kind of bonkers as well, so like that deck was a lot of fun. Really hit its stride in Flash Fire actually, because despite not having a Mega Spirit Link, Mega Kangaskhan was actually really good for the Flash Fire stuff there. Speaking on Flash Fire, the introduction of Blacksmith in that set allowed for the Charizard EX in there to do good numbers as well, being able to turn 1 go in second at the very least. You could potentially turn 1 hit 170 damage, so that was obviously very strong. And the fighting stuff in Furious Fist was actually really cool too. That introduced the strong energy, and like Lucario was really solid in there, and just a bunch of the fighting tech stuff in general was really good, and it was just basic, but it was fun to play in its own right. So yeah, that could have also been a thing. But what I have for you here is Raybor with Delphox. So I briefly mentioned Raybor actually when talking about the Quadsar deck. We don't really need to go too much into Ray again here, but this time it's actually only attacking with Dragon Burst, discarding all the fire energy that it has attached to it, going for those one-shot numbers. Very, very occasionally you might need to discard 4 energy if someone's trying to be cute with like Mega Blastoise here, but you know, usually free energy discard still all that you need. The Emboar itself, I mentioned, has Inferno Fandango, which allows you to, well, I guess not Rain Dance in this case, but it attaches as many fire energy from your hand to your Pokemon as you like during your turn, which is pretty good. And I love the storyboard thing with this as well. I didn't have space to play a Pignite as well, but this is one of the many, I think there's a Charizard and there's a Gardevoir line that does this, where it's like, you know, the kid gets the basic Pokemon, and then as the Pokemon evolves, the family has grown up and everything, and so you see at this point it's, you know, he's got a family and everything too. It's adorable, like honestly, it's such a cute thing that they do with these. But yeah, it allows you to rain dance your fire energy into play, and that's the main sort of crux. But like, how do you keep that consistent, right? How do you keep enough cards in hand to do that? When, I mean, we have Choco Beach and stuff, we play it somewhat similarly to a Blastoise deck, but Blastoise is just so much more efficient than this, right? Why are we even doing this? Well, we have our own kind of equivalent in damage to the Keldeo in this deck with Delphox. Delphox has the exact same attack as Keldeo's Secret Sword. It's 50 plus 20 for each fire energy that's on it. This actually matters more than you might think, because it's a single prizer that's doing this. It is on stage 2, but it's pretty strong in its own right, and being a single prizer, it doesn't have as much risk associated with it against enemy EXs, which is quite good, but it's really here because of Mystical Fire. This, just like the Magnezone before it, allows you to draw until you have 6 cards in your hand once per turn, and oh my god, can this deck just explode because of this thing. It is absolutely unreal how cool this can end up being, because if you get a couple of these in play, that means you can have potentially 12, but usually it'd be like 7 or 8 cards at most you would draw, but that is still unbelievably strong, right? And yeah, the goal is still to be a one-hit KO machine here. You are still using 4 energy to do it, but that's okay because we have all the superior energy retrievals, etc. And, you know, Tropical Beach to set up early in the game. We now have Professor's Letter instead of Energy Search, so we can get 2 basic energy out of the deck, which is really good. We don't get to discard like we do with Earthen Vessel, but that's okay. Escape Rope came back into the format as well at some point. I believe that was in Plasma Storm, so that's the Warp Point sort of reprint. So like, we do have a couple of switching outs here as well, because Emboar is extremely heavy and there's no Keldeo to save it this time because this deck can't really play it. And yeah, otherwise it's mostly similar to the Blastoise stuff, but you have an inbuilt draw engine this time, which is really cool. I did have a second variant in Flash Fire for Delphox specifically, which was Delphox with the Plasma Magnezone. That was another cool deck I could have shown. That Magnezone lets you play 2 supporters per turn, so not only could you draw potentially with one of them, you could Blacksmith to the Delphox as well, and that ended up being pretty cool, but it was a bit hard to maintain enough supporters in that deck, so we're not showing that one. Instead, we're showing one of my other favorite styles of deck here, which was very stupid, but enabled exclusively by like the pre-rotation stuff here. This is Sableye Gourgeist with Fortress from Flashfire, and Dustoir, because we need the Dustoir here. Just talking about this deck is absolutely hilarious to me, because this is honestly one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, but it's so funny in its own right. So let's go over the individual pieces here. Fortress, when you play it from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, puts 1 damage counter on each of the opponent's Pokemon. The Gourgeist, for 1 Psychic Energy, puts 2 damage counters on each of the opponent's Pokemon, but it can also, for 2 Psychic Energy, put damage counters on both active Pokemon until there is only 10 HP left on each, which is potentially useful for taking out the EXs or getting them low enough where you can take them out next turn. The real reason this comes together is Dustoir, whose Sinister Hand ability was actually used in quite a few decks of this time. Stuff like Gothitelle Excelgor, and there was a Flygon Dustoir deck with Chocolate Peach that was kind of doing the rounds a little bit. This thing, as often as you like during your turn, lets you move damage counters around on the opponent's board. And it does let you KO Pokemon with this as well. So if you get enough damage counters in play, you could simply take all 6 prizes in 1 turn, which is very silly. Obviously, Sableye recovers all of our important items here, since we do have an evolving coming into play ability. We definitely want Devolution Spray in here in order to do the same thing as we did with the Ninetales Amoonguss deck. And yeah, it's like spread as much stuff as we can around and then manipulate it when we need it in the late game. Use the Sableye to recover stuff. We only have the 1 laser in here because we don't really need Hypnotoxic Laser that much. This is more just to have an option to 1-hit KO something with the Gourgeist, so that's fun. Unfortunately, Gourgeist and Fortress both have 100 HP, and Gourgeist does not have a free energy retreat cost. So even though like we play 1 Heavy Ball, we do still have to mostly play Ultra Ball in here, which is a shame. But that just be how it is sometimes. Otherwise, yeah, just a ton of draw stuff. We have to blend energies because we want Psychic, Dark, and basically that. We don't really need the Grass or the Fire in here, but we do want Psychic and Dark. So we have the 4 blend, the 2 each of the other energy here, because Junk Hunt does take a Darkness energy specifically, so, you know, we do sort of need those to be around as well. Professor's Letter also is in here as a, you know, great way to search those out too. And our A-Spec of choice this time is Scoop Up Cyclone, which lets you put 1 of your Pokemon and all cards attached to it back into the hand with no extra cost. So very similar in a way to the Devolution Spray, but the reason to play this is that it frees up a bench space as well, which you may need to put down like another Pumpkaboo or something instead. So it was dumb, but a lot of the decks at the time weren't really super great into this. I will say Gourgeist putting damage counters instead of actually doing 20 damage to everything was a huge benefit here, because it meant that Mr. Mime couldn't stop you. And that was one of the big problems with spread decks of the time, is that you could just take bench barrier against it, but we did not care about the bench barrier part. So yeah, super fun deck to play, but not as fun as this. My favorite archetype probably of Gen 6, I might say that again because, you know, but like, I mentioned this when I showed the Dark Gengar, Dark Crobat deck, but this is the reason why it's my favorite sort of thing. The Golbat Crobat line from Phantom Forces is one of the coolest things in the history of the game to me, and it generated a lot of really fun decks. Like, yeah, there was a Seismitoad one that was kind of dumb, but Landy Bats was pretty cool. There was a Raichu version that was really fun. The Yveltal Bats was pretty good. Yveltal's something I'm not gonna like say as a favorite deck here, but like, this stuff really could have made it work. When you evolve from Zubat into Golbat, you get to put 2 damage counters on one of the opponent's Pokemon. When you evolve into Crobat, you put 3 damage counters on one of the opponent's Pokemon. And the Zubat itself only has 40 HP, but it does have 0 retreat if it doesn't have any energy attached to it, which it almost definitely won't. But I do want to mention the Golbat and Crobat's attacks real quick, because those actually matter. These two both have 0 retreat naturally, so that makes this deck incredibly mobile. Golbat will spread 10 damage to each of the opponent's Pokemon, and Crobat will snipe 30 onto one of the opponent's Pokemon. They're not big numbers by any means, but if you combine it with the damage that the bites are doing themselves, you might actually get some cheeky KOs with this, or just finish stuff off, which is fun. Manectric EX is the actual attacker here. It's 170 HP lightning type. It has 1 retreat, which is pretty good. The Mega EX has a 0 retreat. And like all 3 attacks that this line has access to are kind of insane. Overrun for a single colorless energy does 20 and snipes 20 to one of the opponent's bench. Not the best attack out there, but it's certainly acceptable, and that's always fun. Assault Laser is also good though. Lightning and colorless to do 60. If the opponent has a tool attached to them, it does 120 instead. And we actually have a way of making them have a tool, but we'll get to that in a sec. Because first we've got to talk about Mega Manectric. This is a 210 HP Mega, so a little bit frail compared to a lot of them, but it has the very awesome Turbo Bolt attack. 110 damage for a Lightning and a Colorless, and you get to attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon. Absolutely awesome, to be honest with you. This attack is not very powerful outright. Like, it's funny that the regular Manectric has actually got the strongest attack technically, but because you're supplementing the damage with the bat line the whole time, this is more than enough. And it's a fantastic engine to have here as well, because it means that you can just like keep chaining attacks here without having to worry very much, you know? You get to do 110, you accelerate the energy from the discard pile to one of your bench Manectric. If this thing takes damage, we can pick it up with our supporter cards and whatnot, and we get to just like use the new one, accelerate the energy again, and just keep on going. It's fantastic. The other card we have in here is Dedenne. This does have the Call for Family style attack with Entrainment, but it's mostly here as a very easy way to out Yveltal with Energy Short. For a single colorless energy, it does 20 damage for each energy on the opponent's active Pokemon. And if they have, like, I believe the math was if they had 4 energy on them, then you could one-shot them with the Muscle Band attached as well. So that was pretty fun. But it just made it so that you had a single prize out to one of the more dangerous Pokemon in the format, and of course we could always have bats and stuff come in as well here, so we could easily make this do like 120 damage minimum, 160 with a Muscle Band, and then it's just put 2 damage counters on it, and oops, that Yveltal is dead. The main way that we force the opponent to have a tool on them is Head Ringer. This makes it so that the opponent's EX Pokemon that you attach this to has to pay 1 more for their attacks. This is like the only set in history that has cards that you actually attach to the opponent's Pokemon, and I imagine that was a nightmare for tournaments, and that's probably why they don't do it anymore. But yeah, this makes it so that your opponent has to pay more to attack, but they also have a tool for Assault Laser to do its thing too, so yeah, scary stuff. But it meant that, say, a Seismitoad couldn't necessarily hit you without putting extra energy on themselves. So no Quaking Punch for you. Fun stuff. Once again, Scoop Up Cyclone was the A-Spec here because we want to pick up the bats. And we also have a new card in AZ. This came out in the Phantom Forces set as well, which you will know nowadays as Professor Turo's Scenario. It puts one of your Pokemon from play into the hand and discards all the cards attached to it. So if you put this onto like a Crobat, obviously this picks it up just like Scoop Up Cyclone would, but if you use this on a damaged Mega Manectric, then you can discard the energy and the Spirit Link attached to it, but you also then just get to evolve the next Manectric anyway because you've got Mega in hand, right? So Turbo Bolt works perfectly fine with that. We don't particularly want to do that, mind you, because we only have 2 Spirit Links in here, but that's just because we don't need Mega Manectric that often. Regular Manectric is high pressure enough here, and sometimes we can get away in the early game without having to use a Spirit Link to evolve, which is pretty great. The Spirit Links are a recurring mechanic that we're going to see throughout some of my favorite decks here. The Mega Evolution normally ends your turn when you like evolve into a Mega Pokemon, but this explicitly prevents that so long as you have the tool attached to the Mega first. So obviously very versatile in that aspect. And then the last card I want to actually mention in here is Lysander's Trump card, because this card is stupid, and we obviously know it's stupid, but it wasn't banned until like Roaring Skies, so, you know, obviously when it first came out it was there to counter Night March a little bit, and that was the hope, but it was too busted with the recursion stuff we'll see, well, we won't see, but like the Shaman loops and things just made this card ridiculous. It basically is a oh, what's the best way of putting it? I mean, it shuffles all cards from the discard piles back into the deck, except Lysander's trump card. And I know there's like, it's Fiber Jar, right, is the Yu-Gi-Oh equivalent to this thing. It's just, it doesn't do the hand shuffle stuff as well, but it's just unbelievable because item cards are not designed to be reused in that sort of way. So it just gets very, very silly when there's a card that allows you to do that. The other thing in terms of deck design at this point is VS Seeker. This lets you pick up a supporter card from the discard pile into the hand. We did see this with the Haldon deck before, but this was its actual reprint, and this was when the card saw play. So expect to see VS Seeker in like every single deck in this block. It's absurdly powerful. Moving on through Gen 6, I'm going to peel the curtain back again a little bit here, show a little bit more of my behind the scenes setup with my old test folder. So earlier in the video I showed the draft folder, which was basically all of the quote-unquote best decks that I played for each round. Usually only one or two. It was like one per video is what I'd say for that. So if we did multiple battle sessions in a set, then I'd have multiple decks, but for the most part it was just one per set. Here is where everything I built got kept. From around about Dark Explorers on, this was something that I endeavored to do because I figured it would allow me to keep extra stuff around that maybe I would go back to. Maybe I'd try and rebuild something so I could showcase it in a future set or whatnot. And like, it really shows you where all these honorable mentions and stuff are coming from as well. Like, yeah, Manectric Crobat was my main sort of bit, but like, I had Empoleon Raichu for Furious Fist as the Delphox Magnezone I'd built as well. Things like a Fairy Box version of Manectric was available too, because you could accelerate Fairy Energy from the discard pile. That was pretty cool. The Night March decks, I played a few of those as we went through. Lots of different bat things. There was a Flareon Empoleon was kind of neat. There's a couple of decks from the other players as well. There's like the Pepper's version of Primal Groudon is in here. Mega Latios was something I messed about with quite a bit. Klinklang with Bronzong was kind of interesting. There was basically an electric, like an accelerate from discard pile version of the Bronzong at this time, so that was another fun one that you could use. Sceptile Ariados was a fun variant of the Manectric stuff that instead of accelerating from discard, healed by accelerating from the hand, which was pretty good. And you know, Magnezone Raikou, another really, really fun deck that I wish I could show, but again, just too much to already show here, so there's that. Sai played Darkrai Giratina, which he was a very big fan of, so that was another fun one. Tyrantrum Bronzong too. Lots of really cool decks in here that, again, I wish I could show absolutely everything, but I wanted just to give you a bit of a taste as to some of the stuff that I have in here, because not everything that I'm showcasing as my favorite decks are the ones that made it into the curated list. And that goes for Primal Clash's deck here, which is one I never expected to work, but did shockingly well, and is one of my favorite like homebrews from this particular era. Like, I love my janky spread decks, and we're going to see some of them as we go, but this was probably the most effective one, and that is insane to say, because I did not think the Ancient Trait Swampert over here would do anything good. This is a 140 HP Stage 2 Water type. The Water type is important because it's easily searchable via Dive Ball, so we have like 8 Ultra Balls basically in this deck, so that's a really good benefit for it. It has the Ancient Trait Alpha Growth. In this early part of Generation 6, we had some of these Pokemon did have like an extra ability basically that wasn't named an ability, there was no way of turning it off. They never printed a card that could interact with Ancient Traits, which I thought was a bit of a shame, but basically, if you attach from your hand for your turn to this Pokemon, the Swampert here, this allows you to attach a second energy at the same time. So it doesn't work if you accelerate to it, but if you manually attach to it, it allows you to put 2 water energy on it. This works with its Hydro Pump attack, which for 3 colorless energy does 40 plus 30 for each water energy attached to it. Gee, where have we heard this one before? It is totally fine though. the usual sort of acceleration scaling based thing. It does 130 at base value, but if you get 5 energy on this thing and a muscle band, it can one-shot any Pokemon in the format. There are a couple that go above 210, that's what it would hit, but they aren't generally very good. It's like Mega Rayquaza was the most common one, I think, and that got beat by Night March, something fierce, so 210 on the Mega Manectric was the bulkiest that you needed to hit, really. It also had Diving Search, which was pretty solid and very useful for this particular deck. Once per turn, you may search your deck for a card, shuffle the deck, and then put that card on top of the deck. So that allowed you to combo it with Acrobike, which then looks at the top 2 cards of your deck, puts one to the hand, discards the other one. So you discard the second card, you pick up the guaranteed card that you want, and it's pretty fun. The reason this works though, because like its energy acceleration is cool, but it would still take too many turns in order to get this running, right? The reason it works is because it's a non-EX, and that allows you to use Milotic from Flashfire. This was initially tested with like Shiftry at the time, and that was kind of interesting, but it definitely works a lot better with the Swampert here. Once per turn, you may KO this Pokemon, and if you do, attach 3 basic energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. So you do give up a prize, although we can mitigate that, we'll talk about that later. You give up a prize, and then you attach 3 energy to the Swampert, then manually attach 2 more with its ability, its ancient trait, sorry, and that allows you to do the massive damage that you need. If you don't have a muscle band, 5 energy is enough to KO EXs. If you do, then like 4 energy plus is enough, so you can very quickly get this set up here. There's a second Milotic that sometimes gets played as well, because when you evolve into this thing from hand, you get to put a card from your discard pile into the hand. Very cool ability to have. And we do also have a Safeguarder of our own in here. I believe at this point Sigilif is still legal, but obviously this is a water type thing for it here, so this is very powerful as well. This Suicune allows you to work against these EX decks if they don't have a solid check to it. At this stage though, bats and things like that, and Hypnotoxic Laser, etc., makes this a less like guaranteed way of dealing with stuff, but it still works out pretty well. So, you might look at this and you go, well, this all seems well and good, but you've got 2 rare candy in this deck, why is that a thing? Like, what's all the compressors and everything doing in here? Well, Battle Compressor searches your deck for up to 3 cards and then discards them. So you can discard the Swampert, you could discard the energy, and you could discard like whatever else you want with it, right? Most of the time, that is going to discard Archie's Ace in the Hole, which was used in Archie Stoy's decks. That's where the sort of inspiration for this came from in the first place. If it is the last card in your hand, you get to put any water Pokemon from your discard pile onto the bench and then draw 5 cards. Note that does not say basic, so you can put the Swampert directly from your discard pile into play, then draw 5, which is how you mostly get this thing out, but we do still have the Mudkip Marshtomp line in order to go through, and of course Rare Candy can help accelerate that if you need to. Rare Candy kind of works here as well because of teammates. Since we are an entirely single prize deck here, we very often have the ability to just use this when we need to, and if one of your Pokemon was KO'd during the opponent's last turn, you search your deck for any 2 cards and put them into hand. So this very easily gets you to Rare Candy plus Swampert if you need it to, and you can get yourself going from there. You may remember that I said we don't always give up a prize with this Milotic, and the reason for that is Life Dew. This A-Spec is often associated with Sableye Garbodor decks, but it's very good here because if your Pokemon is KO'd whilst it's equipped with this, your opponent takes 1 less prize card for it. Note that it does not have a stipulation on how that Pokemon gets KO'd. Usually stuff like this is if you get KO'd by damage from an attack, say, or something like that, right? Or just KO'd during the opponent's turn. This has no such stipulation. So if you KO yourself with Milotic, then you give up 0 prizes for that Milotic, and you just have free energy acceleration from that. You may think, well, you're not going to get a chance to use that again, right? But that's where the other Milotic comes in, is potentially you could recover it again if you need to, which is very, very silly. Obviously, Battle Compressor works extremely well with VS Seeker, like we see Versus Seeker come up like all the time here, and that allows you to pick the Archie's Ace in the hole back up, so you're able to combo your way into any basic hand that you want with it. It's absolutely absurd. I still didn't think this was going to do that well because it just seemed like it'd be too slow, but as it turns out, being able to accelerate free energy with this, get one-shots here, being able to use Diving Search to stack your next top deck to be whatever card you would need it to be next turn, as it turns out, that was really, really powerful. And sometimes you would be able to take advantage of the prize that you had given up here to end the opponent to a lower hand size than they would have had otherwise. So it all just flowed extremely well, and surprisingly enough, this ended up being very strong and very fun to play that round. Both of my decks this time are Energy Floods, because it was Mega Gardevoir was my other one. So very cool stuff. The breakthrough deck I want to show is honestly super cool, but I wish I could show the Magnezone deck as well. But this is Gallade Octillery. Honestly, one of the coolest decks of the era, I will say that. I'll just say it as is. Gallade has a 150 HP fighting type Pokemon, once again very relevant weakness to have in the format, and it lets you stack the top 5 cards of your deck once per turn. It's Pokédex, but on an ability. And unlike Pokédex, this sees a lot of play, because that is just such a strong trait to have, right? Being able to do that once per turn, really good. Sensitive Blade is also very strong for a double colorless energy. It does 60, but if you played a supporter card this turn, it does 70 more damage instead. Now, stacking the top deck is all well and good, but you have to physically be able to draw that card for it to be worth it. That's where the Octillery comes in. This 90 HP Water-type Pokemon allows you to draw until you have 5 cards in your hand once per turn. Just a B-roll style effect that we see all the time in the TCG. Very good, and of course it lets you pick the exact cards that you need from the top 5 of your deck and draw them as is. It's also level ball searchable, which did get a reprint in the Ancient Origins set, so this is another very good consistency tool to hit for this deck. And we have a lot of assistance down here in the support stuff for it as well. The Trainer's Mail is another cool thing that came out around this time, another sort of turbo-y card, but this allowed you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, reveal a non-Trainer's Mail trainer card that you find there, and put it into the hand. So it could be a supporter card, but it could also just be one of the many items and like a rare candy or something that you need, and yeah, it worked out really well. The other sort of auxiliary bits we have here, we do have a Jirachi. The Stardust ability, attack even, is really good. For 1 colorless energy, you discard a special energy from your opponent's active Pokemon, do 10 damage, and if you discarded the special energy, you agility the Jirachi next turn. Very good check to Night March and a bunch of other decks at the time that were overly reliant on special energy. This deck could in theory be one of them. We do rely a lot on our double colorless here, but because we have Holucha, we do actually want some basic fighting energy as well. This was a fighting deck staple at the time, and a staple in a lot of decks to be honest, because of the Zero Retreat. It can't attack non-EX Pokemon, but it does 60 damage to 1 energy. That's like decent. It's not affected by weakness or resistance though, so it doesn't hit Manectric for 120, that's kind of sad, but it does hit Yveltal for 60, so you know, plus and minuses, right? But it was mostly here as a Zero Retreat pivot in order to use Escape Rope a little bit better, and that was the main sort of cool bit here. We do still have a bunch of the good supporter cards too. I want to mention Focus Sash real quick before we do though. This allows your fighting type Pokemon to basically do what Focus Sash does in the main video games. If it was to be KO'd from full health, it goes down to 10 HP instead, and you discard the Focus Sash. Honestly, very busted card. It's a bit weird that it's only for fighting types, but they made an A-Spec version of this in Gen 9 that's for any type, so I guess maybe it's too powerful when it's just on everything. I could see that, to be honest. Because we are in fighting, we have Corinna as one of our main supporters here. Search your deck for a fighting Pokemon and an item card, put it into the hand, basically Irida nowadays. It's just as good as Irida would be, right? Lets you get Gallade plus Rare Candy, so that's really strong. We have Bridget as our opening supporter now, because this came out in Breakthrough, so another really cool card to have. Not future-proofed, unfortunately. It searches your deck for 1 basic EX or 3 non-EX basic Pokemon, and puts them directly onto the bench. This did not, I mean, it aged very, very well, but it did not get future-proofed because when Pokemon GX came out, whoops. Being able to search for 3 basic GXs was a bit of a mistake, but oh well. Giovanni's Scheme was pretty cool in this deck. It allowed you to do 20 more damage with your opponent, with your active Pokemon, or your Pokemon to the opponent's active. Or you could draw until 5 in hand, so depending on what you needed, there was a weak draw, but it was still good with Gallade, right? Or you could do the extra damage with the Gallade and Muscle Band to hit 170 and get KOs that you otherwise would not. Pretty useful. Judge was also very good in this deck, allowing you to make both players shuffle draw 4. That's fine when your engine allows you to draw extra cards, right? Stuff like Judge and low hand size ends and things like that, they're always more powerful if you have abilities in play that allow you to draw. And yeah, with all of the extra supported stuff, we are a single prize deck too, so Teammates makes its use here. Very, very good stuff. Sacred Ash even gets used in here instead of the, I don't remember if Super Rod is still in format at this point, but Sacred Ash allows you to shuffle 5 Pokemon when you discard pile into the deck, so yeah, very good for recovering these pieces as well. Actually no, Super Rod is in format because we have that too, so yeah, really strong card to have around for getting all of these guys back in, especially if the opponent's gusting up your boss's orders and stuff on these guys all the time. It's called Lysander at this point, but this is prototype boss's orders, really. It's the same effect, so yeah. The only other thing to note is Parallel City. This comes up in a lot of different decks, but not really as many that I tend to play. We blue side our opponent because we don't care about the red side here. The red side is any fire, water, or grass damage that your active Pokemon does is reduced by 20. We don't use those types, so we don't care about that. But the blue side restricts the person who it's pointing towards from having more than 3 Pokemon on their bench at a given time. So it can be a very devastating hit to the opponent there. Overall, it's just a really fun single prize deck. You'll notice a lot of the decks that I really like, quite a lot of them do focus on like single prize stuff where possible, but this one's just really neat because you get to pick and choose what you want out of your deck at any given time, and that's always a fun extra bit to have here. So yeah, really love the idea of this deck. Now, if you want to talk about an interesting time period in the game, rotation is almost always the catalyst for that, right? And the X and Y on rotation that Generations ushered in has massive repercussions for your draw supporters. There's no more Aspects, there's no more N for the time being, there's no more access to Colress even, no Bianca, there's basically only 2 draw supports. There is Sycamore, and there is the potential Shuffle Draw out, which is either your Shuffle Draw 5 from Shauna, or your flip to Shuffle Draw 4 or 7 with the Professor Birch's observations. We favoured Shauna in the end. There was absolutely no way in hell that we were going to stick with Professor Birch when we kept flipping tails on it. So that is what you will see in these 2 decks here from the Generation set, and it's kind of wild to think about. I played Mega Gardevoir a couple of times, but this was my favourite iteration of it here. Mega Gardevoir itself is a 210 HP Fairy type Mega that has the Brilliant Arrow attack. For 1 Psychic and 2 Colorless, it does 30 for every Psychic energy on your board. So it does not have to just be on the Mega Gardevoir. This means you can accelerate to several different attackers, and once you establish 8 energy, we'll say, you can KO everything in the game, and it's pretty great. 7 is usually safe, but again, some Mega decks like Primal Groudon, etc. would want a little bit more than that. The regular Gardevoir is also interesting. We did not have access to the one from like Steam Siege and stuff later on just yet. This was a bit before that time. And, like, it's fine, it can heal 20 damage for, you know, it's doing 20 heal 20, 1 energy. Big deal, right? Most of the time it's not going to hit for weakness because dragons aren't that good, but still, it's there, it's fine. It could do 2-shot numbers if it needed to, but mostly you were never actually attacking with this. It's just a really cool artwork, though. Like, this whole line is really good that way. The other main component of this, I did mention the Aromatisse before, but this is the main deck to take advantage of it. You get to move fairy energy around your board as often as you like during your turn, which is pretty useful. This means you can chain it with Max Potion, that actually did get a reprint in this block, So, surprising, to be honest. This is the Guardians Rising artwork, but it is a Gen 6 card as well, so kind of fun how that works. And the Xerneas, whose Geomancy lets you accelerate 2 Fairy Energies so long as you have 2 bench Pokemon to attach them to. So, this is what you want to use for the first probably 2 turns of the game, and if you can establish that, you can get a lot of really good stuff going with this deck. And honestly, most of the time you're going to funnel all the energy onto Regirock. This was a promo card that came out relatively late in, that's why this deck kind of got better with age, and its Omega Barrier prevented the opponent's trainer cards, except for tools and stadiums, from affecting this Pokemon. I'm not exactly sure what the tool that would affect this would be, because it's not an EX and you can't like Headringer it, but whatever, you know. You do you, I suppose, Regirock. This prevents it from being gusted in with boss's orders. Again, Lysander for the bit here. But it also would prevent any crushing hammers and whatnot from discarding your energy as well. So any excess energy that you could funnel onto this on your board is virtually 100% safe, which is great. That's the only use for it in the deck, but that's all you really need it to do. So, yeah. Shaman will be a very common thing to see in all of the decks that you would expect it to be in. It draws until 6 cards in hand. It's not a once per turn. When you bench it from hand, that is, you get to do the draw, and it's really, really dumb. Sky Return could also maybe be used, but in this deck you're not exactly wanting to use it. But in other decks with DCE attached to it, oh man, this is a very silly attack to have access to. Being able to return, like it's mandatory, but being able to return the draw card back into your hand, especially with it just making the DCE safe as well, very silly card. That's it for the strategy, really. It is simply just get a lot of energy in play, try and keep them on the Regirock if you can, transfer them around so you can heal with max potions, and it's all pretty great. We do have a Xerosic in here as well. We haven't seen this in the other list yet that lets you discard a Pokemon tool or a special energy from a Pokemon in play. Pretty useful for dealing with the Rayquaza decks and stuff like that here. And Fairy Garden is our stadium of choice here. This allows any Pokemon with a Fairy energy attached to retreat for free. So it's like Floatstone, but much better in a deck that can't play tool cards, because you have to play the Spirit Link. So overall, very good synergistic deck. There is Max Elixir in here as well that could potentially cheat some extra energy into play. If you could use any of these before using your Xerneas, you could maybe get a turn 2 180 sort of attack off, which would be obviously a lot stronger, but, you know, you've kind of got to just hope for that bit. We can't play Bridget or anything like that in here because we do have to search the EXs as well, so that's an unfortunate side effect to the bit here. But with all the VS Seekers and stuff, you just needed like one supporter in rotation, and you'd usually be pretty fine. That was the thing of the format. Now this is a really fun take on the Flareon deck that Pepper actually not directly gave me, but gave me the inspiration for thanks to the camera up over here. Flareon, apart from looking just the most adorable thing you have ever seen, is a 170 HP Fire Basic EX that has very familiar looking attacks here. Its attack is Blaze Ball, it's exactly the same as the Delphox, and it therefore the same as the Keldeo that we've seen already, but it has the Flash Fire ability to go alongside it. You get to move a fire energy from one of your Pokemon to the Flareon once per turn. So it can help to accelerate its own numbers a little bit by adding energy from your other Pokemon to itself, which is pretty good. The way that we take advantage of that the most is using Team Magma's Camerupt. There was a little set, it was called Double Crisis, I think, in Japan. It was like a Team Magma versus Team Aqua set, and almost all of the cards in there were completely useless, unlike their Generation 3 equivalents. But we found some use for this Camerupt. I think this was mostly used in the Camerupt EX deck that Pepper played, but I took advantage of it here because we got to keep our energy in play. Burning Draft once per turn lets you attach a fighting or fire energy from your discard pile to the Camerupt. And then Flareon could move it from the Camerupt to itself, and hey, that's extra energy acceleration on a 1-price stage 1. Normally you need stage 2s to do this bit, so that's pretty cool, right? And combine that with Blacksmith, being able to accelerate fire energy from your discard pile to one of your fire Pokemon, you could easily get like a 4, maybe 5 energy Flareon in 2 turns, which was really respectable. Combined Max Elixir can help as well, and it was just really spooky. A lot of cool stuff to go with it there. There's an Entei in here as well. This has Combat Blaze as its main thing here. There was an Ancient Trait Entei which I played a fair bit too, but different deck because it needs DCEs and stuff. This one just does 20 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, plus a 20 base for 2 fire energy. So nice cheap attacker, sometimes is all you need to get like 2-shot numbers, and it's a single prizer, so you always have an advantage that way. Otherwise, nothing too special. I think the main thing that's different in here, which we'll see in the next deck as well, is Scorched Earth. The turn player, once per turn, can discard a fire or a fighting energy from their hand and draw 2 cards for doing so. This of course fuels the discard pile so your Blacksmith can do more. 3 Blacksmith with 4 VS Seeker and like 3 Battle Compressor in here means you can basically have access to whatever fire energy you need at any point. If you can Blacksmith turn 1, then your Flareon is putting on so much pressure. It's a ton of fun, to be honest. And if you can put enough energy down, it can get to one-shot numbers, fueled a little bit by fighting Fury Belt here. I still really hate this design, to be honest. I don't understand why they made a card like this, but the basic Pokemon this tool is attached to gains 40 HP and does 10 more damage to the opponent, because basic Pokemon clearly weren't strong enough at this point. You know what, whatever, it's Gen 6, that's just the way they play it, right? And then Fates Collide, I was hesitant to show this one because it feels very similar to the decks that I've already shown here. It's almost like an amalgamation, but with the new Fates Collide tools. This plays very differently, and again, it's Lv.X, it's one of my favourite Pokemon of all time. I'm going to show it because I really love the deck idea. This has a combination of the old Lv.X and the new one here. We're mostly attacking with the new Lv.X and using the old one as a draw ability engine here. The new Lv.X also has 140 HP, can put the opponent to sleep and do 40 damage for 1 fire energy. That comes up sometimes if you have like a really early rare candy or something, but the main attack here is Psystorm, and this hits dummy numbers as the game goes on. For 3 colorless energy, this does 20 damage for every energy that's on every Pokemon in play. It's very reminiscent of Gardevoir EX from Sandstorm, actually, all the way back at the start of Generation 3. That one took a 4th energy and only did 10 damage per, but that's just power creep for you, right? We need to hit bigger numbers at this point. But this works with double colorless, and it works on all of the opponent's stuff as well, so 10 total energy in play, 200 damage, seems pretty good, right? And it gets better and better from there. There is a Break Lv.X in this as well. Break Evolution is a bit of a weird thing that you have to effectively evolve again. It's almost like Lv.X's, except they are proper evolutions, and therefore do not take up the same, like, card number. You can play 4 breaks and 4 regulars if you want to, and you don't have to be in the active spot to evolve, which is also pretty good. Flare Witch is the thing that this adds to the card. This gives you an ability to search your deck for a fire energy and attach it to one of your Pokemon once per turn. Often by the time you get to late game, you're not going to have too many uses of that ability. You might get like 1 or 2, but even if you only get that 1 or 2, this is still kind of absurd, to be honest. And it also gives the Lv.X 180 HP rather than 140. Which is very helpful for surviving a bunch of interesting stuff, right? Beyond that, it's a lot of what we've seen already for it. There's a Lugia in here as well that was seen play a reasonable bit from time to time. It's 120 HP basic. It takes 20, all opponent's attacks do 20 less damage to your guys when it's in the active spot. That includes spread damage, so that can be pretty useful against a couple of cards in particular. And Intensifying Burn does 60 for triple colorless, but it does do 60 more if the opponent is an EX. So 2-shot numbers does tank a fair bit as well, so it was a pretty popular card at the time for good reason. Because we do play DCE in here, we get to play stuff like that, and N came back in Fates Collide as well, so we finally get to reuse that as well, which is pretty good. Yeah, it was a very interesting deck. It was one of those like inevitability sort of decks. It's like Greninja was the master of being like, how do I stop this, right? If I can't stop it from setting up and it gets to the late game, it's basically unbeatable for almost every deck, and this was very much the same way. If this actually got to its end goal and got to like a Delphox and a break in play or something and got to use its abilities, the game was pretty much over. And I just really love the fact that Delphox was playable. I'll be honest with you, Delphox V has been carrying the torch in the most recent times, but like, yeah, normally at this stage of the game you don't expect evolutions, especially water weak evolutions, to be particularly good, but this one definitely broke the mold and it just came together very well. I really love the idea of this deck, and I'd definitely play it again if we ever went back to this era. To round out Generation 6, I'm going to talk about two of my favourite decks from Steam Siege. There's a bunch of honourable mentions again, as always, for this era. The Despair Ray Gardevoir is actually one of them, because I'm just not as big of a fan of how this one plays. Filling your bench with crap just to discard it with the Gardevoir isn't really my idea of like a fun deck per se. It's interesting, but it's not like the best one out there, so despite being my favourite Pokemon, not the best version of Guardy to me. Alakazam Crobat was a really fun one though, both of them synergized with putting damage counters down, so that was pretty neat. And even just the Volcanion, like, it's used here for a different reason, but the Volcanion deck was a straightforward power play deck that was just like fun to mess around with. Being able to do extra damage by discarding fire energy, accelerating them with the baby Volcanion was always good, and yeah, it's just a straightforward, entertaining deck to play. It's got two different types as well, which leads us into Rainbow Road, and the reason Xerneas is on this artwork actually. Rainbow Road uses the Rainbow Force attack on Xerneas as its main thing, and it's just beautiful. This deck is a work of art, to be honest. It's a 120 HP basic single prizer that for a fairy and double colorless energy does 10 damage plus 30 for each different type of Pokemon that is on your bench. There is a Xerneas break as well. We upgrade to 150 HP here, and occasionally the Lifestream attack might be usable. For 2 fairy energy, it does 20 damage for every energy that is on all of your Pokemon. So it's like a mini Gardevoir. The Mega Gardevoir that is, and it did see a little bit of play in Mega Gardy decks actually, the Brilliant Arrow stuff, because it's the same sort of attack but it's on a single prizer. We're using it here mostly for the little bit of extra HP. 120 is very low and very easily hittable, 150 isn't always the case that way, so it's mostly here as a bulk enabler. Now, you might think, well, okay, this is really cool and all, but you need 5 different types of Pokemon on your bench and you don't even one-shot stuff. How does that work, right? Well, we actually can get way more than 5 different types on our bench, because Steam Siege is one of the very few sets outside of the Delta species stuff that has dual type Pokemon in it. So we have a Galvantula that is dual electric and grass, we have the Bishop which is dual metal and dark, and the Volcanion, even though it doesn't look it with the special artwork here, is dual fire and water. The Volcanion is also searchable by the Psychic type Hooper EX, which does not share a type with anything else that we have, and that can also search out the colorless Shaman EX, which we also do not have any others in the deck for. So it is actually possible, if we can establish Galvantula and Bishop and the Volcanion, to have like 8 different types in play and KO everything that ever existed at this point in the game. The Bishop is kind of neat because it not only can be a good attacker, but there is both a dark and a metal Pawniard in format, so you can still use these two as well in order to get extra types in play. The Bishop itself has just got Retaliate, which for a single colorless energy does 30 plus 60 if one of your Pokemon was KO'd by damage during the opponent's last turn. Just in case you are wondering, the order in terms of weakness resistance stuff, you apply weakness first and then resistance. So this would actually do 160 damage to like a Mega Gardevoir or something, so that can actually help out as well. The Galvantula we didn't really use too often for attacking, but you could technically. It does 30 damage for a colorless energy to 2 of the opponent's bench Pokemon, and it's one of the very few bench attacks that will apply weakness and resistance, so I guess that could KO Shamans in a couple of turns, that sometimes happens. But it's mostly about getting this Rainbow Force attack to do a ton of damage. So The way we get this, we've obviously got double colors to fuel it, we've got max elixir with a decent amount of hits so we can get energy attached very quickly, and we have Skyfield as the other bit here. So just in case you didn't think that 5 Pokemon on bench was enough, now we can have 8 Pokemon on bench. This is unrestricted Area 0 under depths for you modern players. Super cool to have for a lot of decks. It was mostly used for the Mega Rayquaza deck, but this one takes advantage of it by just having tons of Pokemon down in play, right? There's even Holucha as the fighting type representative, that's got 0 retreat, so a good pivot to have access to. We have float stones for our bigger dudes as well, just to make sure they're not liabilities, and yeah, overall, just get a ton of Pokemon in play, just accelerate the energies you need to, do crazy amounts of damage, and once again, it's a single prizer rather than a 2-prize deck, so it has a much easier time trading up into enemy decks, which is really helpful. Hexmaniac is another thing that kind of came up around about this sort of time, like Ancient Origins is when it came in. It's in a lot of different decks, but this one we don't really need abilities at all, so we're able to stun enemy abilities for a turn and make sure that we can have our access to our like full power without the opponent having access to it. So yeah, it's kind of neat. And then on to this abomination. So this was the last set where Fortress was legal before rotation happened, so it was now or never if I wanted to take advantage of this to do another spread deck. And spread decks are some of my favorites to play in the full series, so I had to try and make something up. I found an Azelf in the promos of this time that kind of works with the Fortress. I believe this was the only set that they were like mutually legal for. For 1 Psychic Energy, Shining Eyes puts 2 damage counters on each of the opponent's Pokemon that already has damage counters attached on them as is. So, if you have Fortress, that allows you to put 1 damage counter on everything, and then the Azelf puts 2 more damage counters onto each of those Pokemon. Works out really nicely. There was also a Spiritomb that specifically came in Steam Siege, whose damage play attack for a Darkness and a Colorless shifted as many damage counters from the opponent's benched Pokemon as you like to any of their other Pokemon. You may notice we don't have Dusknoir because that rotated a very long time ago, being in Boundaries Crossed and all that. So we have to use an attack to kind of emulate it, and it's not pretty, but the colorless part in this cost actually does help a little bit with Mew. Mew here is a 50 HP basic Pokemon that can copy any of your basic Pokemon's attacks in play, so long as you can pay for the attack. And that works with Dimension Valley, another busted Phantom Forces field here. The Stadium card allows Psychic Pokemon to attack for 1 colorless less. So if you could get the Spiritomb on the bench, put the Mew into play, put the Rainbow Energy on the Mew, that then lets you use the damage play for this single energy, because the colorless in the cost gets ignored. You also get to use the Mew, and the Dimension Valley works with Hooper, so you get to do quite a bit with this Stadium. Hooper isn't quite as strong as Azelf, but it isn't conditional either. It is a 130 HP guy, the beefiest in our deck for that matter, and Hyperspace Punch for a single colorless does 20 to 2 of the opponent's Pokemon. It does do damage specifically, but Bench Barrier wasn't that common at this time, so that's mostly fine. And yeah, you could use it for 0 if you had a Dimension Valley in play. So it's kind of good. It's also kind of important to note the 2 energy retreat on both this and the Wobbuffet over here, because the mystery energy that we have as a special energy can only be put on Psychic Pokemon, but it gives that Psychic Pokemon 2 less retreat. So if we do have to pay for Hyperspace Punch because we can't get the Stadium out, we can still use the energy to retreat as well. Wobbuffet is also kind of important, because if it's the active Pokemon, then there are no abilities basically except for Psychic type Pokemon. So yes, it shuts off your own Thorn Tempest, but it also can be a massive disruptor for the opponent early on in the game. And if you spread a bunch of damage around and you can't get the Spiritomb play off, Psychic Assault does 10 plus 10 for each damage counter on the opponent's active. So if you get them half dead, this will finish them off. It's pretty good. two other main techs that we have in here compared to the stuff you've seen before, because the Devo Spray and all that, that's all stuff we've seen. What we have otherwise is Captivating Pokepuff, which reveals the opponent's hand, and any number of basic Pokemon you want can be benched, so you can disrupt their Shaman and stuff, which is really good, but also just get more targets in play for Fortress to put more damage counters down. One of the ways that you beat spread decks often is to just not bench anything, and this prevents that from being a possibility, so very useful card there. And then Bursting Balloon came out in Breakpoint. It is very similar actually to the Deluxe Bomb A-Spec that we have now, I'm pretty sure. It attaches to one of your Pokemon, but it gets discarded at the end of the opponent's next turn. But if it's in the active spot and takes damage, then the thing that damaged it takes 60 damage as well. So this is a very good disruptor. It dissuades the opponent from attacking your very frail Pokemon here, and that's all you need half the time to ensure that you get set up and everything. It's a very down to the wire type of deck here, because you do kind of need to run it very, very close in order to get enough damage counters spread out. But if you can manage it and get enough Azelf attacks off, then you can take a 6 prize turn with this deck. It's not even out of the realm of possibility. This deck was incredibly silly, and I think ultimately I ended up losing with it, but I did win in testing and stuff as well. It's a very silly deck to play, but it had just the right amount of tools to be an entertaining one to run with. So I liked it. I thought it was very silly and very fun. As far as history goes, Generation 7 up until Tag Teams, I want to say, is probably one of the most beloved modern eras of the game. I didn't actually play for cost reasons up until the Tag Team stuff came out, and I have a lot of fond memories of the latter part of this generation, but going back to it, I can definitely understand why the early parts of the gen were so lauded. There's a ton of really cool decks, again, a lot of stuff that I could have shown here, but spoilers, we're going to be seeing an awful lot from the rest of this generation. This is one of my favourite overall times to play. And so I don't want to go over too many of the early things, but some of the stuff I'm not going to talk about but did really enjoy playing. Everything with Decidueye basically, especially Decitales early on, but basically any Decidueye deck was awesome. The fire stuff was kind of cool, but that was a bit more Pepper's domain with the Ho-Oh Salazzle style stuff. Any Zoroark decks, I'm not actually going to show any of them, but I did enjoy an absolute ton of them, so that's something that is worth looking at. And there was a bunch of Coco Spread decks as well, which were pretty cool at this time as well. Not really the sort of thing that you would expect to still see at this stage of the game, but they did surprisingly well thanks to things like Counter Energy. But the two I'm going to talk about from the early stages is one from Guardians Rising, one from Burning Shadows here. The Guardian Rising's deck is the Metagross Solgaleo deck, and this is really cool because it's multi-stage 2. It's not something you would expect to see have success in most generations. Nowadays you actually wouldn't be too surprised to see this sort of thing, because multiple stage 2s in a format do actually see play, Charizard Pidgeot for example, but right now this is not common at all, and it really shows the power of what the evolving multi-prize Pokemon can do. Metagross GX is a whopping 250 HP metal Pokemon, unbelievably bulky here, with two very good attacks and an incredible ability as well. Its Geotech system ability allows it once per turn to attach a Psychic or Metal Energy from your discard pile to your active Pokemon. Giga Hammer isn't the strongest attack out there, but for 2 metal on the colorless it does 150, can't attack in consecutive turns, but that's okay because you can pay retreat. It's only a 3 energy retreat compared to the 4 that Metagross usually is, so you could pay retreat, go out to another Metagross, accelerate to that and attack with it perfectly fine. And Algorithm GX is such an unbelievable setup tool for this kind of deck. For a single colorless energy, you search your deck for up to 5 cards and put them into the hand. That's it. The GX attack is a once per game move, basically the V-Star powers of the Gen 7 days. and it is of course very vulnerable to hand disruption. If the opponent just ends you on the next turn, then you are not going to get to keep those cards. But if the opponent can't end you, then you have won the game functionally, because you literally just get to set up every single Metagross that you could possibly want, and everything is just done. It's over at that point. 150 damage isn't really that strong, so we actually have another 250 HP Metal-type GX over here as well, Solgaleo. This stage 2 has again 2 very good attacks and an incredible ability as well, as you would expect from this deck. Ultra Road, once per turn, just switches your active with one of your bench Pokemon, so you don't have to pay retreat or anything. You can also get out of paralysis statuses and all of that stuff. Sunsteel Strike does an incredible 230 damage for the 2 metal and a cutlass cost here. You do have to discard all the energy from this Pokemon, but that literally doesn't matter when Metagross can just accelerate it all back. And Soul Burst is the alternative GX attack that could be really useful in this deck. For a single metal energy, you search your deck for up to 5 energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way that you like. This actually saw a lot of play in other decks that had its own sort of thing, because this does not say basic energy, so you are completely free to accelerate rainbow energies and all of that fun stuff, double dragon energy, etc. You can accelerate whatever you want out of your deck, and it's just unbelievably ridiculous, because then you just switch this out and, you know, jobs are good, right? But in this deck, the idea is to get multiple Metagross set up, and each one of them, if you get 2 of them set up and can have an energy attached per turn, that just gets you to attack every single turn. Your dudes are almost unkillable in one hit. 250 HP is unbelievable. Literally the only deck that can beat this is the Volcanion deck, and that one wasn't the most popular because it wasn't the most successful at the high ends of the tournaments. And any other deck, you just max potion. We have this still in format. It actually got reprinted in Guardians Rising, so we have it available for the entire time these cards are legal. And it means that if your opponent can't do 250 damage in one hit, you simply heal it all off, and it's ridiculous. This deck actually can hit the 250 though, because Choice Band also exists in this set, which allows you to do 30 more damage to the opponent's active GX or EX Pokemon. So the Solgaleo can actually hit 260, and you can win the mirror match as well. Not every Metagross deck played Solgaleo. It is still a bit of a clunky thing to do after all, but you win the mirror match if you do play it. Simple as. The other thing to note out of this deck, which was played a lot in a ton of different decks, is this Alolan Vulpix. This is one of the best support Pokemon of all time. Beacon allows you for 0 energy to search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon, put them into the hand. It doesn't bench them, which can be a little bit annoying, but it does allow you to get evolution cards. So if you already have a rare candy in hand, this could get you the Metagross for next turn, and you just win on the spot from there if you get to keep it. Absolutely disgusting setup. Yeah, really cool deck though, because it is a lot of work to set it up, but the work is that you win the game, like, without the opponent being able to really deal with it. So it's a worthwhile trade-off in my opinion. The other one that I really enjoyed, I played in Burning Shadows. I think I mostly played it in there because of timing-wise, and that is the Tapu Bulu deck with Vikavolt as the energy acceleration. I'm pretty sure this deck was available in the previous set. The Tapu Bulu, maybe not actually, because I think maybe the Tapu Bulu was a promo. I thought it was in Guardians Rising as the thing. I'm pretty sure Feeny was the one that was released later, so this should have been available last set, but I think it was Guzma that actually ended up making this a lot better. Guzma was in Burning Shadows and was one of the most impactful cards, we'll say, from that set. This is Double Gust, but you get to choose both sides of it. You switch the opponent's bench Pokemon with their active, and if you do that, you switch your active with one of your bench Pokemon. Prime Catcher, but as a supporter card instead. Just as ridiculous as you would think it would be, and yeah, this deck took absolute full advantage of it as well, because you just got to do so much with this. So, the basic idea is that Vikavolt as a stage 2 allows you to accelerate both a grass and a lightning energy from deck to your Pokemon in any way that you like once per turn. You can do this per Vikavolt that you have in play, and the Tapu Bulu for 2 grass and a colorless can do one of 2 attacks here. Nature's Judgment does 120, but if you discard all energy from this Pokemon, it does 180 instead, and Tapu Wilderness does 150 and heals all damage from this Pokemon. We took advantage of the former by upping its damage output with Choice Band, and we took advantage of the latter by upping its HP total with Fighting Fury Belt. Getting this to 220 HP, do keep in mind this does not have a weakness, so it is not weak to the fire deck that came out in this set. That is actually critical because the Ho-Oh caps out at 180 damage, which means that if you put Fighting Fury Belt down, you survive the hit from that thing, which is kind of insane. And yeah, we just get to do like a bazillion damage all the time with it, and thanks to Float Stone still being available, we can attach that to Vikavolt and it gets to retreat for free and it's just completely fine. I also do actually want to note that Vikavolt has a pretty good attack here as well. It does take a lightning and 3 colorless to use, but it does 150 discard free energy from this Pokemon. If you put a Choice Band on this KOs like the basic EXs which are in the format, and that's pretty nice in its own right. The other Tapu that we have here, well, we have 2 of them obviously. Tapu Lele was kind of ubiquitous in a ton of decks because it searches your deck for a supporter card when you bench it from the hand, and Energy Drive is X-Ball but without a weakness hitting thing, so I guess that's kind of cool. You get to do damage based on the energy that both you and the opponent have. Sometimes that matters, not so much in this deck because we don't have double colorless, but occasionally you could strong charge to this and get some good knockout numbers that way. The Tapu Koko, when you bench it from your hand, you can move it to the active spot and absorb lightning energy from your board to it. It does 150 damage for 2 lightning and a colorless, which was like passable, but that was mostly a 2-shotting move. But Tapu Thunder is what you would actually want to use this for. 2 lightning and a colorless as its GX attack. It does 50 for each energy across the opponent's board, so you could very easily hit the 250 number once when you need to, and yeah, it was really powerful. The other bit that was kind of good here for the early game especially is this Tapu Koko. This one saw a ton of play in a load of different decks because Fly and Flip was frankly broken. For 2 colorless energy, double colorless was in format at the time, you get to do 20 damage to each of the opponent's Pokemon. And it's a 110 HP single Pizer with no retreat cost. What the heck were they thinking? I don't know, I mean it's a really cool card, it's not like actually bad for the game or anything, but the versatility here is absolutely insane. One of the good highlights I had from this deck is that Ho-Oh EX is weak to lightning, right? And this card has an actual second attack that basically never sees play outside of this deck. For 2 lightning in the colors, it just does 100 damage with Electric Ball. But that 100 damage kills Ho-Oh because it hits it for weakness. Ho-Oh has like 190 HP. And that came up in the games that we played, and Pepper did not expect it, and we just won a bunch of stuff with that. It was absolutely absurd. If I remember correctly, this particular build can't quite get there, but I know Sai played a build with like Lurantis as well to improve the damage counts, and you could actually hit 250 damage with the Tapu Bulu with like 2 Lurantis and a Choice Band, or Lurantis Kukui Choice Band, and it was actually able to one-shot my Metagross stuff. It was unreal how powerful that ended up being. But yeah, just a really strong deck in general, lots of cool stuff for it. You could have played this last round, I'm pretty sure, unless the promo stuff didn't line up, I don't remember, but either way, this was when I did it, as in Burning Shadows, and it was amazing. I really loved this one. Moving into the middle of Generation 7, I think a lot of people would agree that Sun and Moon through Lost Thunder is probably one of the greatest formats that the TCG has ever had. And the reason for that is that basically every type of deck can work. A high-end evolution stuff, full-on basic deck stuff here. The Ninetales in general is just absolutely amazing. The fairy type one that can search for items. Zoroark decks are everywhere, and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff here. And you can see just by how many different decks I have in the testing docket, just how much we loved playing this one. Some of the highlights I won't get a chance to talk about here include the White Kyurem deck, which was a very powerful constant 160 damage hit thing. That was really cool. A ton of different Zoroark decks, but Decitails was probably my overall favorite one because I just love the Decidueye stuff here. There was the Jolteon that ended up being really strong. This was a bit more of a team up thing with the Zapdos, but like Zapdos Jolteon was really powerful. I played Flareon here as well, which was pretty strong. Like the Flareon GX is something I won't really get a chance to talk about much, but did end up coming up a little bit. There's one deck that has it that I'll talk about later. And even some of the kind of wild things here, like Kingdra Swampert was pretty fun. So you could do tons of things here, and even like Tina tags, I guess, is something you could consider, but it's not one of my favorites. I'm not a huge fan of the Malamar deck. You won't really be seeing any of that here, but still, it is a deck which resonates with a lot of people, so I figured I would mention it regardless. To go through here, because I have so many decks from the last portions of Generation 7 to talk about, basically each of the sets coming up is going to have its own separate section because they have multiple decks to talk on. We're going to go through Celestial Storm, Lost Thunder, and Team Up, the start of the tag team stuff, as my decks of choice here. Now, you may have wondered in the honorable mentions of the last part that I didn't actually mention Gardevoir. And Gardevoir is my favorite Pokemon, right? So you would think with Gardevoir GX winning Worlds too, it's one of the strongest cards of the time. You think, well, of course you've got to talk about that, right? Because why would you not play this? And it's because this was my favorite overall version of the deck. I did really enjoy it in Sumlot as well, but I'm not going to pit the same deck in two places, right? This is Gardevoir with Swampert and Sylveon. So, the Gardevoir is the star of the show here. This is a 230 HP, Fairy type Stage 2, so a little bit on the frail side compared to the Metagross and whatnot, but 230 still survives a lot of stuff, so that's perfectly fine, and every single part of this card is nuts. The metal weakness isn't even that bad. Like, there is a Magnezone, Duskmane, Necrozma deck that you might see occasionally, but that deck was not top of the meta because it was a bit fragile. So the metal weakness didn't matter. The dark resistance was massive because it meant you resisted Zoroark. Secret Spring is a really amazing ability that once per turn allows you to accelerate a fairy energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Infinite Force is a crazy attack that lets you do 30 damage for a single fairy energy, but it does 30 more damage for basically 30 damage to every energy that is on both active Pokemon. So 30 is a base, but every energy the opponent has on them also increases this damage output, so you can get one-shot numbers just like Yveltal used to. And Twilight GX is disgusting. This GX attack only takes a single fairy energy and shuffles 10 cards from your discard pile into your deck. One of the things that I haven't really mentioned throughout this bit is Garbodor's presence in the format. Garbodor's Trashalanche does 20 damage for a single Psychic Energy for every item card in the opponent's discard pile, and Gardevoir GX was like tailor-made to beat that thing, because it shuffled away all of the items that you use to set up all of your Gardevoirs, etc., and then they just didn't have a damage output on their thing, and it was ridiculous. So yeah, stupidly busted card for that. Sylveon GX is mostly good because the Eevee is really good here. When you attach a basic energy from your hand to this Eevee during your turn, you can search your deck for a card of the same type that evolves into Eevee, evolves from Eevee, and evolve it basically. So you attach a fairy energy from the hand and you get to Sylveon GX. This worked for all of the Eeveelutions, and basically all of the good ones had a single energy attack that was incredibly playable. Sylveon's attack, Magical Ribbon, allows you to search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them into the hand. So it's like a slightly weaker version of the Algorithm GX, but it's not once per game. And the setup this provides, just like with Algorithm, is unparalleled. If the opponent does not immediately end you and constantly end you as you're trying to set up here, you probably win the game. Fairy Wind only does 110 damage for a Fairy double colorless, but it does come up in niche situations. But the GX attack is actually worth it here. Plea GX for that same Fairy double colorless cost puts 2 of the opponent's benched Pokemon and all cards attached to them into their hand. So if they have done rare candy setups and whatnot, this basically just says you no longer have your stage 2s in play and can no longer set stuff up. If they have 2 big attackers set up on the bench, you can just put them into the hand. They have to reset all of the stuff, and depending on where their energy acceleration comes from, that could be really, really difficult. This attack is not to be underestimated. Card is potentially very strong. As is Swampert. This is not a GX Pokemon, so it does not have the same problem, if you will, of giving up multiple prizes, and you do have a way of attacking with it in this deck, so keep that in mind. 160 HP, pretty reasonable. It does survive a lot of hits. It is weak to grass, but that's okay. Tapu Bulu is not really your biggest issue anyway, I don't think. Although Bulu does one-shot you, so you gotta keep that in mind. Power Draw, once per turn, discards 1 card from your hand and draws 3 cards. The standard at this point was Zoroark to discard 1, draw 2. That was on a stage 1 GX though. This was a stage 2 that was actually important for this deck for Super Boost energy. We'll get into that in a little bit. And Super Boost is how you attack with this thing. Hydro Pump takes 3 colorless energy. It does 80 damage, but it does 20 more for each water energy attached to this Pokemon. Super Boost energy itself only provides a colorless energy, but it does provide a rainbow when attached to a stage 2. However, if you have 3 or more stage 2 Pokemon in play, it provides 4 rainbow energy. You are only allowed to play 1 copy of this card in your deck, as every other Prism Star was as well, and there's a really good reason for that, because if you could play 4 of this, it would be the most broken thing in the universe, I think. 3 stage 2s is a lot to set up, but considering our main support line is a draw engine that's on the stage 2, it wasn't actually that impossible, and 4 energy synergizes perfectly with both of our main attackers here. If we put it on the Swampert, suddenly the Swampert can do 160 damage, which is 190 with a Choice Band, right? So that can KO basic GXs. But if we put it on a Gardevoir, that is 120 extra damage here, and that also just gets KOs out of nowhere. Keep in mind that Gardevoir itself also scales based on any energy type, not just Fairy, so double colorless energy works really well with it here, which allows us to play Gallade in addition to Tapu Lele. We've talked about the Gallade before in one of my other favorite decks here, so it's nice to have it on the same evolution line as the Gardevoir. Means you've got another good single prize stage 2 attacker you can go with. And yeah, this deck just does everything really. It's got energy acceleration, card draw, you can use premonition to make sure the card draw does what you want it to do. It can shuffle cards back into the deck with Twilight. It's got initial early search with the Sylveon. Like, there's literally nothing this deck can't do. It can even get cards back, because if one of your Fairy Pokemon gets KO'd during the opponent's last turn, Diantha puts 2 cards from your discard pile back into your hand, which is just despicable. The only thing that it can't get back is Super Boost energy, because Prism Star cards go to the Lost Zone instead of being discarded. But other than that, this deck is just insane, and you can get away with playing low counts of quite a few of the key item cards and whatnot, because you just get to pick them back up, either with Twilight or with Diantha. It's unreal. At this point, we have rotated the Versus Seeker stuff out, so we don't have access to that anymore, and that just makes Twilight even better, because we can use it to get our stuff back that way. Just ridiculous setup there. Probably my favorite deck of all time as far as the teaching people how to play the game aspect goes, though, is Granbull. This, I think, has got to be one of the coolest decks to learn the game with of all time, because Granbull has a very simple attack that ends up being incredibly strong just because of it being a single prizer for 1 energy here. All Out does only 30 damage for 1 Fairy energy, but if you do not have any cards in your hand, it does 130 more damage. So you can cap out at 160, 190 with the choice band, technically 200 with Shrine of Punishment in play as well. This damaging stadium card allows you to put a damage counter on Pokemon GX and EX in between turns. Since we don't play any of those, we don't have any downside to it, but any GX deck from the opponent, which is most of them, will have to bounce this or suffer the recoil of the stuff here. You can see like we have 2 stadiums in this deck just to try and deal with that kind of thing, right? Now, this takes a lot of setup and a lot of maintenance to keep going here. So the way that we do that, we have 2 things for it. We have a Magcargo that is actually a reprint of the Generation 3 Magcargo, just without the knockover stadium discard attack. It allows you once per turn to stack the top card of your deck, search your deck for any one card, put it on top of the deck. Very much like that Swampert with diving search that I had before, but this is on a stage 1, much easier to get out. And we have a Rangaroo. This allows you once per turn to draw until you have 3 cards in hand exactly. So between Gurus and Magcargos, you're able to manipulate what card is on the top of the deck, and you're sequencing down so that you can discard cards away until you have nothing, and you keep chaining these all-out attacks, and ideally you just get to do 160 every single turn, and you will end up winning the prize trades, because you knock out basically every single Paizo with this, because 160 is enough for that, and then the higher damage numbers are possible on the GXs and whatnot to KO them as well. There's a Ditto in here that can evolve into any stage 1 Pokemon, so you can use it to evolve into either Magcargo or Granbull. That's good for versatility. And yeah, the rest of it is all search stuff. Apricorn Maker makes its way into here to search for 2 item cards that have the word ball in their name. So all of your Pokeball stuff here. Great Ball actually makes it into this list as well, because you don't always have to take the Pokemon that you find off of it. Nest Ball, of course, is the main basic search that's in every deck. Timer Ball is a flippy card, but it does let you search for evolution Pokemon, so that gets you the Granbull and the Magcargo. Ultra Ball is your main way of getting down to 0 cards in hand, because this lets you discard excess stuff. You can get the Pokemon if you need to, but if you don't, then you just don't take anything. And Mysterious Treasure actually sees play in here specifically because the card discards a card from your hand. And that's it. Like, sometimes you just need to go -2 in order to go to 0 cards in hand and basically do the Infinity thing, right? It's absolutely nuts. We have Diantha in here, of course, as well, because we are able to pick up cards from the discard pile as we need them. So that might be the way that we get like an extra Ultra Ball proc or something. And yeah, this deck is insane. Like, there's not really a better way of putting it. Like, it teaches you how to sequence properly, because most hands are able to produce an attack if you are like cognizant of what you're doing. Later iterations of this deck got to include things like Red's Challenge to kind of get around the whole Mysterious Treasure thing, and they ended up being a little bit more consistent, but this was the tried and true one. This was the one that I always played, and it's a fantastic deck to play the game with, to like learn how to do everything. Amazing stuff. I would be kind of doing myself a disservice if I didn't mention at least one form of Pikarom within my favorite stuff, because I love lightning types. It is my favorite overall type in the game, and this absolutely fits the bill as to something that I would play basically all the time. Pikarom is just insane. It's all played the entire time it was legal. It's a 240 HP basic Pokemon. The tag team cards do give up 3 prizes when they're KO'd, and this is the lowest end of HP that they have, so it is a very frail Pokemon, but you trade the bulk for a massive amount of power here. Full Blitz for free lightning energy does 150 damage and accelerates free lightning energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon. Tag Bolt as the GX attack does 200 damage, but if you have 6 or more energy, lightning energy specifically, attached to this thing, then it also snipes 170 to one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. That is game ending on its own, and Full Blitz just accelerating that much energy into play was so much pressure that it was almost impossible to deal with. And with Electro Power being able to increase the damage output as well, this deck just went absolutely nuts. And this might not be like my absolute favorite version of it, but it has Jolteon, and therefore I want to talk about it just because of that. Jolteon has Electro Bullet. It's a 200 HP 0 Retreat mod as well, actually. It's pretty good. But Electro Bullet does 30 and 30 to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon, just a Hammerhead style attack, but it's possible to do this on turn 1 because of the Energy Evolution Eevee. Headbolt does 110 for a Lightning and a Colorless, not a huge amount, but with Electro Powers you can get it up to what it needs to be. And then Swift Run, for the same cost, does the same 110 damage, but being a GX attack, it has an added effect, and that effect is the Agility effect. It allows you to prevent all effects of attacks, including damage done to Jolteon during the opponent's next turn, which forces them to Guzma around it, and that can win you the game. It can buy you a turn. It is possible, but not in this deck, but it is possible for this guy to attack for 0 energy. We have Thunder Mountain in here that allows you to attack for 1 lightning less on your lightning Pokemon. Usually you don't get to remove colored energy from costs, so Thunder Mountain is a very interesting stadium as a result. It is an A-Spec stadium, so you're only allowed to play 1 of it, but it does also resist destruction. The opponent has to play another stadium card in order to get rid of this. They can't use Field Blower to discard it, so that's pretty useful. And we have Volkner as a special lightning support card as well here. Searches your deck for an item and a lightning energy, puts them into hand, so you get the energy you need for Energy Evolution. You would get the Nest Ball or the Switch, depending which way around you want to go. That gets you to the Jolteon early, or it could get you to Zapdos, which allows you, if it moved from bench to active, to do 10 plus 70. It's not affected by weakness, so it doesn't allow you to donk the, lightning weak flying types and whatnot. Remember, water types at this point were grass weak for some reason. But this allows you to do a huge amount of damage early, KO most support mons, most evolving basics and things as well. Like Jirachi came out in this set, and this also just gets dunked immediately, right? 70 HP just gets KO'd by Thunderous Assault. But Stellar Wish is another Gen 3-esque card, and definitely shows its worth here. Looks at the top 5 of your deck if it's in the active slot, reveals any trainer that you find there, so that's all items, supporter, and stadium card stuff, and then adds it to hand, puts this Pokemon to sleep. The put into sleep part doesn't matter because Escape Board exists here as well, which allows you to retreat for 1 less, and you can retreat even when asleep or paralyzed. So put this on Jirachi, it retreats for free, and you get to chain these things, and it's just like Flower Selecting, but just as good, if not better, because we have 4 Guzma as well, so we can always gust and switch it that way too. The other lightning support that we have in here involves Tapu Koko Prism. This allows you once per game basically to choose 2 of your bench lightning Pokemon in general, attach a lightning energy from your discard to each of them, and then Lost Zone the Tapu Koko itself. That's why it's once per game, because the Lost Zone is permanent, unlike the Banish Pile in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then the other support mod we have is Zeraora. This just lets Pokemon that have lightning energy attached to them retreat for free, so easy to get into. Jirachi's easy to move as and where you need to. Card is just ridiculous. It has some really good attacks as well. If you need to use the GX attack on this thing, you can, because you can accelerate 5 basic energy from your discard pile. This tended to see a bit more play in like Rayquaza decks in terms of the acceleration side of things, but yeah, it's a really, really powerful card. And you could also just get Marshadow Let Loose on turn 1 as well if you really wanted to force the opponent down to 4 cards before they even got to play the game. Fun. Not really, but you know, it is one of those things. This deck was incredibly aggressive. There was a lot of really good early attacking options. It was possible to get Full Blitz going early if you really wanted to. Later versions of this deck involved some of the stuff that came out, like the double Raichu and the Alolan Raichu. There was even Mewtwo tag team ended up getting played in here sometimes, just so you weren't entirely fighting weak. We have a weakness policy in here as a way of trying to get around that, but it's not really particularly good, but you know, it's searchable with Volkner, so whatever. Yeah, there were other versions of this deck I maybe could have picked, but I wanted something that had the Jolteon in it, and this was the list that I had to hand. Overall, fantastic archetype. It was the archetype that got me back into the game, because opening random packs on PTCGO, I pulled 2 of this thing. So this was the thing that kind of made me go, I could trade a bunch of my old cards, get new packs, and you know, get back into the game at this point and see what it's like. And this was it. This was the main deck to play. Very, very cool. Now, Unbroken Bonds is a fascinating set for me because it's the first of about 5 sets where I actually had decks saved on PTCGO. I have the final 2 from Generation 8, but I also have the final 3 from Sun and Moon. I stopped playing at Sword and Shield because I did not like the idea of where the metagame was going, and I think I was very right for that. But we'll get into that in the future. The point is, I actually have my old ladder deck lists for Unbroken Bonds, Unified Minds, and Cosmic Eclipse, which explains why this has so many like nostalgia memories for me, why so many of these decks were my favorite to play, and also like it was surprising to see the variety of the decks here. To start off with, we have Gardevoir Sylveon, which is a tag team focused deck, right? I have just basic Pokemon in here. Then we have Blastoise GX with Alolan Ninetales, a Stage 2 deck in a tag team dominated format. That's very surprising to see. And then we have Reshiram and Charizard, but it's not really a Reshiram and Charizard deck because we have Flareon GX as the main focus, with Arcanine as a single prize side focus here. So basically we cover every stage of the evolution line here, and that is wild to me that all of these decks were very fun, very viable, and I had a lot of success with them. It was great. Gardevoir and Sylveon in particular is a really fun memory for me, because this is basically how I always played this deck, but most of the time Gardevoir Sylveon was a control deck that was like denying the opponent everything. It was like 40 items, trying to just stop the opponent from doing anything. It was only the Gardevoir Sylveon and none of this extra stuff. And I had a ton more success and a lot of surprises come up with an aggressive build using Mina. So, let's talk about this deck. Gardevoir Sylveon is a 260 HP tag team, so it's a little bit bulkier than the Pikarom was. For a single colorless energy, Fairy Song allows you to search your deck for up to 2 Fairy Energy, attach them to your bench Pokemon in any way that you like. Very similar to the old Xerneas, except it's colorless this time. That does matter for a deck in the future, and it allows you to attach 2 energy to the same Pokemon, which also does matter because it means if you don't get as full of a setup as you needed with Xerneas, then you still get to accelerate 2 energy. Kaleidostorm for 2 Fairy and a colorless does 150 damage and moves any number of energy from your Pokemon to your other Pokemon in any way that you like. This is 2-shotting everything in the game, and with the amount of HP this thing has, it's totally fine for that. You also get to shift energy across the board wherever you need it to be, so you can set up things like max potion plays, which is pretty good. And then his GX attack is also quite strong. Magical Miracle for 3 Fairy Energy does 200 damage, same as the Tag Bolt GX. But if you have at least 3 extra Fairy Energy attached to this thing, then the opponent shuffles all cards in their hand into their deck. Yeah, if they don't have a support mod in play, they are dead, basically. Because no cards in hand, if they're bored, yeah, you know, like 200 damage KOs a lot of things, right? So you KO their active attacker, you then wipe their hand away, and if they don't immediately recover, then you basically just win the game on the spot. Getting 6 energy on a single Pokemon is very, very difficult though, and this deck doesn't really, like, we don't have the best ways of doing that yet. We really needed to wait until Tag Switch came out before that actually was a viable win con. But even if you don't get to do Magical Miracle for the full value, just being able to constantly shift your energy around, disrupt the opponent a little bit, and use Max Potion to heal off the Gardevoir Sylveon when needed, this deck was very difficult to pin down, and we could accrue energy very quickly thanks to Mina. This supporter card searched the deck for a Fairy Energy, attached it to one of your Pokemon, and that was it. It did not end the turn, it didn't do any fancy stuff like that. It was only one energy, but this gave you an extra turn attach basically. This kept you positive in terms of your overall attachment cycle, and it meant that you could get to 6 energy very, very quickly. This also meant that going first, when you're not allowed to attack and therefore couldn't Fairy Song, you were still threatening a Kaleidostorm on turn 2. Which is something that the regular versions of this deck were not able to do. And I felt like the speed of the normal decks was just way too slow. If you had to rely on going first, like Fairy Song on turn 2 in order to do anything, I feel like you were already out of the game. It was kind of depressing, to be honest. I liked my auxiliary attackers in here as well because you could force knockout games rather than only being 2 Gardevoir Sylveon. If you could force them to KO, say, a Xerneas GX as well, that was pretty useful. Xerneas only has 180 HP, and its attacks are not great except for the GX attack. Overrun for Colorless Energy does 20 and snipes 20 to one of the opponent's bench. It's fine, but it's nothing too spectacular. Aurora Horns for 2 Fairy and the Colorless does 120. Again, not spectacular, but Sanctuary GX is an amazing secondary GX attack to have in the deck. For the same 2 Fairy and a Colorless cost, this moves all damage counters from each of your Pokemon to the opponent's active. So it fully heals your entire board and also dumps all of that damage onto the opponent's active, which is probably going to KO them, and therefore you take prizes at the same time as fully healing your entire board. All for the cost of 1 Kaleidostorm's worth of energy, which you can very easily manage to filter onto this thing. It is an absolute menace if it hits the field, but it also doesn't contribute to the opponent winning the game if they KO just this. They still have to go through 2 of these 260 HP menaces over here. So that's really good in its own right. Mimikyu kind of does a similar thing, where it can just force the opponent to have to take more KOs and not just take Gardevoir Sylveon knockouts. It's the same Mimikyu that the Malamar decks play, actually, just as a Fairy type this time. 70 HP, no weakness or resistance, that bit doesn't matter when you're this frail. It can draw 2 cards for 1 Colorless Energy. If you have to use that, you probably lost the game, but it's there if you need it. And for a Fairy and a Colorless, aka Mina plus turn attach, you get to copy the opponent's attack that they used in their last turn. Unless it's a GX attack, at which point it does nothing. But that's once per game, so you can probably get around that. This deck doesn't have any abilities, therefore we were able to take advantage of the new Green's Exploration in order to search our deck for 2 trainer cards and put them into the hand, which just lets you get whatever setup you would need. Very, very, very powerful card there. We also have the aforementioned Mina to do Fairy Energy Acceleration. We have Acerola as another way of picking up our Pokemon. If we have damage counters on one of them, we get to just put it into the hand, so we can recover all of our stuff there. And we have a bunch of Disruptive Stadium cards that we can search out with greens as well here. Lysander Labs prevents tool cards in play from having an effect. We only have a couple of tools and we don't tend to need them that much, so that's pretty good. Power Plant stops GX and EX Pokemon in play from having abilities, which is really good against most of the other decks out in the field. And our ace in the hole, if you will, is the Prism Star Wondrous Labyrinth Stadium, that any non-fairy Pokemon has to pay more energy to attack. So very disruptive, very often makes it a lot harder for certain decks to attack. This is a really good way of checking the Giratina decks, if you can get them away from their use. But you've got Lysander Labs is a good check for them as well, because Spell Tag was pretty annoying. The other check is in terms of Fairy Charm, because the other most aggressive deck in the format is the Pikarom, and Pikarom is a bit of a disaster, to be honest, against this deck. This prevents any damage done to the fairy Pokemon this is attached to from Lightning type GX and EX Pokemon. I wish we had a fire one of these as well, because Reshizard was also a disastrous matchup for us, because they could one-shot us with Choice Banded Flare Strike. We'll get into that as we go. But yeah, that was like the one bad matchup. The rest of it was really, really solid, and you had a lot of consistency thanks to Pokegear, which came back in and was able to find your supporter cards as and when you needed them, which is pretty good. Blastoise GX was a really fun deck to play. It has the ability to take advantage of both Blastoise here, which is really cool. The GX one is the main attacker for the deck. It is a 240 HP Stage 2 GX, but it also passively takes 30 less damage from attacks via its Solid Shell ability. We actually see this on Blastoise EX nowadays as well. It's the same thing, but the GX I think was a fair bit more powerful overall. Rocket Splash for 2 water energy, reshuffled any number of water energy from your Pokemon in play into the deck as you liked, and for each one you shuffled it did 60 damage, so theoretically infinite damage cap here, which is pretty good. And Giant Geyser, you hoped not to have to use this attack, but if you had to, it attached any number of water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way that you like. The only reason you would use this is if you've drawn into like 4 energy or something, 3 or 4, and you need to be able to get a ton of energy into play to proceed with the game. You really didn't want to have to use this one. The reason this worked, despite the ridiculous like energy cost of Rocket Splash, is because the regular Blastoise once per turn allowed you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and attach any number of water energy you find there to your Pokemon in any way that you like. This was actually one of the theme decks that was pretty good at the time. Like, it competed with the Charizard one. Overall Charizard Nidoqueen was a bit better, but this one certainly could compete with it because the Farfetch'd was pretty good. And Hydro Tackle was solid too, 150 damage for 3 water energy. Does do 30 to itself, but this is good in the single prize trade sort of thing. So yeah, that was also solid. We got to take advantage of Vulpix in this deck as well, which let us use the Fairy type Alolan Ninetales. This was one of the Lost Thunder specials. It allowed you, when you evolved into this thing, to search your deck for up to 2 item cards, put them into the hand. So there's where your rare candies and everything come from to get all of your setup. Very powerful. Its attacks don't matter because we don't play Fairy Energy in this deck. There's no way of accelerating them, so we wouldn't want to sully our card pool to do the thing. But getting the 2 items is important enough, and that's what matters here. We then also have Articuno, which makes this deck kind of come together. Blizzard Veil, if it's in the active, prevents the opponent from using a supporter card to affect your benched water Pokemon. For 2 water energy, it also does 70 damage and shifts 2 water energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench, so you can set up, you can KO Jirachis and whatnot, and also get your bench prepared for big Rocket Splashes. You might think it's going to be a bit difficult to get into this guy, but the Squirtle actually has Free Float, or Floating Shell here, so if you have a Stadium card in play, it doesn't have a retreat cost. There are bigger Squirtles that we could play, but they all have retreats. So we actually can retreat for free into this Articuno, prevent the opponent from Guzmaring away the Articuno, because everything on our bench is a water Pokemon, and that gives us free reign to set up. It's very, very good. The stadium of choice here is Brooklet Hill, to be able to search for a basic water Pokemon, or fighting Pokemon if the enemy's playing that kind of deck, but for us it's just search out any one of our water Pokemon, which happens to be all of them, so that's really cool. Aqua Patch does exist as well, but we only play one of them because we don't really need the thing that much. We also don't have that much space for it, but all of our energy goes back into the deck, so we're not actually accelerating from discard very often, so we don't really need that one too much. And yeah, it was just very consistent. A lot of high-end output. You might think it would take a lot to set this up, and like, you were kind of right, but because we had bench protection, because we had consistency with Brooklet Hill, so we got our basics out very easily. We have the ways of searching out item cards via and like getting rare candies via the Alolan Ninetales. We didn't even need to play a full 4 Ultra Ball in this list. That's how consistent things were here. Very, very cool. Last but not least for this section, we do have the Flareon GX Reshizard thing. We'll talk about Reshizard first because this was the more common part to see out of this list. It was a 270 HP tag team Pokemon. This was not the bulkiest, but it was definitely up there. It had 2 main attacks and a GX one. Outrage for a fire and a colorless does 30 plus 10 for each damage counter that's on this Pokemon. Really stupid to put this on such a high HP basic Pokemon. I guess it gives up free prizes when you KO it, so once you've used Outrage, it's probably going to get like half your prizes shaved off as a result. But like, come on, still, it's ridiculous. For free fire and a colorless, Flare Strike does 230 damage and cannot be used in consecutive turns. You can still use the other attacks though, which includes Double Blaze. Free fire energy to do 200, but if you have at least 3 extra fire energy on this thing, it does 300 damage and isn't affected by effects on the opponent's active Pokemon. This allows it to get through a one-time safeguard sort of thing, but it also gets through things like Jolteon GX's Swift Run, which is really annoying. The other stuff that we have in here is mostly Flareon GX, which is again Energy Evolution enabled. This lets you, as 210 HP, technically stage 1 GX here. For 1 fire energy, it does 30 damage, attaches up to 3 fire energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way that you like. Absolutely disgusting. For 2 fire and a colorless, Bright Flame does 190 and discards 2 fire from this Pokemon. And Power Burner for a single fire does 20 for each fire energy in your discard pile. We do play 13 in total, so we could hit over 200 damage with that and close out a game if we don't use Double Blaze. So the idea is that we use the absolutely broken fire support of this time with stuff like Fiery Flint, Ultra Ball, but searching for 4 fire energy instead of any one Pokemon. Fire Crystal can get 3 fire energy from the discard pile back into the hand. Welder can accelerate 2 fire energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon, and if you do, draw 3 cards. Spoilers, this attaches from hand, which allows the Eevee to then evolve into Flareon. Very, very silly how that works. That's actually also the case for Heat Stage, by the way. If you Heat Stage onto an Eevee, it is attaching an energy from hand, and that allows you to evolve into Flareon as well, which is really, really dumb. And we also have Heat Factory as the Prism Star Stadium. It's once per turn, discard a fire energy, draw 3 cards. It's Scorched Earth, but slightly stronger, and that was incredibly strong in the format as well. Our single prize option is the Arcanine over here. For 3 fire energy, this 140 HP base stage 1 non-GX Pokemon. It does 120 damage and accelerates 2 fire from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. Pretty reasonable. Heat Tackle for 4 fire energy does 190 damage and does 50 to itself, which is fine. I mean, the attack is perfectly acceptable. With a Choice Band, this KOs most basic GXs. In fact, I can't really think of one that it doesn't KO other than the tag teams, so like, that's pretty cool. We could even technically reach Pikarom because we have 2 Kukui in here as well, so we can get up to the big numbers with this. It's pretty great, to be honest with you. And we do also have an Eevee and Snorlax in here just as a non-fire type to go into, but it's mostly just here for the couple of Evolution GXs and stuff that are still in play. Dump Truck Press is a hilarious attack name. Takes 4 colorless energy, does 120, doubled to 240 if the opponent is an Evolution Pokemon. It's not really a lot of those in format, so Eevee Snorlax is very situational, but it is okay into a couple of archetypes, so there is that. There's technically a Volcanion that can also do energy acceleration stuff here, but most of the time Flareon is the one you're going to want to use with that. We still play the Green's Exploration Engine in here, and you might think, well, we have an ability in this deck, how are we allowed to do that, right? But because the Eevee just goes attach and then evolve immediately, we don't very often actually have an ability in play, and most of the time this isn't actually like a conflict of interest, because we have so many fire energy and like 4 ways of searching them, that we can generally have a fire in hand in order to accelerate like the evolution process of the Eevee. So most of the time we don't actually have the ability in play, and therefore Greens can get us whatever we want, which is a whole bunch of disgusting stuff in here. So yeah, this deck is incredibly quick, it's incredibly aggressive. The Reshizard is actually only plan B in this deck, which is pretty funny. You do usually accelerate some to it, but most of the time it's Flareon doing the big attacks here. The Bright Flame, Heat Stage on turn 1. Fiery Flint by itself just gets Heat Stage set up. It's unbelievable how efficient that is. And yeah, we don't often even need to use our free prizer here, so we can force like 6, 7, 8 prize games with this deck very easily. Super cool deck to play, and I really loved the idea behind it. And of course it uses an Eeveelution, so why would I not like it? It even has an Eevee in here, look how cute it is. On to Unified Minds now. Very weird time in the TCG's history, because unfortunately we just had a rotation that Japan had not had, and therefore we lost a ton of the proper tools for the format that Japan still had access to. They still had things like Guzma, like Nest Ball, all of our consistency stuff. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Trying to find anything that wasn't a Psychic or Dragon Pokemon or a Pokemon GX was pretty much impossible, so like non-GX Pokemon almost entirely died out here outside of the Malamar deck, and that was a real shame. It was a really annoying time for creativity here, but I still had 2 very creative decks to talk about here, one of which I would be remiss if I didn't mention at least one Mewtwo and Mew archetype, because on the list of like my favorite deck types to play, this whole versatile Mew-EX sort of thing is absolutely up there as like a top 5, so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention something with this thing. And then one of the dumbest creations here did get some consistency boosts with Unified Minds is a Hat Lady deck, and one of my favorite tag teams in the entire format was this Moltres, Zapdos and Articuno card. I actually have this one in real life still, thanks to my brother giving it to me at Christmas one time. Absolutely phenomenal looking card, and this was not the consistent version of the deck. It actually did do fairly well outside of this sort of thing, but this was the most fun one, and I have to talk about the Hat Lady stuff in general because it is just ridiculously fun. Before we can do that though, we have to mention the Mewtwo and Mew stuff. So, Mewtwo and Mew is a 270 HP Psychic type tag team with the ability Perfection that allows you to not play Perfect Cell, but it allows you to use any of your GX or EX attacks that are either on your bench or in your discard pile. So you can use basic GXs and stuff here if you bench them, unlike Regidrago, but you also get to use evolution stuff from the discard pile, and that's the main thing that we want to do here. It has a GX attack that doesn't matter for this deck, so I'm not really going to spend too much time on it, but if you play Psychic Energy, and the most common versions of this deck play Psychic and Fire to do this sort of thing, then you are able to get 200 damage attack that could fully heal all of your Pokemon. Honestly, you would rather use the GX attacks of a lot of the other stuff that you have access to, so that's where we're going to focus our attention. Now, this of course is a very versatile ability. You can use this in a bunch of different decks. Even Pikarom could use this so that it wasn't entirely reliant on lightning Pokemon, so you had a different weakness that you could hit. It is unfortunately weak to itself, but that's where Jirachi GX comes in. This will nullify any psychic weakness that's in play, which is pretty fun. It doesn't really do anything else that's relevant, especially not in this deck, but yeah, it just makes it so that you don't get killed by your own Mewtwo and Mew. But we have the damage output to kill other Mewtwo and Mews thanks to the attacks that we're copying here. This build is a metal variant rather than the typical fire or Water is the other one that was actually kind of good because of Crash Awake being able to search out stuff too. But this one is a metal-based build using Magnezone. There was a couple of different Magnezone because of the dual typing thing that Gen 7 did, but we're accelerating Metal Energy. It's a Rain Dance style effect, so it just gets to flood the board with as many as you have, and the idea is we are basically just aggressively digging to get this guy out as quick as possible, get a bunch of energy in play via Mount Coronet, recovering the energy from the discard pile, and using absolute haymaker attacks to decimate the opponent. And, well, we got a lot of them, so let's go over them in order. We have Dragonite here. This obviously cannot be put into play, so it cannot be a dud starter or anything, which is pretty good. For 5 colorless energy, you can use Sky Judgment to do 270 damage, discarding 3 energy from this Pokemon. This KOs basically every relevant Pokemon in the format in one shot. Like, pretty much all of the tag teams in this exact set have got 270 HP. Or less, so we KO everything. Discard 3 energy is not even that big of a cost when you can rain down all the stuff you need and recover them from the discard pile at will anyway. So that's pretty good. It has a GX attack, but we don't really care about that one because we're using different GX attacks in this deck, so you know, Dialga is one of the main ones here. This guy can be put into play, so you may have to start this, but it does only give up 2 prizes, so you can still force some awkward game states with this, especially because of the whole lack of gusting thing, right? And, well, its first attack is decent. Draw cards until you have 6 cards in hand for 1 energy. Maybe you have to use that at the start of the game if you're unlucky. But Shred is also, like, fine if you're up against a Safeguard style thing. There is Keldeo GX in Unified Mind, so you may have to have an out to that. So I guess that's fine. But really it's all about the GX attack here. Timeless GX is basically the same as the Origin form Dialga's GX attack. It gives you an extra turn. Does take a ridiculous amount of energy to do. It's 3 metal and 2 colorless, but 150 damage, take an extra turn immediately is devastating. If you can land this on a support mon or a weakened mon to take multiple prizes, then you have the energy to Sky Judgment immediately anyhow, and you can just do whatever you want with the opponent. It's absolutely great. We also have Solgaleo GX over here. This did see a tiny bit of play in some lot in order to work with the other Solgaleo when that was still a thing. But here, it's like its Shining Main thing doesn't matter, its HP doesn't matter, but its Turbo Strike attack most definitely does. For any 2 energy, you do 120 damage and attach 2 basic energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. Its GX attack might come up. For the same 2 energy cost, it fully heals all of your Pokemon. I guess that could come up in a world with less gusting options and stuff, so keep it in mind, but it's not the main one we want to use here. This was a promo card that was very difficult to get hold of for quite a long time, so it was very expensive to trade for this one on PTCGO, but man was it worth it. Duskmane Necrozma is the next one here. This was actually used with Magnezone in some decks before. We did enjoy the deck, but it's much cooler here, I think, because the Mewtwo versatility thing. 190 HP basic. Its Claw Slash is not particularly good, but Meteor Tempest is quite strong. For 3 metal and a colorless, you do 220 damage, discarding 3 energy from this Pokemon. If you are behind on prizes and you have 3 metal energy attached, you can also do Sun's Eclipse for a flat 250 damage, which is enough on Mewtwo and Mew specifically to KO Pikarom. So I guess you could keep that in mind. It would not KO if you used it on this guy though, because metal resistance is annoying. Finally, we have Melmetal GX. This is the stable attack of the deck. You'll notice everything else is either like discard all your energy or do, you know, like ungodly amounts of cost for not a lot of investment. This is your like middle of the road attack. Metal Blast for 4 colorless energy does 110 plus 20 for each metal energy on this Pokemon. So it's 190 for 4 energy. Not a great conversion rate, but it does let you KO like the basic GXs most of the time, your Blacephalons, even like, you know, Duskmane itself over here. Ultra Necrozma is at 190, so like you can KO most of the basic attackers. And you can scale it up if you need to, so you'd be able to not have to discard energy every time. Particularly nice after Timeless too, because if you go Timeless into Mental Blast into Sky Judgment, that tends to get you all the prizes that you need, so it's pretty good. The other attacker that we have in here is the Prism Star Solgaleo. This was also seen in the previous Magnezone Metal decks as well, but its Radiant Star is pretty strong. For each of the opponent's Pokemon in play, you get a Metal Energy from your discard pile, so attach it to your Pokemon in any way that you like. And Corona Star, or Corona Impact even, does 160 for 4 Metal Energy, can't attack in consecutive turns, but it's a 160 HP, 1 Prizer. What more do you want, right? Like, you could still retreat it, it's quote-unquote only a free retreat cost here, so that's not too bad. You can recover 2 of those energy with Coronet anyway, so yeah, really strong card overall, and a good sort of middle-of-the-road aspect here as well that just gives up 1 prize, can force some very awkward game states there. Now, the way that we get through this deck, because I didn't mention it's very difficult for us non-EXs or non-GXs to compete at the moment, the way we get through it is with Hapu, and man, I love me my this sort of aggressive dig type of deck as well. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck, put 2 of them into the hand, discard the other ones. Explorer's Guidance in the current standard format, but this allows you to basically go 6 cards deeper without playing, like you see we don't play Cynthia in here, and the reason for that is because we don't want to shuffle draw one of the Magnezone Rare Candy parts back into the deck. But here, we can go aggressively, go 6 cards deep into the deck, hopefully find the other Magnezone Candy piece that we need, and then discard, say, a bunch of Metal Energy or the Pokemon that we don't need anymore. We are discarding 4 cards, but like that's completely fine when we can recover a lot of them anyway. And we want a lot of our cards in the discard pile. That's the other fun bit here. So that's why Dedenne is actually really good here too, because it's discard your hand, draw 6 once per turn, right? So even though it's a bit of a liability on the bench, hey, look at that, Gusting is at an all-time low here, so it's a lot harder to punish that than it used to be. And if you're punishing Dedenne, you're not attacking the Mewtwo, which is killing you, so that's always a benefit too. Then we get to the Sky trio over here. Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno is a massive 300 HP colorless Pokemon. It's unfortunately weak to Lightning, which is one of the biggest things that holds this back, is that Pikarom just destroys this deck. But it's a lot of fun, so I played it anyway. And we sometimes do have a couple of ways of mitigating that matchup very slightly. Trinity Burn takes a whopping Fire, Water, Lightning, and Colorless to attack, but it does 210 damage flat. No restrictions, no side effects on it, and for something this big, that is quite good. Again, it can KO all of the single stage GXs and whatnot that you're going to go against, and it 2-shots everything in the format. It overkills them too, so it's really good against like Great Potion healing and stuff. We did just lose Max Potions, so there's no healing that way, and Acerola actually got picked up as well, so there's no recovery in that aspect. So it can be really powerful just because of that here. You have to use Super Scoop Up if you want to try and heal your Pokemon in that aspect. That's how like bad the format was that way. Sky Legends itself only takes a colorless energy, but it only shuffles the Pokemon and all cards attached to it into the deck if you do that. But if you can pay for Trinity Burn, that same energy cost also allows you to snipe 110 damage on 3 of the opponent's Pokemon. So kind of an absurd GX attack over here. Sniping 110 damage 3 times like completely dismantles the Malamar board is one of the big examples, but it also just lets you set up a bunch of things that Trinity Burn can then get the KO on. Trinity Burn plus Sky Legends damage is enough to KO everything in the game, so that's like a really solid thing to go for there. Super powerful, but the problem is it takes a ton of energy to get this set up. So we have 2 ways of dealing with that. The most common way that's going to happen here is using Victini. This 70 HP fire type for 1 fire energy searches your deck for up to 2 basic energy of different types and accelerates them across your board how you want. So it's able to get 2 of the energy that you need, and then you just need to get another couple on the next couple of turns, and jobs are good, right? So, like, that's not terrible. It only gives up one prize too, so you could give up 2 of these and then have the tag team be the rest of the game, and the opponent is no closer to victory, so it's still kind of nice. We do have a Hooper in here as well as the anti-Giratina sort of matchup. It's not amazing, but with Lysander Labs blocking spell tags, then, you know, we don't take the extra damage from that, so we can actually deal with the Giratina matchup just a little bit. The other way that we handle it is via the Hat Ladies, and these all have their own individual effects that you can only use if the opponent's active is a certain stage of Pokemon. They're not really relevant, so I'm not going to go into them here. The important bit is Morgan. If you discard the other 3 alongside Morgan here, you look at the top 12 cards of your deck, and any energy cards you find there get accelerated to your Pokemon in any way that you like. Everything else gets shuffled back into the deck, but ideally you're going to get between 3 and 6 energy most of the time with that. So that powers up a couple of these Goobers over here. Now, this particular build does have some problems that way, because let's face it, we have to play 3 different types of energy in here. We do need to find the correct ones. That can be a bit of a problem. And yeah, like, you've got to play a ton of energy as well as all of these awkward supporter cards. How are you ever going to find all of that? Well, nothing in our deck has abilities, so Green's Exploration from the previous set can be really good here, so we can get 2 of them that we need. But also Misty's Favor came out in Unified Minds, which is why this actually is more playable than it would have been last set. Search your deck for up to 3 supporter cards, put them into the hat. It is a supporter itself, of course, so you can't do this in consecutive turns, but we also just lost like a ton of the hand disruptions. Like, hand disruption just about doesn't exist right now in the format, so it is very difficult to force the opponent away. I think Reset Stamp might be available, but most decks don't play it. You do have the occasional, like, Gardevoir Sylveon, I guess, that could play it, but most decks don't actually have very many of them, and it's not easy to search out an item at will for a lot of strategies, so you should hopefully be able to get that off. And if you can't, well, at least Victini can still accelerate, right? So that's the idea. If you do find too many of the wrong energy, Rainbow Brush is a card that exists as well, that allows you to swap an energy card from one of your Pokemon with a basic energy from your deck. So if we don't find the water and the lightning that we need, we can at least swap one of the excess fires for that. So it is still possible to get stuff there. And the idea, right, is that this guy takes 2 hits to kill. It kills everything else in 2 hits as well. It is very difficult to wipe out, and if you can't wipe it out in one shot, Sky Legends puts it back into the deck, as well as doing a bunch of snipe damage, and it's just incredibly irritating to deal with, right? We have the Lysander Labs and the Power Plant as well. These are searchable with Green's Exploration, so it's possible that we can weave these in if we get enough of the other pieces here to disrupt the opponent. And yeah, it's hard hitting. It takes a lot to bring this thing down, and that's really the goal. Like I said, it's not the most consistent version of the deck. It is that you can do a lot more if you focus more on the Victini part of this, but this was a lot of fun, and it was like Hat Ladies in general. I played a ton of different versions of it, and they were all like reasonably entertaining. They were never top meta, obviously, but they were very fun ladder decks to play. On to the final set of Generation 7, Cosmic Eclipse, and while I mentioned in the Expedition era that those were some of the most creative decks that I've ever come up with, these are my modern masterpieces. I was playing decently high amounts of PTCGO at this time, and this was by far my favorite deck of all time here. It was just unbelievable. It did absolutely everything it had to do on the ladder. It beat pretty much everything it needed to beat, and it was unlike any other deck that you would see on the ladder at the time. It was just amazing stuff. And we also have a really good non-GX deck down here as well, which is finally taking advantage of an engine which has been sleeping in the back of the binder for the entire gen. First off though, we have to talk about my Gardevoir, Sylveon, Mewtwo stuff here. So, I have already spoken a little bit about Gardevoir, Sylveon because I had the Mina build of this before, and I've already spoken about the Mewtwo and Mew because of the Metal Engine stuff I used most of all in the previous set. This was an amalgamation of the two which took advantage of basically every fun little bit that we've had access to now, thanks to having all of the tag team stuff out. Where to even begin? Well, we have some new attackers in here, obviously, because we're now using a fairy version of the Mewtwo and Mew deck. We have access to Fairy Song immediately. We do have the Kaleidostorm that's a lot more approachable this time. Remember that Colorless I mentioned in its cost before? Well, now we have some energy which is not pure Fairy in here, and that actually matters. We've got Weakness Guard energy, so that we, because we don't play Jirachi, we do still want to have immunity to Psychic Weakness. So we do have one of these in here, and we have the water energy because we have a Greninja that's important in here as well. The Mewtwo and Mew itself will be able to copy like all of these attacks, which is pretty great, and Kaleidostorm can move the Weakness Guard energy if it needs to as well, which is really powerful. Magical Miracle is fairly difficult to get going here, but it is plausible. It's just not the most likely GX attack you're going to use in this deck. We still have the Dragonite, of course, because we can still burst a bunch of energy into play, and energy that get discarded by it can get picked up by Viridian Forest, which is a card that a lot of decks were using at this time, but it's still very, very powerful for us as well. Being able to recover our energy is super strong. We have Mega Lopunny and Jigglypuff that came out in Cosmic Eclipse. This does more damage for each GX and EX Pokemon the opponent has in play, and with just two of them in play, this does 180 damage. So it absolutely hoses Blacephalon decks, for example, as they really can't play around having that many. But even Pikarom and stuff like that has a hard time playing less than 3 down, at which point you do 240 and it just kind of wipes them out. The fact that it can attack itself because it takes any energy is also pretty good, and its GX attack is also fine if you get some excess energy on board. It does sleep for a single colorless, which is obviously terrible. We've had that since base set, right? But if you have at least 4 extra energy attached to it, then you snipe 200 onto one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. So, very good for killing off the Denes or for finishing off other weakened stuff in play. We do have an Altaria GX as well. This cannot be put into play, just like the Dragonite, so that's pretty helpful. Bright Tone for a Fairy and a Colorless does 50 and prevents all damage done to the Mewtwo and Mew that uses it by GX and EX Pokemon during the next turn, so it forces the opponent to find a way around it, which is pretty good. Sonic Edge is actually the main attack that I want from this thing. Fairy, Water, Colorless, 110 damage, and unaffected by any effects on the opponent's active Pokemon. One of the biggest decks at this time was Arceus Dialga Palkia using Keldeo GX, which I also really enjoyed for that, for the matter of the fact, like using End's Resolve and whatnot. But this was a way of checking it, just like the Greninja GX over here. The Elusive Master, you could technically put this into play, and it's not unheard of. If it's the last card in your hand, you can bench it and draw 3 cards. That happens sometimes, because you can still use its attack whilst it's on the bench with Mewtwo and Mew, right? Mist Slash does 130 for a Water and a Colorless, and is unaffected by weakness, resistance, and all other effects. So this also lets you get through the Keldeo, and that was the main sort of bit for it here. Dark Mist really doesn't come up that much, but I guess if the opponent's got one big attacker set up, you might be able to put it back into their hand. It's kind of cool, I suppose. We still have the Xerneas in here as well, because Sanctuary GX is frankly a broken GX attack, so it's definitely worth having, and the Solgaleo for the extra acceleration from discard early on as well. What actually makes this really awesome is Cosmic Eclipse's tag call here. The tag team archetype now involves some supporter cards as well, which allows us to have a little bit of draw and recovery power with Cynthia and Caitlyn. Discard a card from hand, draw 3, and also provide, take a supporter card out your discard pile, accept itself, put it into hand. It's pretty good. Guzmahala lets you search for a tool card, a special energy, and a stadium card by discarding 2 other cards in your hand. So this is where weakness guard energy comes in. Stealthy Hood is also a big thing here because there was a Mimic Mimikyu that prevented the any Pokemon with damage counters on them from having an ability, so this was the out to that. We did lose Field Blower after all, so it was very difficult to remove this. So that was pretty useful. And of course Choice Helmet was also a thing too, being able to reduce damage by 30 on from enemy GX and EX Pokemon was quite nice as well. So yeah, we could get a Stadium, we could get one of the tools, we could get the energy, it's pretty useful. And Mallow and Lana, one of the strongest supporters in this archetype, to be honest. Switch your active with one of your bench, but if you discard 2 cards as well, heal 120 from the Pokemon that moved to the bench. This is how you beat the Keldeo deck, because it capped out at 140 damage after Arceus Dark Palkia was used. So once the ADP damage boost was in play, like this still prevented you from getting 2-shot by them, which was very good to see. We also have tag switching here now as well. This allows you to move up to 2 energy from one of your tag team Pokemon to another one, so you can energy accelerate with a Fairy Song and then tag switch where you need them to be, get the amount of energy you need to attack with the appropriate thing, and that can give you a surprise Sky Judgment out of nowhere as well if you've been using Minas to accelerate. It's just a lot of really good synergistic stuff going on here, and the fact that we have both the Psychic and the Fairy aspect. If the Fairy aspect is not particularly good because we're up against a Metal deck or something, well, at least we have the Psychic part for it, right? But if we're up against Malamar, then we can still use the Fairy part of it, and the Greninja can be good against that deck too, and everything can work out perfectly good there. It's just everything kind of aligns up. It beat the Keldeo stuff, it beat Malamar, it could beat Reshizard even at this point, because we do have enough damage output to one-shot them, so that's obviously really powerful. And it could beat Pikarom because they have a hard time getting rid of Mega Lopunny Jigglypuff. So everything just kind of lined up. It had checks to everything. It was the aggressive form of Gardevoir Sylveon, so a lot of decks would be caught by surprise on that aspect. And Mina just like gives you KOs out of nowhere. It's absolutely great. Love this build. Finally, we also have Great Catcher now as well, from Cosmic Eclipse, so we could gust up GXs and take easy prizes and stuff that way. So lots of fun stuff there. And hey, if nothing else worked and it was a GX only matchup, maybe Bright Tone just wins you the game by itself as well. That's a type of attack that a lot of decks weren't really ready to deal with. Super cool. But possibly cooler is the Nuzzle.dek over here. So, for the longest time we have had Raichu GX, which has a very similar attack to the Raichu that we're going to speak about here, but it did not have the Nuzzle attack, which meant that it was unsearchable as well as being a 2-prizer, and that made this deck very inconsistent compared to what it should have been. This Raichu is designed to do ungodly amounts of damage here. It only takes a single lightning. The GX takes 2 colorless, but like kind of whatever. It does 20 damage for each lightning energy across your entire board. And it only has 120 HP. It's got a 2 retreat too, which is a bit fat, but oh well. The Nuzzle attack is just flipped to paralyze, but what matters is that you have that attack, not what it actually does. And you'll notice that all of our stuff, from the Pikachu over here with 70 HP, the Emolga, the Dedenne over here is a good extra bit, and the Pachirisu all have this Nuzzle attack. And the reason that matters is because of Emolga itself. Nuzzly Gathering once per turn per Emolga that you have in play allows you to search your deck for a Pokemon with the Nuzzle attack, reveal it, put it into the hand. So it can search itself, and then you bench it, and then you get another search, blah blah blah, it's all the fun stuff there. And that adds up to a lot of energy acceleration with the Snuggly Generator, one of the best attack names of all time for sure. For each of your bench Pokemon that has Nuzzle, you search your deck for a lightning energy, attach it to that Pokemon. So you get a couple of turns of this, and that allows you to build like 10 plus energy in play, and you're suddenly doing over 200 damage every time with this, close to 300 when you factor in Electro power, just like the Pikarom decks can do. We can do it too. And yeah, we can do crazy amounts of damage. It's absolutely great. Combine that with Shrine of Punishment, because we're not a GX deck. We can punish the opponent for playing GX cards and stuff, and get extra damage out that way. Lysander Labs is really necessary against the Malamar stuff, again to stop Spell Tag, so we can not get completely destroyed by that. All of our stuff is really frail after all, so that definitely doesn't help. And Dedenne can actually finish off weakened stuff on the bench too. For each of your Pokemon in play that has Nuzzle, for 1 lightning energy, this will snipe 10 damage. So maximum of 60, pretty good. Being able to hit that on the bench, not too bad. Now, that doesn't KO Jirachis and stuff, but we do have a way around that. Cosmic Eclipse introduced a Coughing and a Wheezing with this Blowaway Bomb ability. If you discard it specifically with the effect of the Roxy supporter, you put 1 damage counter on each of the opponent's Pokemon. The Roxy supporter discards 2 non-GX or EX Pokemon from your hand and draws 3 for each card you discarded that way. We do tend to have a lot of extra Pokemon in our hand. Remember, the Emolga does not put it onto the bench, it searches the Pokemon, so any excess Nuzzlers that we have we can discard with this thing. And we basically just draw 6 cards every time we play this. It's absolutely great. But if we happen to discard one of the Wheezing, then we can spread some damage counters as well. The Wheezing is played over the Coughing because we don't want to bench it, obviously. It would ruin our deck to put that down, so we definitely don't want that. Sometimes we do have to put a bench barrier down because spread decks do exist in the format. That's an unfortunate sacrifice that needs to be made. And Tapu Koko can come in to get some extra energy out of the discard pile as well later on in the game, when inevitably we are losing 1 Pokemon basically every single turn, so we can get away with that quite nicely. It's a really, really fun deck, and like the only other bit to really mention is that Tantalizer is getting used in here instead of maxed out Cynthia, because the switch option of Tantalizer is actually really important. We don't want to play Mallow and Lana because we don't have any use for the healing aspect of it here, and sometimes like Shuffle Draw 5 is just what we have to do in this sort of deck, but we do want access to the switch part of it. So being able to do that so that we can switch our initial Pikachu into a Pachirisu and get the Snuggly generator going, it's all super fun. And yeah, this deck is actually capable of dealing with ADP decks and stuff as well. It's absolutely dummy strong how much damage this can do. It's very hard for most decks to race this thing because it's a single prize deck, right? Most of the time, if you're one-shotting their 2 to 3 prize Pokemon, and you're only giving up 1 prize yourself, and you can easily rebuild most times, it's very difficult to keep up with that. But like ADP and Malamar are the only 2 decks that really can, and ADP only can if it gets set up extremely quickly. But even then, if you KO 2 tag teams in a row, then you might still win that matchup. It's absolutely insane. Malamar is very difficult solely because it's also a single prize deck, and honestly, it's one of my least favorite decks of the format as a result. But it's fine, because we do still have like a tiny bit of counterplay to it. You live in hope, right? But overall, this deck was just so much fun because, like, you get to say Snuggly Generator as one of your main attack stuff here. It's unbelievably silly. But it's also surprisingly effective given the nature of the format, so absolutely adored this one. Now, it isn't going to surprise anyone when I say that the Sword and Shield base era was probably the single worst time to be playing the TCG in its history. Even accounting for the no interaction side of like base gym and stuff like that. This was a horrible time. ADP Zacian was now a thing, and that killed every single deck that wasn't Control, but Control was so oppressively powerful as well that nothing else could beat that, which was kind of stupid. The fact that COVID had hit as well was really horrible because all the real life tournament stuff died out, but I think attendance would have been at an all-time low even if the pandemic didn't hit, because this block was just so miserable. And also, with the exception of like Eternatus, I guess, these early sets introduced basically nothing that was good into the game as well. Like, you think that the more modern sets haven't really introduced new archetypes and whatnot. There was like nothing worth playing in these early sets. Like, some people tried Centiskorch VMAX. That card was god awful. I don't even know what people saw in that. Despite that, Eternatus itself was relatively fun, and I did have fun with a Rillaboom VMAX deck. That would have been an honorable mention here, but surprisingly, like, the Sword and Shield base set actually had two really fun decks for me to play here, one of which wasn't even a tag team or like any sort of GX deck at all. Like, what the heck is Cinderace doing down here, right? Well, we'll talk about him later, because first off we've got to talk about Porygon Z and Snorlax VMAX. This is not the only way that you could play Snorlax. Definitely Welder was the more common thing here, I think, and honestly this deck was probably better in Expanded than it was in Standard because you had Skyfield, but it still worked out really well for us here and it was a lot of fun. The only catch was that you had to set up this Porygon Z, but it was okay, because even if you couldn't immediately do that, we still had access to triple acceleration energy to work with us as well. Snorlax V is a 220 HP 2-prizer. That's pretty much all it comes down to. It's not really very good by itself, but it is bulky enough to survive a lot of early game hits, which is pretty nice, unless you're Zacian, but you know. But what it evolves into is a gigantic 340 HP 3-prizer that is nigh on impossible to kill in one hit unless you're a fighting deck, and fighting decks didn't really exist at this point, so that's good for the Snorlax, right? For 3 energy, it does 60 damage plus 30 for each of your benched Pokemon, so it caps out at 210 in the standard format, which is pretty good. Triple acceleration energy could be used on this because it is an evolution Pokemon, so even if you couldn't get your Porygon Z set up initially, you could emergency attack for free, or for 1 energy attachment on this thing, which is pretty good. But the Porygon Z allows you to rain down special energy as often as you like during your turn. Rain Dance for special energy is absolutely insane. This is the only time in the game's history this has happened to at the time of recording, and for good reason too, because this just allows all of the busted colorless based stuff to really shine here. This is not the only time we're going to see this card either. Pretty good. Now, the main energies that we have here are Draw Energy from Cosmic Eclipse, which allows you to draw a card when you attach it. A little bit of extra consistency, never hurts. And Recycle Energy, which works specifically well with this deck because of its tanking capability. Recycle Energy does only provide a colorless energy, but if it gets discarded from play, it goes back into your hand instead. This works really well with Hyper Potion from Sword and Shield base, that discards 2 energy from one of your Pokemon, but it heals 120 damage from it too. Snorlax is so big that it's hard to even 2-hit KO this thing with a lot of decks, so it is really nice just being able to go, okay, I'm gonna eat 260 damage or something, and then absorb basically all of that with Hyper Potions and Recycle Energy. Because you gotta remember, the Porygon Z just lets you rain down those Recycle Energy again, then you discard them, they go back to hand, Hyper Potion heals you, and basically this thing just doesn't die. It's great. We also have buff padding in here to get an extra 50 HP, because Snorlax does have a 4 energy retreat cost, so 390 HP is the sort of bit we can get up to here, and that is just absolutely absurd. Otherwise, Exeggutor did come in here as a little bit of damage modding as well to hit the 220 HP Zacian with a one-shot, which is pretty useful. Bench it, do some extra damage, bench it, get some damage off of G-Max Fall as well. And then we had Oranguru to sort of stick your top deck bit. Marnie proofs you a little bit, because unlike the previous Disruption cards, Marnie does not shuffle draw, it bottom decks your cards, just like Iona does nowadays. So this was pretty good to help out with that. And then we also had a Cramorant in here, which could discard 3 energy on this thing and do 160 damage to one of the opponent's Pokemon. Happened to exactly KO Dedenne, which was obviously really powerful in its own right. This could also help you set up in the early game if you go second, but you're probably giving up a lot of prizes to do that. But against like a Zacian ADP deck, they often have to spend their first attack doing Ultimate Creation, so you might even get away with this too. It could be pretty useful that way. Also worth noting, these are not Pokemon GX anymore, so Keldeo is kind of completely out of the game at this point. There's not really any reason to use it, so it helps that these can just like punch through that as well, just in case there's any that are still sticking around for the tag team stuff. Now, on to the more interesting one in my opinion, Cinderace. This is a very simple looking deck. We do have Mew to do bench barrier stuff here as well, because we kind of need to be able to prevent the decks from taking like multiple prizes on our bench stuff at all times here. So in particular, Malamar decks are an absolute nightmare for doing this, so we do need to have the Mew in here. Jirachi's obviously our helpful draw support stuff, but what does this Cinderace actually do? Well, when it moves from the bench to the active spot, it can attach up to 2 Fire Energy cards from the discard pile to itself. Flare Striker then does 190 damage for 2 Fire and a Colorless Energy, and discards 2 energy from this Pokemon. Key thing to note, it also only has a 1 energy retreat cost, which means that it's very easy to just pivot this as you need to every single turn. You pivot this into a new Cinderace, and suddenly you can just do everything that you would want. You get your energy attaches from the discard pile, so we don't even need to play that many energy. And we have recycle energy in here too, because you pay that for the 1 retreat. That goes back to hand, and then you manually attach it again, and it's great. You could discard this for Flare Striker. It does take 2 energy discards after all, not 2 fire energy. But usually you want to save it in play so that you can use it in consecutive turns, which is really good. Jirachi Engine, of course, still has a skateboard, which is really useful. We have Giant Bomb in here as well, because the minimum damage that even Ultimate Ray does after Ultra Creation is 180, and if they're not doing 180 damage, they're generally not KOing Cinderace in one hit. It has 170 HP after all. That's an incredibly specific number to be able to hit. And if they do damage the Pokemon that has this on it, they take 10 damage counters, which then means your Flare Striker goes to 290, that KOs even ADP. So it's possible, albeit very difficult, to potentially keep up in that prize race, which is really good. Some of the other stuff we have in here, we have Rosa, because we are getting knocked out every turn basically, so this is your quote-unquote comeback card that lets you search for a Pokemon, a trainer, and a basic energy, so you can get your Cinderace, Rare Candy, and the Fire Energy to go with, which is pretty useful. And like Giant Half is also here as well, that can let you grab Fire Energy out of the deck as well as providing a discard outlet if you do need some of that too, which is pretty good. The one nice thing that we did have during this time is a whole bunch of good draw support, right? Because we still have Cynthia, we have Marnie, and we have Professor's Research if we need to. That's a benefit for this deck as well. Like, we can play a bunch of good draw supports at this point. We don't need to rely too much on these weaker things like, you know, your Shauna style effects. So, it's pretty good. And we have Evolution Incense as well, which is an absolute godsend. Like, Evolution Incense and Quick Ball is the only reason that a deck like this can even work. Sword and Shield did at least introduce the Mon Surge here, which is pretty good. And some recovery, because that's another thing that we lost in the previous rotation, is we basically did not have any Pokemon recovery whatsoever. Now we do, because Ordinary VOD is amazing. We're going to skip ahead another rotation now, as there really wasn't anything else in the early Sword Shield stuff that was that interesting. Let's talk about Battle Styles and the Victini VMAX deck. This is a 310 HP VMAX Pokemon with 2 pretty okay attacks here. It also has a 2 retreat, which is just fine because of Air Balloon, being able to reduce the retreat cost down to 0. And its base Victini also has the same first attack, so we can talk about it in unison. It is Spreading Flames that allows you for a single energy to attach up to 3 fire energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way that you like. Victini V has Energy Burst to do 30 for each energy on both active Pokemon for 2 fire. That's like kind of okay, but it's not that impressive at this point. Damage scaling really just isn't high enough for this to matter. But the VMAX does 100 damage for a fire and a colorless, and if your opponent's active is a Pokemon V, it does 220 instead. By this time, especially with rotation having happened, most of the Pokemon you're going to go against are Pokemon V. There are a couple of stragglers, in particular tag team stuff, but for the most part the Pokemon V have actually gotten good enough that this is what you're going to go against now. And the key thing here is this is possible to attack with just Welder, which is really powerful in its own right. It allows you to attack for very little investment basically, but it also means that Cheryl is ridiculous here. Cheryl was probably the best thing that you could be doing in this particular set. It allowed you to basically act like a Pokemon Center for evolution cards. You fully healed all damage from each of your evolution Pokemon, and if you did that, you discard all the energy from those Pokemon. However, if you didn't have damage on the Pokemon, it would not discard the energy, and therefore you could keep chaining these Victini together and being able to hit 220 every other turn, and thankfully this would also allow you to just keep attacking because it's only a 2 energy cost, right? You could retreat between them, you could full heal. 310 was still a very difficult number to hit in one shot, and it was just great. You could just keep powering through everything that you needed to. We did have Cynthia Caitlin in here as well if we needed to pick up one of these supporter cards. We don't even play Mallow and Lana anymore. That's how powerful the healing aspect of Cheryl is over here, right? And yeah, if we need a little bit of extra draw power, we do have Salazzle, who has a very familiar ability, Roast Reveal. So we can discard energy, draw cards. Fire also has the wonderful Fire Crystal at this point as well, which allows you to recover your fire energy. This was still in format, so you could pick up the energy that you've been discarding with Cheryl and with Salazzle and the likes, and it was stupidly powerful. Really strong setup. Talonflame V was also kind of interesting because you could discard your hand and draw 6 on the first turn going first, which is an intriguing trait to have access to. And Heatran could absorb some energy as well if it needed to. This was your way of getting around the tag teams and whatnot, being able to absorb 6 energy into a Heatran and use its Hot Burn GX attack to deal the 300 damage you would need to one-shot them. We even had some early game acceleration with the Volcanion over here as well, and all of these things could be used without messing up your prize math as well, which is really good. So it was straightforward, but it's another one of my sort of favorite bits, right? Is the heal tank energy transfer type thing. We didn't really do the transfer part per se, but attacking efficiently enough is definitely a way of transferring energy, right? And if you could dump a bunch of energy into the discard turn 1, using Spreading Flames was actually incredible in its own right. So really nice deck here. Evolving Skies, however, also introduced another one of my favorite dudes in history, right? Jolteon VMAX, one of my favorite Pokemon, my favorite Eeveelution for sure, and I mean I love basically all of them, so that's a high bar to set. Jolteon VMAX basically had to avoid Urshifu, and that was it. It could deal with basically anything else. Urshifu, unfortunately, one-shotting it kind of kept it from being top tier, though, in my opinion. However, still a very fun deck to have. Both the basic and the VMAX had 0 retreat, which was really good. You go from 190 to 300 HP, a little bit frail. I wish it was slightly bulkier, because then it could at least survive the Rapid Strike Urshifu, but oh well. What does it do? Well, Thunder Spear snipes 20 for a single colorless on the basic. Pin Missile doesn't really matter whenever attacking with that, but Max Thunder Rumble on the VMAX only does 100 damage, but it snipes 100 to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon that also has damage counters on it. We have 2 ways of throwing damage counters down in this deck too. We have Galarian Zigzagoon, of course, which can bench itself from hand and put a damage counter on one of the opponent's Pokemon, so you snip where you need to. But we also have the Quick Shooting Enteleon, which we play as the primary damage placer here, and this allows you to place 2 damage counters on one of the opponent's Pokemon once per turn. We can reuse this with Scoop Up Nets as well, one of the most silly trainer cards to introduce early on in this generation. Just being able to straight pick up your non-V or GX Pokemon, absolutely insane. It got banned and expanded for a very good reason. And yeah, we get to use the Enteleon engine here. One of the first decks that does it, which is pretty cool. The Drizzile, if you evolve into it from hand, lets you search your deck for 1 trainer card, put it into hand. It's also Level Ball searchable too, so we have access to that again now. It's very good. And then there is a Shady Dealings Enteleon that allows you to search for 2 trainer cards, puts them into the hand. It's like Noctowl nowadays, except it is a stage 2, but it also doesn't have a stipulation of needing a Terra Pokemon in play, so it's a lot more just plug and play, which is really cool. Again, outside of the exact situation of the Urshifu one-shotting you, it is very difficult to KO these Jolteon, so Cheryl is still really good here. But we also have the Elemental badge. Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon, Pokemon V, pay 1 colorless less to attack, which means that you can actually use this Jolteon to attack for a single lightning energy. It would have been free, but Thunder Mountain rotated, so rip that. What we do have access to, though, is the really cool part of the Lightning deck being Speed Lightning Energy that can just draw 2 cards if you attach it to a Lightning Pokemon, which is really good. So we get extra card draw, we've got all the search stuff that we would need, we can place damage counters as and when we need to. This deck was actually very nasty against a ton of stuff here. Like, even Bench Barrier Mew wasn't really safe, because either you, like, gust it up, we do have a boss's orders in here after all, you either gust it up, or more likely, you ping it down enough times with Enteleon, it's only got 60 HP, and it just falls, so you can still do your bench sniping as you need to. Really, really strong deck overall, and it was a ton of fun to play. Absolutely adore this whole like sniping thing, and this is one of the best decks to do that in the course of the game. Now, if you've seen any of the history battle videos, especially from late Gen 7 and Generation 8, you'll know that we absolutely adore our single prize decks. They aren't viable too often, unfortunately. We really do try and make them work, but anytime that we can avoid just having to play free prizer versus free prizer and all of that type of thing, we love it. I do not think that they print powerful enough ones nowadays, but that's a whole separate rant. I'm not going to get into that just now. What I am going to get into are the 2 single prize decks that I absolutely loved going into the tail end of Generation 8. And that is Reggie's from Astral Radiance. It's a really fun idea for the stuff here. We'll definitely be happy to talk about that one soon. But my finest creation in Gen 8, I think, is this Porygon Z amazing rare deck. I had a couple of variants of this, but the legendary doggo stuff here, for lack of a better term, is by far the most successful one for me. We saw that Porygon Z has the Crazy Code ability, it lets you rain down special energy into play. Generation 8 had done this massive thing of giving every type their own special energy. So we have special lightning, we have special metal energy, and special grass energy. The effects of these ones don't really matter because they don't actually do anything for the Pokemon we attach them to, but we need them for energy costs and we can rain dance them. We can't rain dance the basic energy, so that was kind of the sticking point there. But we also have Aurora energy too. This is rainbow energy so long as you discard a card from your hand when you play it. And all of this combined means we can fuel these frankly absurd energy costs on these amazing rare Pokemon. They came out in Vivid Voltage, which was traditionally a really terrible set, but it technically aged well as the format drew on, and this was one cool way of working with these cards. Raikou only has 110 HP, but its attack does 120 for a grass, metal, and lightning, and also snipes 120 damage as well. You would see Lost Box and even Lugia decks later on play this card, when they could fuel the energy cost for similar methods here. Mirage Gate for Lost Box and, you know, Lugia being able to put Archeops in play kind of also did the same thing as Porygon Z. And it works just as well here too. This is one set before Palkia came out, but I believe there was a rotation that happened around this time that was rotating out the Porygon Z, so I kind of had to do it now. But yeah, sniping this amount of damage in a format that was dominated by the Enteleon engine was super good. And yeah, it just 120 is insane. To counteract the Urshifu decks, which were some of the best at the time as well, Zacian came in here. This thing takes a grass, a psychic, and a metal, almost the same cost as the Raikou, which is why this works so well. Does 150, double to 300 if the opponent has a VMAX in play. It's not quite enough to get one-shots on most of the VMAXs, but it is enough to KO the Urshifu because of weakness, and that is whether it VMAXs or not, which is pretty good. And it also lets you set up stuff for Raikou. If you set up 2 VMAXs with Raikou's attack, and then hit with Amazing Sword twice, you win the game, which is really good. We also had Zamazenta, which was mostly here against Eternatus, but there were a couple of fighting weak things otherwise it could hit too. For a Lightning, a Fighting, and a Metal, so again 2 of the 3 same types here, it does 180 damage flat, and during the opponent's next turn it cannot be damaged by VMAX Pokemon, which is also rather effective. This means then that Urshifu does not get to just run completely free against you. You still need to use Mew in order to like bench barrier against it, because otherwise all of these guys, they've only got 110 HP, right? So they all get KO'd by Gmax Rapid Flow on the bench. So, you know, Zamazenta does not prevent that, unfortunately, but that's okay. It was mostly here as a stopgap. Usually it was Zacian and Raikou were the 2 that you used here. This was only usable via Aurora Energy, but it was there when it was needed. So, hooray for Zamazenta, right? It was important at some stages. Also pretty good against other single prize decks if they did exist, and the guys did try as many of them as they could, so there you go. To get all of this set up early, we did have the Snorlax, which was also a pretty strong card from Vivid Voltage. This allowed you to draw until you have 7 cards in hand if it was the active Pokemon, ended your turn for doing so. Most decks didn't really get that much of a chance to play this, but because we weren't attacking without a lot of setup, this was pretty effective at getting ourselves into position, which is pretty strong. Now, because we are an more or less entirely single prize focused deck, we do have the consistency draw stuff as 2 prizes, because we kind of had to. There really wasn't a single prize alternative to a Crobat, a Dedenne, or an Eldegoss. Like, we just had to use these, unfortunately. But what we do have access to is the fantastic engine of Bruno. This is the most modern card in this set. It's like from Battle Styles, so we could have definitely done this deck earlier. It shuffles your hand into your deck and draws 4 cards, but if one of your Pokemon was KO'd last turn, it shuffle draws 7 instead. Quite often we are going to have quite a low hand size with this deck here, because we want to rain dance like all of our 16 energy into play, right? So we won't have that high of a hand size too often. Shuffle draw 7 is just absolutely bonkers here. We also don't want to discard as often as possible, because we don't want to remove our special energy. We can't recover those after all, so shuffle draw is often better in the early game as well. That's why Marnie is also quite emphasized here as well instead of research. We sometimes do have to research in order to get into the game, but we really don't want to if we can avoid it. Just like the Cinderace deck, we do have Rosa in here as well. Specifically, Rosa does have to search for basic energy, however, so that is one reason why we play 2 of the basic energy down here. These are the 2 most applicable ones because they can be used on basically every Pokemon here. Zacian, Zamazenta even, is the only one that can't use the grass energy, but that's completely fine. And then the other kind of cool thing is we have Leon in here as well. This allows us to do 30 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon with our attacks. That allows the Zacian to hit 330, which is enough to KO basically every VMAX that sees play. So you can use this approach as well to take out the active. And yeah, it's just kind of nuts that you can get the Porygon Z in play and just flood your board with a ton of single prize stuff that is doing enough damage to actually destroy the big free prize type stuff as well. Like, your biggest weakness here is probably regular Pokemon V, which weren't really very good, but also like 2 hits from Raikou or potentially a Zamazenta hit could just like take them out anyway. So like, who really cared, right? Raikou is such an incredible amount of damage to do in one shot. If you can fuel it, it's enough to win games by itself. We even have Ordinary Rod to pick up the stuff back here, which allows us to also recycle the basic energy if we have to as well. Super good stuff. The Regis were in a very similar situation here. This is all about accelerating special energy, but they do so via Regigigas. If you have one of every type of Regi in play, Rock, Ice, Steel, Electric, and Dragon, right? If you've got all of the Elekis in play, all of the Regis in play I should say, then you can attach up to 3 energy cards from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. This does take your entire bench at this time. Nowadays you could try and use the Area 0 Underdepths in order to make this work out, but here you have to have one of each different one, and then you accelerate 3 energy from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon, so you can always get one of these attacks off as we go. The Rock, Ice, and Steel Regis here all have the Regigate attack that lets you set up early on in the game. This allows you to just search your deck for a basic Pokemon for 1 energy, puts it onto the bench. Registeel probably has the most generally applicable attack here. Heavy Slam does 220 for 2 metal on the colorless, but it does 50 less for each colorless in the opponent's retreat cost, so high retreat mons will tend to remove this. This was decent enough against Ice Rider, and that was about it really. Good against Air Balloon users too. Regirock did 140 damage for the 2 fighting in a colorless cost. Can't do it in consecutive turns, but it does only have a 3 energy retreat cost, so if it doesn't die then it can just pay retreat and Gigas can accelerate. It's all pretty good. Very good against the fighting weak stuff like Arceus was the main target for this. And then Regice does 100 damage only for the same cost, but with 2 water and a colorless, and if the defending Pokemon is a Pokemon B, it can't attack during the opponent's next turn, so they have to switch in order to get damage off, and that can sometimes be disruptive enough in its own right. The other 2 that we have to take advantage of, I mean, technically 3 because we've got 2 different forms of Regieleki here. The main one that we would use has Terra Spark, 2 lightning and a colorless, 120, discard all lightning, snipe 40 on 2 of the opponent's bench Pokemon. Pretty solid overall attack, very good against the Entei engine, so that was the main thing that we would use it for, but just a good amount of damage to have around. It's decent at setting up stuff as well, especially the Regigigas' attack, which if you're up against VMAXs, this does the same damage as the Zacian did, 150 plus 150 more against VMAXs, so the little 40 poke from Terra Spark could actually help out a ton there. And the Regidrago, probably the most general purpose attacker. Giant's Fang does 160 for a grass, a fire, and a colorless. A little bit more expensive to get, but to be honest, Aurora Energy is the only thing you really need to accelerate to this, so that is fine. 2 Aurora Energy is basically what you need in the discard for all of these guys. Speed Lightning works on the Elekis, but for the most part, you're just re-accelerating Aurora Energy every turn, and that's the main thing. If Regidrago is in the active spot, however, once per turn, hard once per turn by the way, you can draw until you have 4 cards in your hand. So it can be a little bit of extra setup as well, which is quite nice. We do have another Regieleki in here, which can recover trainer cards from the discard pile, or discard 2 lightning to snipe 120 onto the opponent's bench. Good for finishing things off, bad for trying to hit the active because it can't do that. So really bad against bench barrier, but still useful in its own right. And then effectively this is just try and get to your energy cards in the discard as quickly as possible. Capture energy is also good for, it's good for a lot of decks, but it's especially good for this one because you get to attach it to like Regice, accelerate, get another basic Pokemon in play, then use Regigate, get another one in play by the end of the turn, and you're looking at like a turn 2 Regigigas acceleration usually, so that's pretty cool. Pokestop makes its debut in here. This is a very prominent card even nowadays, being able to discard the top 3 cards of your deck, but if you discard any item cards that way, they go into the hand. Discarding energy is not a problem for this, so that's pretty good. Keep in mind that tools were also item cards at this time, so Choice Belt over here being able to do an extra 30 damage to Pokemon B did actually get picked up by Pokestop as well, so that was a pretty good addition to the things here. Scoop Up Net obviously is really good for being able to pick up your incorrect Regi, if you will, and just be able to like get the correct setup down, or switch if you have to. We have a bunch of escape rope and stuff for the same purpose. Ordinary Rod is necessary because you have to have all 6 Regis in play every turn, so you definitely need a bunch of these in order to recover your stuff as you go through. This is a mandatory 4. You cannot run less than that and get away with it in this deck. And then the last card that's kind of cool is Cynthia's Ambition. You draw until you have 5 cards in your hand as a supporter card, but if one of your Pokemon was KO'd last turn, and believe me, they will be basically every turn, draw until 8 instead. So really nice way of being able to get some extra stuff going. Because we're a non-GX deck as well, we do also get to use Twin Energy here, which is really nice for Regigigas to be able to accelerate to itself, and you can technically attack with Gigas without a turn attach by putting 2 of these down too, so that can also be very powerful. This deck doesn't have Gift Energy yet, that's the one thing that it kind of misses that later versions would have, but it was just really cool and very nice to see. Like, it's a good variety of weaknesses that you hit as well, which is pretty strong. It's kind of like the Arceus deck in that way, where it just hits a ton of stuff reasonably well, and some decks get hit particularly well with it. And yeah, if you're trading 2 1 prizes for 1 2 prizer, or god forbid 1 3 prizer, that's the dream, right? Generally you're going to win that trade, and it's a fun little puzzle deck to play, which is why I like it so much. Last up for Generation 8 is Lost Origin, where I actually had decks from PTCGO that I was loosely playing at the time. So we have one that is Origin Form Palkia with Kyurem V-Star, and the second, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Lost Box at least once in here. As much as my opinion on the deck soured during Generation 9, I really enjoyed the deck at the beginning. I think this was probably one of the most consistent versions of it. At least it was the one that worked the most for me. I had a hard time making it happen on PTCGO, but it seemed to work really well in this series. So we have the Raikou Amazing Rare one, because this just was the one I played the most, to be honest with you. You could have put the Kyogre thing in here, you could have put a bunch of different versions. The Amazing Rare Rayquaza one was quite cool, but I played the Raikou, therefore that's the one I will speak about. So, first off, the Kyurem. Origin Form Palkia, we don't really need to talk about the V because it doesn't do anything, but the V-Star is really cool. This is a 280 HP, it's a 2-prize evolution V this time, but it has slightly less HP than a V-Max, so I guess it makes sense. Subspace Swell for 2 Water Energy does 60 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon that is in play. That honestly adds up pretty quickly. It caps out at 260 at this time, which is quite a large amount of damage to be able to do, especially with Choice Belt. That then means you can one-shot other V-Stars, so they have to limit their bench size, which is pretty good. And Star Portal is a really good V-Star power to have as well. It, once per game, allows you to accelerate 3 Water Energy from your discard pile to your Water Pokemon in any way that you like. Most often, this is going to go to Radiant Greninja in this deck, and most decks actually, where Moonlight Shuriken for 2 Water and the colorless discards 2 Water from itself and snipes 90 on 2 of the opponent's Pokemon. Absolutely downright oppressive against the setup type decks. Nowadays as well, if it ever gets a chance to set up, it's absolutely insane. Most of the time you see this card for Concealed Cards, however, which is a once per turn discard an energy card to draw 2 cards. Really powerful in its own right. Obviously synergizes with a Palkia too, which is pretty good. And then the other thing that we want to accelerate to sometimes is the Kyurem. Regular Kyurem does have Rapid Freeze, which sometimes comes into play. For 1 Water Energy, it attaches any number of water from your hand to your Pokemon in any way that you like. If you have Energy Flood for whatever reason, this can sometimes end up being a very useful attack. But it's all about the VMAX here. This is a 330 HP Pokemon. It does give up 3 prizes, but it's also weak to Metal, which is not common in the slightest at this point. Only really Zacian sometimes comes into play, and that's not very common in its own right either. So you might come across like a Rogue Corviknight VMAX or something, but that's a really weird Arceus build, you don't tend to see that much. Glaciated World allows you to discard the top card of your deck, but if it's a Water Energy, you attach it to one of your Pokemon. For 3 Water Energy, Max Frost does 120 damage, and for each Water Energy you discard from this Pokemon, it does 50 more damage. Unlimited damage cap means you can, if you discard 4 energy, basically KO everything in the format, which is pretty good. But obviously it can be a little bit hard to keep the energy flowing onto this, right? but that's where its ability alongside Oranguru is really solid, because if you have a water energy in the hand, you just put that on top of the deck after drawing your card, and oh look, there's a water energy on top of your deck now, I get to accelerate that with a Kyurem, and suddenly you can just burst this out of nowhere, and it is pretty good. You will have a water energy in hand as well because of Training Court, which lets you put a basic energy from your discard pile into the hand that then goes on top of the deck, and you go from there. Really, really good. You can search those energies out with Capacious Bucket too, which is Professor's Letter, but for water energy specifically, and that's all really fun. We have Irida as a water Pokemon searcher here as well, which is really good, and we also have Melanie, which accelerates water energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon V, which allows you then to get an additional energy onto your Kyurem as well. So you have all sorts of ways of getting this to do the required amount of damage every time. Choice Belt of course lets this hit the 300 mark fairly easily by discarding a free energy that KOs the V-Stars. It's very difficult to kill this in one shot, just like all V-Maxes, so it tends to be able to take 2 knockouts if the setup is correct. We also have Empoleon V in here, and I did play 2 of this because of Escape Rope. Empoleon V, if it's in the active spot, prevents the opponent's basic Pokemon from having abilities if they are non-rulebox Pokemon. This was the first card that introduced the rulebox stipulation here, so any Pokemon like itself, the Radiant Greninja has a rulebox, so it doesn't get stopped, but this prevents Comfey in particular, and Jirachi, when that was still legal as well, from being used. This is a relatively old card actually, it came in Battle Styles, so it was around when Jirachi was legal too. But also Celebration's Mew is the good example from the more modern stuff. It basically just prevents those things from having abilities, and that then allows you to completely kill the Lost Box deck that we're going to talk about down below. Swirling Slice was also like fine in those matchups. 1 water and 2 colors to do 130, and you move 1 energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench, so you do get to preserve some energy as well. It was fine, but for the most part it was just there to like win the particular matchup, right? Bit scummy potentially, but you know, that was one of the most popular decks on the ladder, one of the most oppressive decks on the ladder as well, so being able to shut them down always felt good. Speaking of the Lost Box, here is the main variant I want to speak on here. It revolves around Comfey, who's flower selecting when it's in the active slot. Once per turn, takes the top 2 cards of your deck, puts 1 to the hand, the other to the Lost Zone. The Lost Zone build-up is important for this deck, and important enough that Colress's Experiment is the only draw support that we actually have here. This one looks at the top 5 cards of your deck, puts 3 of them into the hand, and the other 2 go to the Lost Zone. A little bit better than Hapu, although it does look 1 card less into the deck, so that can sometimes be a problem. But obviously you take 3 cards instead of 2, that's really good. The disadvantage is you can never recover the cards that you don't take, so that can be pretty annoying. But in this deck, we want to boost our Lost Zone count as much as possible. This particular one is not playing Sableye, which is usually the biggest payoff for playing 10 cards into the Lost Zone, but as long as we get to 7, we're okay here. Cramorant requires 4. Its Lost Provisions lets you ignore the energy cost of Spit Innocently if you can get 4 cards in the Lost Zone, which is almost effortless in this build to do turn 1, so usually you're hitting for 110 damage immediately, which is pretty good. In the future, this would also work with technical machines as well, but I don't think anyone's really been able to take advantage of that. Like, you could Crisis Punch or maybe Fluoride or something with it here, but I'm pretty sure nobody's actually been able to make that work. Lost Box is just not that good anymore, so it's a bit unfortunate. Once you hit 7, however, you get to access Mirage Gate, which is probably the strongest part of the Lost Box engine. It allows you to search your deck for 2 basic energy of different types and attach them to your Pokemon in any way that you like. Absolutely insane item recovery, acceleration stuff here. Unbelievably strong and easily accessible. Like, it makes Raikou just like effortless, right? It was what made these amazing rare Pokemon actually worth considering. And yeah, Raikou was the one I found to be the most consistent here. Like I said before, sniping 120 and doing 120 active is just broken strong, right? It's absolutely ridiculous against the Empoleon stuff. It's really good against enemy lost box as well. They have to bench Manaphy down, otherwise they just lose immediately. It's also really good against Palkia, because with a Choice Belt you get to do 300 damage, and Palkia, because it's weak to lightning, right? That's why. And you just get to one-shot them as well as snipe down the Empoleon on the bench, which is super good in its own right. And yeah, just consistently strong. There's not much else to say with it. We do have a Snorlax in here as well. This is very good against the other general, like, big stuff that we see here. It's unaffected by effects of the opponent's attacks, which is good against Sableye. They can't use that to take you out, so it can be good against enemy Lost Box decks, which is nice. And Thumping Snore does 180, puts itself to sleep and requires you to flip 2 heads to wake up, but that does not matter in the slightest because we have 8 switch cards here between Scoop Up Net, Escape Rope, and Switch Card. We're an entirely basic deck, so we get to take advantage of this and heal a little bit of chip damage if it happens as we go. Very, very powerful deck in the end. Raihan is the only other thing that's worth like noting in here. If we get KO during the opponent's last turn, we can accelerate a basic energy from our discard to one of our Pokemon, and then search your deck for any one card, which is probably Mirage Gate, to accelerate even further. Really, really strong stuff overall. Some other variants of this deck used things like the Amazing Rayquaza to discard all its energy and do 80 for each one discarded. That would get you to 320 damage quite often. They did have to be different types of basic energy, but it took 3 to do, so you know, big deal with that, right? Kyogre was also really popular because it let you discard the top 5 of your deck, and for every energy that you found there, it sniped 50 to 2 of the opponent's bench Pokemon, so that could end games by itself as well. And the other Amazing Rare stuff didn't really work out too well, but Sableye was also pretty solid, especially with the Amazing Rare, the Radiant Charizard. The Sablezard stuff was actually pretty strong, and if you had 10 cards in the Lost Zone for a single Psychic Energy, that allowed you to spread 12 damage counters on the opponent's board. You didn't even need to play Mirage Gate in that one either, that's the other thing. Giratina was the other main thing that could use the Lost Zone, but it competed with the Arceus deck as to which one of those was actually the best variant. Finally, we have Generation 9, and despite only having about half the generation to choose from, and despite not liking the last 3 sets in terms of the gameplay, I have 5 decks to showcase here. 3 of which, the first 3 we'll speak about here, are from the first 4 sets of the generation, technically speaking, 3.5 because this is from a special set. That literally has not happened in the history of the games yet. It really showcases just how good the start of this generation was as far as fun factor goes, because we have not seen anything like that yet, and that's great. It's lovely to see. First off, we have the Gardevoir, which I would absolutely be betraying myself if I didn't mention this one. This is probably one of my favorite decks of all time. It is so versatile, it's so fun. I played 3 separate variants in history alone, and I would have one-tricked this the entire time. This deck is just ridiculous, and it's got my favorite Pokemon in it, so of course it's going to be biased in that aspect. But it's all about the Psychic Embrace ability. Like I've mentioned before, one of my favorite sort of bits is flooding the board with energy as needed, and being able to use that as fuel from the discard pile is ridiculous. Attaching energy from your discard to your base, your Psychic Pokemon as often as you like during your turn is just a broken effect to have. Yeah, it puts 2 damage counters on that Pokemon, can't be used to KO that Pokemon, which I think Psyshadow in the past could, but that also accelerated from deck, so kind of whatever, right? Yeah, this is just absolutely insane, and that damage counter part is part of what makes this so powerful, which is what is absurd to me, right? I played the Monkey Dory variant later on, which allowed you to use those damage counters as cannon fodder, but you also just use them as part of the, oh, I'm damaged, therefore I do more damage to you type of thing. This particular build doesn't do that part because we don't have access to the cards yet. There's Drifloon in the base set, but we didn't have Bravery Charm, so it didn't get strong enough. But yeah, Screamtail is another one later on that's just like super strong for the deck, and it's so much fun to do. Just like snipe 180 damage or something, 160 usually, because you've got like 8 damage cannons on you. That's great. Here, we use the raw energy as the power for our attacks. We have 2 that are most useful here. Gardevoir regular does 60 plus 30 for each psychic energy attached to this thing, minimum of 3 energy to attack. It's the exact same attack, but just named differently on the Zacian V over here. So we have 4 instances of this. This is what we use to do the most damage to the opponent. Zacian V is really good for early game setup, because if you end your turn, you can use the ability to accelerate the psychic energy from the deck once per turn. This, if you have an energy in hand as well, allows you to attack on turn 2, which is a huge amount of pressure that a lot of decks at this time were slow enough that they had a hard time dealing with that. So really let you get out of the gates fast whilst you were setting up the rest of your board, which is pretty good. The regular Gardevoir did basically let you draw 2 cards once per turn, and if any of them were basic energy, you could accelerate them on your board if you chose to. So potentially get some extra damage output from this thing as well. The typical damage count for this Guardy was 6 energy accelerated from the discard pile, so you could maybe get up to 60 plus the 108 is like 240, but if you had extra attaches you could do extra stuff that way. In the future, reversal energy was really good for this card. We just don't have access to that yet in this particular build, so that's why it's not here. And the typical damage output for Zacian V was like 300, because you could accelerate 10 energy to this thing if you wanted to, which is really good. Obviously this gives up more prizes, but being able to KO free prizes and stuff as well, very, very nice. Obviously Greninja can discard energy to draw cards as well. That's a really good benefit. We have the Curlier as the main engine here that lets you discard any card once per turn to draw 2 cards, so that's obviously pretty helpful. We have a Mirage Step Curlier in here as well. This wasn't commonly played in the early builds, but it was later on. It allows you with 1 energy to attack with Mirage Step, and search your deck for up to 3 Curlier, puts them onto the bench. So it's water duplicates, but for Curliers instead. And if you manage to rare candy some of your routes into Gardevoir at that point, you can probably leave these Curlier to just be your draw engine the whole time, and that's really good. Ralts itself actually has some good benefits here too. Memory Skip is quite solid, being able to prevent the opponent from using one of their attacks next turn, so they have to switch in order to get the stuff going. And then the other one could switch if it needs to, like from the active spot. There's not really anything you want to tank with in here, but you know, some matchups maybe you could get away with getting rid of Manaphy or something, and that's perfectly fine. And then we also have Mew in here too. I didn't really mention this one before, but it did see play in a couple of the decks I've built. It allows you to look at the top 6 of your deck once per turn, put an item card that you find there into the hand, which is all of our 13 search supporters item stuff here, absolutely ridiculous. Puts that into hand and then puts the others back into the deck. But it's also a psychic Pokemon, which means we can accelerate with its 1 retreat cost. We can accelerate to it from the discard pile with Gardevoir, pay the retreat, and then accelerate that same energy to our attacker as well, which is really good. And that 2 damage counters can matter, because Cresselia with its Moonglow Reverse allows you to shift 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon to one of the opponent's Pokemon. So if you've managed to accelerate, say, 1 psychic energy to 4 different Pokemon, shift 8 damage counters to the opponent's Pokemon wherever you want. It's moving damage counters, it's not doing physical damage, so it gets around Manaphy too, and you just get to KO whatever basic support mon that you want, which is really strong. Yeah, this deck's got a ton of consistency, there's a lot of versatility as well. We did lose our item-based recovery until next set, so we did have to play Miriam in here as well, but that's not too bad. Like, being able to recover your Pokemon from the discard pile is quite strong. You don't want to recover the energy after all, so we don't really need to use Ordinary Rod for that part. That's why we don't play Clara in here, actually, because we don't really mind too much about that. We've got refinements and all of the other stuff to get our draw stuff going too. There were a couple of stadium cards that were pretty dangerous for us at the time. In particular, Lost City was quite bad. Didn't mention that one during the Kieran thing, but it lost zoned any Pokemon that got knocked out. So Worker is in here as an extra stadium bounce so that we can deal with that. Path to the Peak was also really bad and was still in 4-man at this time, so just shutting off your Gardevoir's ability was enough to ruin the game. So we did need like extra stadium outs in here, so that's why we played that. Overall, very, very strong deck. It has a lot of variation as we go through the generation, but this was the main one that I loved the most. The second one I want to talk about here is not a Baxcalibur deck or any of that sort. The others really played that a bit more. I tried the Baxcalibur with the single price Kieran, but it wasn't quite consistent enough for me. What I did enjoy though was this Meowscarada. I kind of wish this was just a little better, but I think it's sort of on the border, right? It's a free 10 HP Stage 2 EX that allows you once per turn with Bouquet Magic to discard a basic grass energy and put 3 damage counters on one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. The benched part is painful because it means that scratching nails is a lot less consistent as a damage output. For 2 colorless energy it does 100, but it does 120 more if the opponent's active already has damage counters on them. It's a real shame that you can't put the damage directly on the active, and Holucha doesn't let you do that either, so we don't even bother playing it because it's just not good enough in here. We do, however, have access to Radiant Alakazam that allows us to move up to 2 damage counters on one of the opponent's Pokemon to another one, so we are allowed to move damage from bench to active this way, and that gets us to do the main thing. With double Turbo Energy's damage reduction, that means we're doing 200 damage plus the 10 that they already have on them. It's decent 2-shot numbers, that's really where it comes down to. Pretty solid amount of stuff to have here. We can also try and set things up for very cheeky Metachan B plays. One of the honorable mention decks I have at this sort of time would be the Rapid Strike Urshifu Inteleon deck. That was a very complicated deck to play, but it was a lot of fun to do because of the whole Yoga Loop shenanigans that we had. For the double turbo energy, we don't actually worry about the damage reduction on that because it's damage counters that we're placing on this thing. 2, for that matter. 2 damage counters on one of the opponent's Pokemon, but if you manage to KO the Pokemon with this attack, you take a whole extra turn, just like the Dialga stuff did. It cannot be used in consecutive turns, even if it doesn't KO the opponent's Pokemon. So you don't get to take turn after turn after turn here, but this is really good for setting up things like Comfey on the bench or the Manaphy, stuff like that, where you put damage on them with Bouquet Magic and then Yoga Loop them to KO them, take the extra turn. Meowscarada can then do a bunch of damage to the active, and yeah, it's really oppressive. Lots of fun stuff you can do with that. Our draw engine in here is Bebo. Lets us draw until 5 cards once per turn, basically the same thing as the Octillery from back in Gen 7. And the only other thing of real note here, we have Energy Retrieval. We did have access to Superior, but we don't need that many energy in hand at any given time, so we just don't want the card discard, basically. The other thing that's worth mentioning is Colress's Experiment. This, alongside Iono, forms our draw engine here instead of Professor's Research. For the same reason as the Magnezone deck I showed in Gen 7, we need to find Rare Candy Meowscarada as a combo piece here, and therefore we don't want to shuffle draw away one of those to hope to find the other one. We also no longer have Cynthia, so we can't shuffle draw 6, so it's even less consistent. But we also want to have the ability to dig deeper into our deck. So yeah, we play Iono kind of out of necessity because we don't want to discard all of our cards, right? That's why we don't play Research. But we want to be able to find Rare Candy Meowscarada on given turns. Being able to dig deeper into the deck and maintain the cards you already have in hand is pretty powerful. Plus, this one lets you keep 3 cards instead of 2, so it works out quite nicely. The last one here was from our Obsidian Flame / 151 combo video, which is Hisuian Zoroark V-Star, one of my favorite Pokemon from the old set stuff. It just didn't quite work for the time period for me. Sai managed to make it work, in the Lost Origin set. He managed to do quite a good amount of work with it, but it just didn't quite happen for me. However, with the extra enabler in Dodrio from the 151 set, it did a huge amount of work, and this was an extremely threatening deck in the end. We'll talk about the Zoroark first because this sets up the rest of the deck for us here. It's a 270 HP V-Star, it does evolve from a 210 HP Pokemon here. Fun fact, this guy's actually seeing more play by itself now because of Void Return. 0 energy, 30 damage, you may switch with one of your bench Pokemon. This gets used now with poison stuff, and the Pecharunt can do like a ton of damage with this now. So it's actually kind of cool. You can do up to 140 damage on your first turn. Pretty sweet. The Hisuian Zoroark V-Star though does Ticking Curse. For 2 colorless energy, it does 50 damage for each of your Pokemon in play that has any damage counters on it. It has a V-Star power as well, which is Professor's Research once per game. Discard your hand, draw 7, it's pretty useful. Doesn't take up your supporter as well, so you can boss and do this in the same turn. And yeah, it's pretty good. Realistically, because you have double turbo energy, it's going to be 280 damage is your damage cap here, but 280 is exactly enough to KO V-Stars. That was the important milestone to hit right now. Only really stage 2 EXs can survive one hit of that, and those are, oh no, like they're present, but they're not the most common of things. Charizard is really the big issue one there, and that's why Justify Gloves is in this deck. Being able to do 30 more damage to the opponent's active Dart Pokemon is something we did actually tech because of that deck. Now, the difficulty of course is getting damage counters on each of your own Pokemon, and we have several methods to do that. Mostly with our other attackers here, but also Gapejaw Bog is pretty good. If you put a basic Pokemon into play whilst this stadium is active, it puts 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. It is specifically from hand, but we're not directly benching basic Pokemon here because we don't play Nest Ball. We do play VIP Pass, this is the one sort of bit there, but most of the time that's going to get the Doduo, because Dodrio allows you to put the damage counter on itself once per turn to draw a card. So this just kind of does that whole damage part by itself. You don't have to worry too much about, you know, moving damage to it or anything. But you certainly can, because Ballistic Beak is a really good secondary attack that gives this deck an extra dynamic part as well. 1 colorless energy, 10 damage plus 30 for each damage counter that's on this Pokemon. It will gradually accumulate, kind of like the old Spiritomb in Generation 7 that Sai and Pepper love so much, but it also can be accelerated a little bit here via Damage Pump. Another way that we can use to manipulate our damage across our board, you move up to 2 damage from one of your Pokemon to your other Pokemon in any way that you like. So 2 damage counters can convert into 2 other Pokemon being damaged, so Zoroark can do more, or you can shift damage specifically from, say, the Gengar over here onto the Dodrio, so Dodrio does 60 more damage than it would have done before. Gengar, for the record, when it's in the discard pile, can bring itself onto the bench and put 3 damage counters on itself whilst it does so. It can't attack in this deck because we don't play Psychic Energy. Some of the old Zoroark variants would play Psychic in order to attack with this thing, but it's not actually doing anything here. What it is doing is stacking a bunch of damage on itself that you can then move with the pump. And also, it just like gets to do that whenever it wants to. So if you've ever got a bench space free, you can just get extra damage in play, which is obviously pretty useful for a deck that relies on self-damage. The other stuff, of course, we have Radiant Alakazam in here. If Gapejaw Bog is putting damage on the opponent's stuff as well, we can manipulate that damage in order to get extra KOs when we need to. This can mitigate the damage reduction of the double turbo energy, which is pretty good. And Squawkabilly is useful here as well, being able to, on the first turn of the game only, once per game, discard your hand and draw 6 cards. Doesn't get to use Motivate in this deck, but that was actually useful for stuff like Miraidon and Raging Bolt and whatnot, so very funny how that comes up later on. It's only 160 HP, which is a bit of a detriment for it, but that's okay, because it's a very powerful effect and you don't want this to be too ubiquitous, right? So yeah, that was the core idea. We get a huge amount of damage off the Zoroark, or we could get a lot of damage off the Dodrio. You might wonder, well, we mean double turbo energy would reduce the damage output of Dodrio, so we have a jet energy in order to power that up. This allows you to just attach to one of your bench Pokemon and move it to the active slot. If you attach it to the active, it doesn't change anything, but that's still fine. Sometimes you only need one colorless on the active anyway, and it's pretty good. But because Dodrio only takes one energy to attack, you can use this as a mobility option to shift it into the active slot and do a ton of work that way too. Very, very strong deck overall, and the single prize aspect made it a lot more dangerous than it used to be. Really cool beans, and yeah, one of my favorite setups of the generation. Last but certainly not least, we have two decks from the Paradox era. One future deck that I played myself, and one ancient deck that I was going to play, but it got snatched from me by Sai. And honestly, I am perfectly fine with that, because yeah, I tested with this deck. It is absolutely bonkers, the versatility is insane, and I'm really glad that he managed to enjoy this deck as well. So I'm still going to show it, because I would have played it, and it features the Monkidori. That prevents me from having to show Gardevoir again, basically. Let's talk about Future Hands. This deck is a very powerful deck involving the Iron Hands here. 230 HP Lightning type EX with two pretty good attacks. 2 Lightning and a colorless, it does 160 damage. 1 Lightning and 3 colorless, it does 120 with a very funny amp you very much attack that if it KOs the opponent, it takes an extra prize card. The 3 colorless in this cost makes it very playable in other decks too. Chien-Pao Caliber tended to use this quite a bit. But we're actually using it for like all of the parts here. It's got a 4 retreat, it's basic lightning, and it's also a future Pokemon. All of these parts work together. The basic lightning means it can use electric generator. This is what Miraidon tends to make it work with. You look at the top 5 cards of your deck, attach up to 2 basic lightning from your top 5 there to your benched lightning Pokemon in any way that you like. We play 14 basic lightning here, so we should hit one more often than not, and obviously that helps out quite a bit, gets us a ton of extra energy into play. The future part of it works because we have like 2 good supports for it here. We have a search card in Techno Radar as well. You discard one of a card from your hand to search for up to 2 future Pokemon to put into the hand. It's pretty useful. We have Future Booster Capsule that increases its damage by 20 and reduces its retreat to 0, so that 4 retreat is not a liability anymore. And we also have Miraidon that allows us, with a 110 HP basic Pokemon, 40 damage for a single energy, and just searches your deck for up to 2 basic energy, attaches them to your future Pokemon in any way that you like. The Miraidon itself can attack. It takes 2 lightning and a psychic to do 160. We play 1 psychic in here because we can accelerate that too. And like that can come up because the damage mods is the other reason why we play this in the future deck, because we have Iron Crown. This lets your non-Iron Crown future Pokemon do 20 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. So suddenly, this peak acceleration attack can be doing 80, 100, even 120 damage to KO like support stuff in the opening turns of the game. It's kind of ridiculous, but it also means that Iron Hands can do up to around, let's say, 200 damage with Ampy very much. That's a pretty reasonable number that it can hit. And that's just ridiculous, right? 200 damage is starting to get close to KOing EXs in one hit. And when you can do that, take 3 prizes for it, wow, that's a lot of output, right? The other cool things that we have in here, like we do have Iron Bundle as well. This is relatively common in a ton of decks, but we can search it with our Techno Radar, so that's kind of neat. If it's on the bench, you can discard it and force the opponent to switch their active. They do get the choice of what comes in, but you're okay with that, because it usually is something that you can amp at that point, or something you want to KO with Arm Press, so that's pretty neat. We also have access to Heavy Baton. This is what makes the 4 energy retreat cost important. If your active Iron Hands, basically, is KO'd whilst it has this attached to it, you can shift up to 3 basic energy from it to your bench in any way that you like, which then keeps your energy in play. It makes it very difficult for the opponent to take away your attack next turn, and yeah, it's just super strong. Allows you to maintain the pressure, keep amping as much as you need to. Since you are generally going to give up a single prize early in the game, you'll often start the game behind on prizes, so we have Counter Catcher as well as Prime Catcher to be able to gust up the opponents, so we only need to play 1 boss's orders, and that lets us maximize our consistency support here, maximum Iono, maximum Research, and maximum Arven too. Being able to search your Electric Generator or your Techno Radar and your Future Booster Capsule, very, very nice to play around stuff here. So yeah, super consistent, basic heavy deck, I know, but it's sometimes that's what you want to play, and just the sheer acceleration pressure this deck has, it's a lot of fun to play. It's a shame that it didn't like manage to break into the meta, let's just put it that way, because I think it's pretty cool. Just like this deck, but this deck actually did break into the meta. This one involves Gouging Fire as our main attacker here. It's a 230 HP Ancient Pokemon this time. Heat Blast does 60 damage for a Fire and a Colorless, that's like fine, but Blaze Blitz is what it's all about here. For 2 Fire and a Colorless, it does 260 damage. Unbelievable numbers for a basic EX, to be honest. However, it has to leave the active spot before it's allowed to use Blaze Blitz again. That's fine though, because we have Switch Carts, we have Jet Energy is really good in here, and it only has a 2 energy retreat, which is absurd to be honest for this thing, so we could just pay retreat too, that's not even a problem. The other stuff that we have that's really cool in here, we do have the regular Entei. Just like Raikou for Miraidon decks, this does still see a decent amount of play in these fire decks. If it's active, it just draws a card, right, and it lets you once per turn do that, and also attack with the Burning Rondo that does 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. So 220 damage is your general sort of cap for that, if both players max out the bench. That's still pretty respectable, but yeah, you'll expect to do a bit less than that, but it's okay because it doesn't actually matter. The fact if it's a Pokemon V is actually more important here, because that lets us use Forest Sealstone as well, which is pretty good. Speaking of Pokemon V, we have Delphox as the other one in here. This, for 2 Fire and a Colorless, does 120 damage, puts 2 energy from itself into the Lost Zone, and also snipes 120 as well. Just like the amazing rare Raikou, that is still incredible numbers to hit, and it's a ton of pressure to add to the board as well. Really, really fun card to see in this deck. This deck's damage output is slightly too low to KO V-Stars, capping at 260, so we do have Munkidori alongside the Magma Basin in here. Magma Basin is just a really strong stadium in general. I mean, Fire is just a little under-supported right now, so it's hard to play it in a lot of decks, but this card's really cool. It lets you accelerate a Fire Energy from your discard pile to one of your benched Fire Pokemon once per turn, and then put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon you accelerated to. I guess it doesn't help that Charizard doesn't need it because it's a Dark type when it evolves, but like in this deck, we can accelerate to a benched Gouging Fire, and then Munkidori can move the damage counters from that Gouging Fire onto one of the opponent's Pokemon. So long as the Munkidori has Darkness Energy attached to it, which, spoilers, it will. The other ways we can use our energy to our advantage here, we can play Energy Switch as well, so accelerating to the bench is not even necessarily that big of a problem. We have Professor Sada's Vitality to accelerate more energy from the discard pile to your ancient Pokemon, and then draw free cards as you do so, which is pretty good. We have Jet Energy in here, just like with the Zoroark deck, in order to shift the Gouging Fire from the bench to the active, and that prevents us from losing to not being able to Blaze Blitz every turn. And that's mostly all the cool stuff in here. We do have Flutter Mane as well. Gardevoir decks played this quite a bit too. If it's in the active spot, the opponent's active doesn't have any abilities. Hexhole is also playable in this deck too though. 3 colorless energy, 90 damage, put 2 damage counters on the opponent's bench in any way that you like. That can sometimes come up because you can actually Sada to this as well. It's an ancient Pokemon after all. And yeah, there's just, we've got Switch Card in here as well, I guess, if you want to heal a bit more. We do not play the Ancient Booster Capsule, even though that would give us more HP. We do play Bravery Charm instead to get 50 extra HP, because you can use Bravery Charm on any of the other Pokemon in this deck as well, whereas the Ancient Capsule could only go on Gouging Fire, and that can be a bit limiting sometimes. The other neat thing about this deck actually is the A-Spec choice in Secret Box. Discard 3 cards from your hand to play this, and you get an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium card all into your hand. Every different type of trainer in one go. unbelievably strong if you can make it work, and often you want to discard energy so you can use it for Sada anyway, so that isn't necessarily even a bad thing, especially if you can Earthen Vessel first, discard a card from the hand and search your deck for up to 2 basic energy, discard 1 energy, get 2 more, secret box those 2 plus something else away, get all of the stuff you need, it gets you the Sada that you could play as well. This card is just bonkers strong. It's so fun for this deck. And that wraps it up. Honestly, I could have still spoken about another like 30 probably decks that I played during this thing, but that wraps up the history of the TCG. It's been a humongous ride, it's been a very fun time for most of it at the very least, and yeah, the Pokemon TCG is a great game overall. It has survived the test of time, that is for sure, and looking forward to seeing what it's going to be like in the future. Probably post-rotation, when we get rid of all the Sword and Shield stuff finally. We'll get to see what Scarlet and Violet truly has to offer, and that's going to be a very entertaining time. Until then, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you in the future.